Chapter 275. Chapter 275. A man whose shamelessness knows no bounds is invincible. Stinking brat, let go of our goddess Lu Wenjing. Stinking brat, let go of our goddess Lu Wenjing. After a bellow of rage, more and more roars resounded one after another. In a blink of an eye, both ends of Lover's Bridge were crowded with two groups of hot-blooded youngsters. These people had fiendish looks on their faces and had set their sights on Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing. They took Lover's Bridge as a boundary and blocked off both ends, trapping Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing in between. Jing, are these guys talking to me? The people in your university are so unfriendly. Qin Feng was rather unaffected and remained calm, even though he was surrounded by hundreds of people. He didn't let go of Lu Wenjing's jade hand. Instead, he raised her hand to the air and waved it twice, challenging the boys at both sides. Stinking brat, do you have a death wish? We asked you to let go of our goddess Lu Wenjing now. Are you deaf? Qin Feng's action had caused a disturbance among the boys. If it wasn't for Lu Wenjing still in Qin Feng's hands and their fear of injuring the goddess of their hearts, they'd have drowned Qin Feng with their saliva already. Qin Feng, it seems like you're having trouble now. A mere trace of a smile crossed Lu Wenjing's clear eyes. Stinking brat, tell us your name, age, faculty, and height if you dare. I, this humble ye, want to challenge you to a duel. A tall, sturdy man stepped out of the crowd and stared furiously at Qin Feng. No doubt these people were students of Normal University. In addition, they were also admirers of Lu Wenjing. When they saw the idyllic picture on their college chat forum with Qin Feng intimately holding Lu Wenjing's small hand and both of them standing at Lover's Bridge and looking at each other affectionately, they wanted to ask Qin Feng, "Did you ever consider our feelings?" I'm not the student of Normal University. As for my name and height, I think it's not necessary for you to know. However, if brother you wishes to challenge me, you may as well come forward, and I'll treat you to a feast of punches, Qin Feng answered with a faint smile. They heard Qin Feng talk with an attitude, and more importantly, he wasn't a student of Normal University. Seeing their university's #1 goddess being taken advantage of by an outsider, these hot-blooded teenagers finally closed ranks in a rare display of unanimity. They had only one objective now: confront and expel the formidable opponent, Qin Feng. Yi De Chue, move aside. This stinking brat has the guts to come to Normal University and steal our goddess. Let me, this humble Zhao, give him a lesson first. Zhao Wu Li, you're the one who should move aside. I, Zhu Chang, haven't made my stand yet. Since when is it the turn of you two little tramps to come out? You guys are as weak as women. What if both of you are abused by that fellow instead? Then where shall we, the students of Normal University, put our face? Those boys jumped out one after another, all eager to give Qin Feng a punch or two. The reason was simple. They saw Qin Feng had soft skin and a smooth face, just like a pretty boy. They were certain that a guy like this didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and that every single one of them could take him down single-handedly. In a situation like this, the first person who stepped forward and put down Qin Feng would be like the person who tasted the crab first, firmly engraved in the hearts of lecturers and students in Normal University. Maybe his heroic act would be recorded in the annals of Normal University, and his fame would spread through the ages for eternity. Qin Feng sighed. He felt these people thought too much. Do you guys still want to fight? How about you all just come at me all together? I still need to hold Jing's hand and cross the bridge with her after getting rid of you guys. Qin Feng waved his hand impatiently. Humph, you filthy scumbag. Don't even try to swindle us with your dirty tricks. I, this humble ye, alone am enough to put you down. If we, the students of Normal University, do as you say, then we'll really fall into that crafty plot of yours. Even if we win at last, the reputation of our Normal University will be soiled. The Yi de Chue, who stood up first and yelled at Qin Feng, just now stepped forward. He lowered his head and slowly undid the buttons on his white shirt one by one. After that, he swung his arms and shook his shirt behind. The hem of his clothes fluttered as a light breeze wafted past. He then struck the pose of an unparalleled master, closed his eyes, and beckoned toward Qin Feng. "Come, you little brat. This humble Yi will close my eyes and—" Bang! Qin Feng couldn't maintain his composure anymore. How could he tolerate a person that was more pretentious than him, acting like a pretentious prick in front of him? So, without waiting for Yi de Chue to finish his sentence, Qin Feng shot off a kick and sent him flying directly. Wah! As soon as Yi de Chue flew up, the surroundings echoed with exclamations. These guys who came looking for trouble with Qin Feng were just ordinary university students. They hadn't stepped into society yet and still lived in their own fantasy world. Since when had they seen such a savage scene? How can this person fight without paying attention to others? He even sent a person flying with a kick. Weren't they all just bluffing? You'd see you were heavily outnumbered and beg for mercy. We'd just give you a few token punches or kicks, and then you would flee in panic. This would be the end of the whole story. This was the original idea of those university students that rushed violently to Lu Wenjing's side. However, the situation had taken a sharp turn, a turn so fast that nobody could regain their senses from amazement. That so-called Jiwu Li, you're the second person who wanted to challenge me, right? Come out now. The fearsome and fiendish expression on Zhao Wu Li's face was long gone. Now, he could only lower his head and cower in the crowd. He didn't even have the guts to correct Qin Feng on his name. He'd seen Qin Feng's valiant skill. He would be a total fool to come out now and die. Let's give him some color together and get rid of this outsider. He dares to come to our normal university to steal our goddess and act arrogant and despotic. He's digging his own grave, yelled someone in the crowd. This yell was the last straw, and it immediately ignited the silent crowd. Yes, let's fight him together. We have hundreds of people. I don't believe we can even take down a single person. Originally, I didn't want to take advantage over you by using strength of numbers, but I heard this brat challenged us to go against him together. Since he asked, then I, as the student of Normal University, shall fulfill his wish. I've decided to fight you with everyone. Yes, you're right. Let's fight him together. Together. Many hands make light work. The revolution is close at hand. The mob that had spoken with righteousness and disdained, fighting Qin Feng, together changed its stance. And now, all the men waved their fists and lunged at Qin Feng. Fish won't live in clear water. A man whose shamelessness knows no bounds is invincible. Qin Feng had fully appreciated the true essence of these words since he was 10 years old. After all, he was the invincible entity. When faced with 100 screaming and bellowing hot-blooded youngsters running toward him, Qin Feng wasn't affected in the slightest. He pulled Lu Wenjing's jade hand and abruptly stepped onto Lover's Bridge. Lu Wenjing was stupefied. She acted like a soulless puppet as she pondered whether she should follow Qin Feng to the bridge. However, within a blink of an eye, both of them were already walking hand in hand along the bridge. Then, were she and Qin Feng now a couple? If I'm Qin Feng's girlfriend, why am I so excited at seeing hundreds of boys lunging at Qin Feng in great anger? Qin Feng must be in trouble now. Yes, he must be. Unknown to Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing was actually praying for his mishap. Qin Feng, on the other hand, thought this lass was scared by the mob surging from both sides. All he felt was her hold on his arm growing tighter and tighter. Jing Jing, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Nobody will be able to lay a finger on you. Qin Feng's determined voice sounded in Lu Wenjing's ears. Crackle! Lu Wenjing's lovely body suddenly trembled. Before she could regain her senses, A loud sound of flashing lightning and rumbling thunder echoed in the air. This sound wasn't the real sound of lightning and thunder. In fact, it was the crackle made by Qin Feng's spirit snake whip, which he lashed at the two groups of people closing in. The spirit snake whip in Qin Feng's hand was glowing with orange light. Qin Feng waved his large hand. The spirit snake whip then made a complete turn and pushed all the people within 5 meters of him into the lake. Everyone wowed. This little brat has a weapon on him. What the H*LL, it's a long whip. This person brought along a whip with him. How low! Qin Feng released his long whip, and ghostly cries and wolf-like howls resounded through the forest. The mobs heading to Lover's Bridge stopped completely. This was because they saw dozens of people pushed into lake by the long whip. Now, nobody dared to step forward to taste the power of Qin Feng's long whip. Even Lu Wenjing, who was in Qin Feng's arms, opened her mouth in a big "oh." Suddenly, a question popped up in her mind. If I'm Qin Feng's woman, will he smack me with this whip? So erotic, but it's so exciting at the same time. It's you guys who wanted to have a duel. All of you frightened after seeing me send a person flying with a kick. Now you guys changed tactics and tried to attack me as a crowd. Then, after you all witnessed the almighty strength of my long whip, you guys are scared again. Tell me, what can you all do? Such cowards. And you all still want to pursue Lu Wenjing? Please, just drop it. Qin Feng had originally wanted to admire the flowers and the scenery at Lover's Bridge with Lu Wenjing and, at the same time, discuss her becoming his sweetheart. It was such a great and fantastic afternoon, but it was spoiled by these stinking brats. Qin Feng wouldn't be able to cool his temper if he didn't scold these guys. Fuck! This little brat used a weapon. Let's find a weapon and fuck him up. Someone yelled from the crowd again. So, hundreds of brains started to think, and soon enough they came up with a new strategy. Rocks! Let's us smash this little brat with rocks. Fuck, he has gone too far. Oh yeah, I still have a slingshot in my pocket. I'll shoot this little brat to death. There was nothing more other than rocks in this bamboo forest. When Qin Feng heard someone suggest smashing him with rocks, he turned grim. By the time he regained his senses, a dozen rocks of varying sizes were raining down mercilessly on him. Looking at the hail of rocks, Lu Wenjing was so frightened that her delicate face became pale white. Did these stinking men think of me before they threw the rocks? Are they really my suitors? Crackle! Flashing lightning and rumbling thunder resounded once again. The spirit snake whip in Qin Feng's hand dancing elegantly and wildly in the air. This whip was an orange, mid-grade spiritual equipment. Usually he would use this whip to defend himself against those experienced martial artists. It was a bit of an overkill to use the long whip to give a little color to these ordinary university students. Chapter 276. Chapter 276, Mawless Azure Wing Blades. Orange lights and shadows filled the sky, and gusts of wind whistled everywhere. The rocks that crashed down like rain were all lashed away by Qin Feng's whip. They regained speed and became faster, stronger, shooting out in all directions, as beautiful as flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. Sha sha sha! A large barrage of rocks bombarded the bamboo forest nearby like hail, hitting the bamboo with sha-sha sounds. Swish, swish, swish. This flurry of rocks flew into the taller trees, causing sheets of shattered leaves and flowers to fall and scatter in the wind. Ayo, ayo, ayo. This burst of rocks showered the mobs on both sides of Lover's Bridge, and ghostly cries and wolf-like howls resounded through the forest. Crushed flowers and falling leaves. A sky full of whip shadows, flashing lightning and booming thunder, ghostly cries and wolf-like howling. This was a completely unimaginable scene. Even if you saw it personally, you wouldn't even believe it. Surges of pitiful cries arose, and wave upon wave of people fell into the lake. Even the frolicking little fish jumped out of the water in fright and expressed their objection. The downpour of rocks slowly ceased, because fewer people had the energy or the inclination to throw rocks. Half of the men had fallen into the water, and the remaining were wide-eyed and gaping. How would they have the time to throw rocks? When the wind blew through and shook the bamboo forest, the rustling was incessant. At the very back of the crowd stood a man in a white robe holding a wooden fan, followed by an elderly man draped in gray cloth. The young man was imposing and stood tall and straight. The elder with the cloth draped on him stood with his hands clasped and eyes burning like torches. "Uncle Chi, how are Chin Feng's skills?" The young man smiled slightly and opened his fan. He looked to be waving it casually, but he blocked all the broken rocks that flew toward him. Among his peers he has superb power, but in the martial community he's not worth mentioning. The elder's deep black eyes were swift, fierce, and pinned to Chin Feng, who was brandishing his long whip not far away. He didn't have a folding fan in his clasped hands, but when the broken rocks were about to get close to him, he automatically used some strength and swept them away. The elder was surrounded by broken rocks that formed a circle around his feet. But the long whip in his hand isn't bad. It's an orange-grade spiritual equipment. It's extremely rare in Acropolis. Uncle Chi eyed the spirit snake whip in Chin Feng's hand with a hint of longing. Haha, in the eyes of our Sima family, an orange-grade spiritual equipment isn't worth much. My blue-grade mollusk azure wing blades could slice his long whip in two. The young man replaced the fan in the waist of his white robe. He moved his palms slightly and daggers appeared in them. The daggers both had a handle, but no blade. When the man's palms exerted some strength and passed some inner chi into the blade handles, the two blade handles suddenly changed drastically, flashing with light blue light. And the places that didn't even have a blade flashed with light blue chi flow. The flow was like both light and fog. It could be seen but could not be touched. Whoosh! The young man waved casually, and the mollusk azure wing blades accurately slashed at a large rock that was flying toward him. Other than the sound of the blades cutting through the air, there was no sound. The rock instantly split in half like soft tofu. The part where it was split was as smooth as jade. There were no bumps on it, and it was gleaming and clear. One could even see their reflection in it. Mollusk azure wing blades. Blue top-grade spiritual equipment. The blades are crafted from the wing of the legendary blue-winged bird. Under normal circumstances, the dual blades have no light. A light blue light and chi appear only after an inner chi cultivator instills inner chi into them. The dual blades in hand are famous for being able to slice through anything. This Sima family heirloom really lives up to its name. Uncle Chi's gaze fell on the young man's dual blades, and his eyes brightened even more. You must know that our Sima family crafts weapons. What we don't lack is spiritual weapons. The young man puffed up his chest, immensely pleased with himself. He was the eldest grandson in the direct line of descent of the Sima family in Acropolis, and one of the 4 princes of Acropolis, Sima Tuesday. Oh, Chin Feng, Chin Feng. You hid your strength. You've hid behind your hedonistic young master image with us 4 princes for so long, tricked Hao Yun into waging war with you, and caused the elimination of the Hao family. You single-handedly destroyed Jincheng City's #1 criminal family, Yuan Xiang's family, and smashed and scattered Sky City's Hua Ming's family. You really know how to pretend. The corner of Sima Tu's lips quirked upward. He weighed Chin Feng brandish his long whip on Lover's Bridge. From this moment on, he finally truly considered Chin Feng his opponent. Prince Sima, want me to trash that brat? As the Sima family's top bodyguard, Uncle Chi observed Sima Tu's expressions and didn't move unless commanded. He could see the cold, murderous look Sima Tu gave Chin Feng, so he proactively volunteered. Sima Tu waved his hand and smiled faintly. No rush, no rush. The Qin family isn't trash. 20 years ago, their first bodyguard was the #1 northern boxer Yuan Fu. You can easily kill Qin Feng right now. But what about after you kill him? Wouldn't this send our Sima family into a crisis? The Sima family always disregarded the Qin family, but we also wouldn't do anything strenuous that's unrewarding. I've just come out of seclusion, and I'm not stable in this new environment, so I'm not in a hurry to do anything. While secluding myself for 2 months, I haven't touched any women. I've come out this time to admire the flowers and the scenery. Young Master Qin really has superb taste. That girl beside him actually isn't bad. When I have the time, I'll play around with her and have a taste. When Sima too said this, Uncle Qi didn't act blindly without thinking. He was really clear on Yuan Fu's name, and he was a bit worried about this person. At this time, Qin Feng had already put away his spirit snake whip because no one dared throw more rocks at him. Sima Tu's gaze strayed from Qin Feng to Lu Wenjing in Qin Feng's embrace, and the smile on Sima Tu's face widened. You all aren't going to keep fighting with me? Then I'm going to hold on to your goddess's hand and cross the bridge. Having put away the long whip, Qin Feng held Lu Wenjing's jade hand and continued walking forward. Beneath Lover's Bridge was a calm and gentle lake. The lake wasn't wide, just around 10 meters. Once standing on the other end of Lover's Bridge, Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing lightly and looked at the path they had taken. Because the bridge was wet from the lake water, there were footprints. It wasn't easy walking this small little path, said Qin Feng with a smile and a sigh. In order to cross Lover's Bridge while holding Lu Wenjing's hand, he'd faced over 100 men at Normal University, both individually and in groups. In the end, they'd even thrown rocks at him. It really hadn't been easy. Ah, Qin Feng, why you really held my hand and we walked across Lover's Bridge together? At this time, Lu Wenjing finally came to her senses and struggled out of Qin Feng's arms. She hadn't prepared herself for crossing the bridge. Lover's Bridge had a profound meaning in Normal University. On this day, with hundreds of students as their witnesses, the two of them walked over Lover's Bridge and indicated that they wanted to be lovers. This gave Lu Wenjing a strange feeling. She felt as though she held Qin Feng's hand and walked down a red-carpeted aisle for a wedding ceremony. Jing Jing, from now on you're my Qin Feng's lover. Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile and pulled her gently into his embrace. Lovers. Lu Wenjing stared at Qin Feng. How could we possibly be considered lovers? Lover's Bridge, Lover's Bridge. Doesn't it mean only lovers would hold hands and walk across it? You've just walked across Lover's Bridge with me, so you're my lover. In the future, you have to come whenever I call, and do the basics that lovers must do. Small leather whips, shaking cars, boats, and horses, battling in the wild. You have to do your best to cooperate with me, said Qin Feng earnestly while looking at Lu Wenjing. If she hadn't wanted to maintain her wise and virtuous goddess image in front of the multitude of men, she would have slapped Qin Feng across the face. In your dreams. Lu Wenjing glared at Qin Feng and walked away with a huff. She had just been concerned and a little shy over their ambiguous relationship after crossing Lover's Bridge with Qin Feng, but now the complicated feelings were completely gone. All that was left was fury. After leaving Lover's Bridge, Lu Wenjing prepared to change in the dorms. She realized that her plan to take revenge on Qin Feng with her suitors failed. Qin Feng's skills were too abnormal, and who knew where he hid that huge long whip that he pulled out earlier? Lu Wenjing couldn't find it, even after they had gotten all the way to the entrance of the dorms. Qin Feng, what do you mean by following me to the female dorms to change? Lu Wenjing walked up to the dorm building and found that Qin Feng was still following her, so she glared at him unhappily. Qin Feng really wanted to follow her up to see what a female dorm was like usually, but was shooed away by the fierce lady who managed the dorms. When Lu Wenjing saw that Qin Feng didn't follow her upstairs, Lu Wenjing's eyes became crescent moons. This was the first time she had any positive feelings toward the demanding lady door manager. Lu Wenjing quickly climbed the stairs to the third floor and changed into a clean and loose white sweatshirt. She looked very active. However, after changing, Lu Wenjing didn't go downstairs to find Qin Feng. She'd come to the dorm to change to get rid of Qin Feng. She decided to just stay hidden in her dorm room. After all, that Qin Feng couldn't possibly fly up into her dorm room. Without Qin Feng's nagging, Lu Wenjing made a cup of coffee, sat at the desk by the window, and drank coffee while reading. She was extremely pleased with herself. What made her happiest was that, from her position by the window, she could see downstairs. She could see Qin Feng standing there stupidly in the blazing sun, waiting for her like a fool. Lu Wenjing had the urge to guffaw thrice. However, her contentment and mirth only lasted less than 10 minutes, when Qin Feng's voice drifted up from below. "Jing Jing, I know you're angry, and I know you're in the dorms. I hope you'll give me a chance. Eat a candlelit dinner and watch a movie with me, okay? If you don't come down, I'll wait the entire night for you. If you don't come out tomorrow, either, then I'll wait until the end of time." Qin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it drifted clearly into every room of the entire women's dorm building because he used his inner qi. When one successfully uses inner qi, the qi can swallow mountains and rivers. Qin Feng merely possessed stage 2 inner qi. If he trained more, his voice could carry for thousands of miles, and he wouldn't even need a cell phone. Humph. Another idiot confessing to Lu Wenjing. That girl is just a little better looking and a little more slender. How is that worth all the men in normal university revering her as a goddess? They're really fucking blind. Why does no one admire a woman as beautiful as me? A woman's jealousy is extremely powerful, and so is their curiosity. Qin Feng's shout quickly attracted a large group of women who leaned on their windowsills to look at Qin Feng standing downstairs. They discussed him unceasingly. Most of them were complaining about Lu Wenjing and expressing their disdain of Qin Feng. Because Lu Wenjing was extremely well known in the school, people stood at the foot of the building practically every day to confess to her like Qin Feng did. "That's not right. This man looks really familiar," a woman in the dorm yelled, startled. The women that had just left ran back to look closely at Qin Feng. "I know. Isn't that the hot guy who brandished a whip and beat up those vulgar men by Lover's Bridge? He was so hot when he waved his whip." Not only were his movements handsome, the long whip in his hand was really cool. "You're in heat, girl. Were you looking at the long whip in his hand or the whip in his pants?" Chapter 277. Chapter 277. Qin Feng is popular. Don't ever underestimate the evil within a woman's heart. Even a man would tremble in fear should she become evil. When Qin Feng saw the windows were crowded with more and more girls, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He knew Lu Wenjing was deliberately hiding inside the dorm and refusing to come out. Now he was trying to force this last to come down voluntarily. At this moment, Lu Wenjing was sitting by the window. With a pleased expression on her face, she took a sip from the cup of coffee in her hand and looked at Qin Feng standing below the window. Her water-clear eyes were filled with a smile. "Stinking brat, trying to force me down with such an old approach? Huh, you're such a hilarious nitwit. You know what? The everyday sight of men confessing to me at the foot of this building is as magnificent as students queuing up for food in the canteen. I've gotten used to it. You just keep screaming and shouting for all you're worth. I won't heed you." "Jing Jing, what's the name for the man standing downstairs? Is he the handsome guy who walked Lover's Bridge with you?" "Jing Jing, since you've walked Lover's Bridge with him, why would you ignore him then? I think this guy is fine. Handsome and tall, straight and impressive looking. Even his skin is softer and smoother than mine. He must come from a rich family. He's better and finer than the bunch of guys who came to confess to you before. Jing Jing, I'm so jealous of you." Jing Jing, give him to me. If you don't like him, then I'm mad about him. I've seen the video in the forum of him beating the vulgar men at Lover's Bridge. It's so awesome. One must feel secure having him as a boyfriend. The 3 roommates of Lu Wenjing were standing by the window. They took a look at the handsome and upright Qin Feng standing downstairs. Instantly, the 3 of them were smitten by Qin Feng's handsomeness, and they almost drooled on his head. It's fine. I can't thank you enough if you 3 can take him away. I promise I won't be angry, Lu Wenjing said, a smile playing on her lips. Earlier on, Lu Wenjing had been very angry when any boys dared to confess to her at the foot of the building. Sometimes she even had the urge to pour water on them, to turn them into drowned rats and shoo them away. However, this time it was Qin Feng confessing to her, and Lu Wenjing had other feelings in her heart. She felt some pleasure after succeeding in her revenge, a little bit of enjoyment, and a small amount of warmth and excitement. She couldn't help a faint youthful smile. It was just like her first awakening of love. Jesus Christ, I'm just late for a minute, and those stinking bees got the jump on me. Fuck, I'll fight out with you all. Xiao Yu, wait for me. I don't want to change my shoes anymore. I'll just wear slippers. And me, I think I'll just wear my pajamas. Lu Wenjing was still deeply immersed in the soft-as-water happiness Qin Feng provided. By the time she raised her head, she realized the trio had already rushed downstairs to look for Qin Feng. When she took a look downstairs again, she was so stunned by the scene that she even spilled her coffee. Oh my goodness, are these women mad? Originally, there was only Qin Feng standing alone under the blazing sun in the open space, confessing to Lu Wenjing again and again like a dummy. But now the space was packed with a dense crowd, and all of them were girls. Some of these girls were gorgeously dressed. Some didn't even take time to change their shoes. There were also some big-busted girls who ran downstairs in just their pajamas. The scene was as hot as a blind date convention. Handsome boy, what's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? How do I look to you? Handsome boy, the sun is high. Let me hold an umbrella for you. See? You're sweating. Let me wipe it for you. Actually, that Lu Wenjing is not that good, although she is beautiful and has a well-formed body. But I tell you, in our university, there are many girls selling their own bodies to others. Some of them even become kept women for some middle-aged uncles. I suspect that Lu Wenjing is one of them. Now, you look at my body. I have a nice, flaming body as well. Is there any part of me that doesn't meet your expectations? You have so many more options. I don't understand why you want to put all your eggs in one basket. There were people helping him hold an umbrella, giving him water, massaging his shoulders and back, helping him wipe his sweat, and fanning him. Qin Feng was flabbergasted by these passionate girls who came out from nowhere. Suddenly, a conclusion came into his mind. The students of Normal University were polarized into 2 groups: unfriendly male students and extremely passionate female students. If Qin Feng had known early on that the atmosphere of Normal University was like this, he was certain that he wouldn't have enrolled in Acropolis University back then. Every woman was boy crazy, even the most beautiful or powerful and arrogant woman. It was just a matter of whether or not there was a man that had the ability to reveal their true behavior. These girls that surrounded Qin Feng were a group of immature young girls with no social experience, so they were more likely to be boy crazy. When these women saw Qin Feng's photo on their college chat forum and saw him brandish his long whip in a grand and majestic way, just like a peerless master in a fairy realm of flowery forest, these women had already become his fangirl. Qin Feng was handsome, tall, well-built, highly skilled with strong martial arts, and looked like a young master born to a wealthy family. A perfect man like him was not a prince in a fairy tale, nor the Spider-Man or Batman in sci-fi or fantasy blockbuster movies. He wasn't even a character from the domestic cartoons Calabash Brothers or Black Cat Sergeant. He was a real figure, a real man living in the real world who was standing under the women's dorm like a jade tree in the wind. It was such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and anyone who wouldn't come to compete for him would be a total idiot. Ahem, ahem. Beauties, I appreciate your kindness, but today I only came for Lu Wenjing alone. Please go back. Qin Feng felt if he didn't chase these people away, then the skin all over his body would be shredded by these lustful women. He hastily continued to yell upstairs. Jing Jing, I know you're angry and I know you're in the dorms. I hope you'll give me a chance. Eat a candlelit dinner and watch a movie with me, okay? If you don't come down, I'll wait the entire night for you. If you don't come out tomorrow, either, then I'll wait until the end of time. Qin Feng didn't change his words. It was the same words he'd yelled for more than 10 minutes. Because of his persistence and consistency, these words became a classic line in Normal University's college forum. In the next 10 years, countless male students in Normal University would win the heart of the object of their affection using these words. If you don't come down, I'll wait the entire night for you. If you don't come out tomorrow, either, then I'll wait until the end of time. These were such romantic words that those women's hearts melted when they heard them. Even Lu Wenjing, who was hiding upstairs, experienced huge, perilous waves in her heart at these words. Suddenly she was scared. She was afraid that Qin Feng would be snayed by the dozens of women standing downstairs. Her mind became a mush as she didn't know what she was thinking. Qin Feng betrayed her. How could she be hurt once again by this scoundrel's flowery speech? Stinking brat, why were you yelling below the women's dorm at noon? Are you asking for a beating? A loud clamor drifted from afar. 3 beefy men approached with displeased expressions. Seeing the leader of the trio, those beauties who were quarreling and making a racket suddenly fell silent. All of them had different expressions, but all their faces showed a hint of nervousness and fear. The trio consisted of Normal University basketball students. Unlike other nerds of the same year, all 3 of them had tall, stocky builds. They were now wearing singlets and black shorts, exposing the lines of their perfect muscles to everybody in sight. A lot of girls were covering their small mouths with their hands after seeing this hot scene. The leader of the trio was Gao Hu. The other 2 was his underlings Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan. They were nicknamed Normal University's B Trio. 3 of them were more lustful than others. Countless new students and junior female schoolmates had fallen into their evil clues. Due to their beefy physiques and fighting prowess, nobody dared to get rid of them even if they tyrannized and oppressed people in the university. Students were afraid to stand up to them, while the university chancellors were unwilling to get rid of them. This was because the head of the trio, Gao Hu, had some background in Acropolis City. The Gao family was considered a small family clan in Acropolis City and had many connections with the university. As long as they didn't kill or burns, nobody dared to contain them. Fuck, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or are you dumb? Gao Hu crossed his arms and stood aside with a cold expression. However, both of his underlings went into the crowd and started yelling at Qin Feng. Do you know me? Answered Qin Feng while smiling at the duo. He was completely unaffected by their yelling. How could I know a trash like you? Who do you think you are? Lu Feng shouted arrogantly. Then why should I talk to you? If you see a dog barking at you on the street or in the campus, will you stop and talk with it? Qin Feng answered him smugly. Of course I won't. How can I talk with a... Lu Feng stopped abruptly after he realized what was Qin Feng implying. His face sank and he bellowed at Qin Feng. Fuck you! How dare you call me a dog? No, I didn't. It is you who considers yourself a dog. With a puzzled look, Qin Feng looked at Lu Feng and asked, The guy who's standing there is your big brother, right? Then, doesn't that make both of you his dogs? Even if I say you're a dog, I don't mean to scold you. In fact, both of you should feel happy because both of you have done a great job in being dogs that one can see it with just a simple glance. Qin Feng scolded them without using a single vulgar word, but Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan were so mad that they wanted to vomit blood. The beauties surrounding them couldn't restrain themselves and burst into laughter. However, They feared this B group in their heart, so they could only muffle their laughter and laugh in secret. Seeing their expressions didn't cool Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan down, but instead made them even angrier. Fuck! What an arrogant little scoundrel. Let me beat you into a pig head, and we'll see if you can be so arrogant again. The duo had never been scolded by anyone like this before in normal university. Now they gave out loud battle cries and thrust their fists at Qin Feng. With a faint smile in his eyes, Qin Feng waved his two hands and precisely grabbed both of their fists. Then he gave a slight twist. Subtle bone-cracking sounds could be heard, followed by their miserable shrieks of ghostly cries and wolf-like howls. "Stop it right there!" ordered Gao Hu, who was standing on one side the whole time. With an icy cold countenance, he strode toward Qin Feng. "You little brat, if you still want to leave normal university unharmed, then loosen your hands right now." As a descendant of a small family, the air around Gao Hu was different from that of an ordinary person. He stood in front of Qin Feng with his hands clasped behind his back, his sight swift and sharp, his air rampant and arrogant. He looked at Qin Feng as if Qin Feng were a mere ant and every word of his was imperial edict. Once he opened his mouth, nobody would dare ignore him and could only follow his order. "What if I refuse? Beat me if you can." If the air of Gao Hu was rampant and arrogant, then the air of Qin Feng now was arrogant and despotic. He, as the #1 young master in Acropolis City, wasn't really afraid of anyone's threats. And those who threatened Qin Feng before had vanished, along with their families, and couldn't be found in Acropolis City. Chapter 278. Chapter 278. How do you want to play? Stinking brat. I just saw the video of you fighting on Lover's Bridge, and I know you have a bit of skill. But there are many extraordinary people in this world, so don't think there's no one that can suppress you. Gao, who wasn't so dumb as to go and teach Qin Feng a lesson because he knew he couldn't beat Qin Feng. He took the initiative to look for trouble with Qin Feng because of Lu Wenjing. However, he wasn't looking to fight Qin Feng one-on-one. He wanted to use his strengths to defeat Qin Feng. He wanted to compete with Qin Feng in basketball. "Brat, first let go of my 2 men. I'm not looking to fight you. If you have the guts, compete with me in a round of basketball. If you lose, leave Lu Wenjing and don't ever get close to her again. If I see you harassing her again, though you have really good skills, I'll still find people to break your damn legs." A handsome person brimming with talent has to be prepared to constantly get challenged by people all through life. Qin Feng thought of himself as this kind of person, so in the face of Gao Hu's challenge, he gladly accepted it. But even if he didn't accept it, Lu Wenjing took the initiative to accept it for him. "Gao Hu, I accept your basketball challenge on Qin Feng's behalf." When Lu Wenjing saw Gao Hu and his 2 men from her dorm room upstairs, she felt unsettled. When she saw Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan make a move on Qin Feng, she immediately raced downstairs. However, when she arrived downstairs, she saw that Qin Feng was completely fine. He stood among 100 flowers with a blissful expression and allowed the women do what they wanted with him. Then Lu Wenjing's worry dissipated completely and was replaced with anger at Qin Feng. She knew Gao Hu and his lackeys weren't good at much, but they were all really good at basketball. When Lu Wenjing saw that so many girls in her school liked him, she intended to embarrass Qin Feng once, so those girls would stop chasing him. However, Lu Wenjing didn't know why she had these thoughts and emotions. "Very well. Then come with us to the basketball court right now and see how we clean you up, brat." Lu Wenjing accepted the challenge for Qin Feng, so Gao, who was both angry and excited, he waved his large hand and left with his 2 lackeys. After the 3 left, Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing and complained, "Jing Jing, why did you accept the basketball challenge without my consent?" Why couldn't I accept it? Unless you're afraid of losing?" When Lu Wenjing saw Qin Feng's nervous expression, she knew he had to be afraid of losing to Gao Hu and his 2 men. Lu Wenjing did a little happy dance inside. Darn! So many beauties at Normal University were beginning to like me, making my head hurt. And now you've given me an opportunity to show off my skills and outstanding abilities. I didn't even have a chance to be low-key. It's so difficult being a handsome and talented man like me. You're so shameless. The whole way, Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing, smiling. Lu Wenjing unexpectedly didn't resist. She even snuggled into Qin Feng's embrace and occasionally helped him wipe his sweat to show off the sweet and loving affection between them to the close to 100 girls behind him. Very quickly, the procession arrived majestically at the basketball court. When Gao Hu and his 2 lackeys saw Lu Wenjing and the close to 100 women following them, they are so shocked they almost fainted. Were they preparing for a basketball game or a beauty pageant? We're having a basketball game, right? Hurry and tell me how we're competing. Don't waste my time. After we're done, I have to bring my Jing Jing to see the flowers and the moon. Hugging Lu Wenjing, Qin Feng arrived beside Gao Hu. Gao, who saw how close the couple looked, and angrily gritted his teeth. Qin Feng, let's play a half-court 3-on-3, and whoever gets 50 points first will win. Whoever loses will have to stay away from Lu Wenjing. No problem, Qin Feng readily agreed. However, once he finished speaking, his expression shifted slightly. He suddenly thought of an extremely severe problem. All the people that came with him were women, and of all the men at Normal University, he had just beaten up half of them at Lover's Bridge. As for the other half, who knew where they were hiding and cursing at him, Qin Feng suddenly found that he had no one to bring to this 3-on-3 game. Qin Feng, our 3 are already here. Who are you bringing out on your side? I'll give you a minute. If you can't find someone, then compete by yourself. Before the game, Gao Hu realized Qin Feng's predicament. He saw Qin Feng's down expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Feng, I'm willing to compete and lend a helping hand. Feng, though I don't know how to play basketball, I'm strong. When we play, I'll help one person. If he dares to steal the ball from you, then I'll pummel him to death. Feng, I wore a slip nightgown here. I can mesmerize them with my beauty. Let me compete. Qin Feng discovered the passion of Normal University women. Now that he saw their brimming enthusiasm, he was about to cry. None of them could play basketball. There's no need for that. I don't need outside help to deal with you 3. I've decided to compete alone, said Qin Feng through gritted teeth after he made his final decision. Because his back was toward the women, no one could see his raised head, his bitter smile, and him trying his best to hold in his tears. How arrogant. Then let's cut the crap and start the game. Gao Hu and his 2 men saw how Qin Feng was at a loss. When they saw him acting impressive, like he was really great, they all laughed uncontrollably. The 4 people now stood at the half-court line. Qin Feng stood alone on one side, and Gao Hu and his 2 men stood robust, tall, and sturdy on the other side. From the scene alone, there was a desolate feeling. Stinking brat, since you're competing on your own, your elder won't bully you. You can start with the ball first. Let's begin. Gao Hu tossed the basketball at Qin Feng. Qin Feng held the basketball, looked at it again, and looked at it again. Are you playing or not, brat? If you're afraid, it's not too late to admit defeat. Gao Hu lost his patience and wondered. Don't tell me it's the first time this guy has seen a basketball. Roar! Qin Feng suddenly roared and rushed forward with the basketball in hand. He currently had Stage 3 external and Stage 2 internal abilities. If he went a little faster, he could attain 3 times a person's speed. If he stepped lighter on the ground, he'd disappear naturally. When Gao Hu and his 2 men regained their senses, Qin Feng had already arrived beneath the basketball hoop, leapt nimbly, grabbed the hoop, and performed a domineering slam dunk. Thump! The basketball fell to the ground with a dull thud. This sound was like thunder as it struck the hearts of Gao Hu and his men. At the same time, it fell into the hearts of the nearly 100 women weighing. It was tyrannical, bold and powerful, fast and nimble, natural and smooth. Qin Feng amazed the world with his brilliant feat. Earlier, everyone looked worried that he would lose the competition, but that worry was nowhere to be seen now. Not only does Qin Feng fight beautifully, who knew he was also so handsome playing basketball. He's so handsome that my heart is thumping uncontrollably like it's about to give out. Some of the surrounding army of women regained their senses, and a wave of wild screaming and professions of love were heard. In turn, Gao Hu and his men came to. But after they saw Qin Feng's speed and agility and startling leap, they didn't look afraid as one might expect. Each of them suddenly clasped their stomachs and guffawed. That's right, they were laughing at Qin Feng. They convulsed with laughter and couldn't stop, because the three of them noticed that Qin Feng didn't know how to play basketball. This brat grabbed the ball and ran a dozen steps up to the basketball hoop before doing a slam dunk. According to the 3 steps to a shot rule, Qin Feng had violated the rule of traveling. Gao Hu laughed until he was out of breath and shouted at Qin Feng, "Ha ha! Do you know how to play basketball, brat? You think your performance was really cool, don't you? You violated the rules. Hurry and bring the basketball over and stop squatting there and showing off." After Qin Feng finished his slam dunk, he maintained a cool, half-squat pose and basked in the screams and cheers of the army of women. Now that he heard Gao Hu's sudden words, he suddenly didn't feel so good. "I broke the rules." Qin Feng stood and asked the crowd of nearly 100 girls. Among these love-struck women, quite a few of them came to basketball games to see the hot guys. Thus, they had a fairly good idea of the basic rules, and quite a few of them knew about the rule regarding traveling. Qin Feng saw around a dozen women look at him with flirtatious glances while nodding. Though he felt a bit helpless, Qin Feng could only toss the ball to Gao Hu. Qin Feng's first, handsome offense ended as a rule violation. Now that the basketball was in Gao Hu's hand, the lowly 3-man group began their first offensive moves. Gao Hu arrived at the 3-point line with the ball. He was tall, strong, and nimble, a born basketball player. Also, he was a first-string player of the basketball team and participated in basketball practice every day. His dribbling and shooting abilities were at a level that amateurs couldn't compare to. Your elder never bullies the few with many. Right now, my younger brothers don't need to help. Your elder challenges you to a one-on-one. See if you can steal the ball from me. Gao Hu bent over and dribbled the ball. Qin Feng stood facing him less than a meter away, but Gao Hu wasn't nervous or afraid at all. The ball seemed to come to life in his hands. No matter how he dribbled between his legs or behind him and what cool moves he did, he continued to stably bounce the basketball. He didn't need help from his 2 lackeys because Qin Feng didn't even know how to play basketball. He was intentionally provoking Qin Feng. He was forcing Qin Feng to steal the basketball from him because he knew that if Qin Feng came up to him, he had over 100 ways to mess with Qin Feng by dribbling. Then, after successfully doing so, he'd take a large step and score beautifully. Gao, who wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Qin Feng in front of Lu Wenjing and all the female students. The impatient expression on his face said everything. "Stinking brat, you still aren't coming to take my basketball? Don't tell me you're afraid of me, and you don't even have the courage to steal the ball? Haha, you really are a weakling, you're just a—" Bang! Qin Feng suddenly extended a fist and punched Gao Hu's nose. Gao Hu yelped in pain, and fresh blood immediately sprayed from his nose. After the fist landed, Qin Feng grabbed the dropped basketball. After obtaining the ball, he mumbled to himself, "This guy is really annoying. It really wasn't easy stealing the ball from you. But now, this young master got the ball. What can you do about it?" Bang! The punch was too quick. The other people only reacted a good couple of seconds after Gao, who fell to the ground, covered his nose, and cried in pain. Gao, whose two lackeys were so frightened that they were as white as sheets. They immediately ran up to Qin Feng and glared fiendishly at him while yelling, "What are you doing, brat? Why did you punch him?" "Punch him? I was stealing the ball." "Can you not punch people when stealing the ball? Then how else would you steal it?" Qin Feng looked innocently at the two, and they almost fainted in anger. After trying to calm themselves for who knew how long, Lu Feng came to his senses first and suddenly shouted, "Why, you broke the rules, brat!" "I broke the rules again? Basketball is really lame. You can't travel when shooting, you can't hit people when stealing the ball, then how do you play?" Qin Feng complained. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. You're the cutest under heaven. Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan champed with rage. Even Gao Hu, who was rolling on the floor, forgot the pain after he heard Qin Feng's words. He quickly sprang up to continue the game. The first offense from both sides concluded with Qin Feng's foul. Now Gao Hu was the starter. "Fuck! This scoundrel dares to play dirty. We can't fight him head-on. Let's use tactic number 2. Dribbling the basketball. Gao Hu gestured at his two underlings. 3 of them were part of the university basketball team. Only they would understand the meaning of these signals. After Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan saw Gao Hu's gestures, both of them nodded their heads. This time, Gao Hu didn't try to get past Qin Feng to show off his skill. Qin Feng punched him earlier, and Gao Hu was afraid Qin Feng might punch him again. Every time he saw Qin Feng wave his fist at him, Gao Hu would pass the ball to one of his two underlings. 3 of them maintained a triangle formation, swiftly passing the ball to a teammate if Qin Feng tried to SNA the ball. After a few rounds, Qin Feng stopped moving around. He stood under the basketball hoop and looked at the trio indifferently. He realized they were playing him for a fool, like a monkey, and he was very mad about it. Seeing that Qin Feng stopped moving, triumphant smiles rose on the trio's faces. The basketball was in Gao Hu's hand. He was standing near the 2 subline, and he attempted to go for a shot. His shooting average at this distance was extremely high. He almost never failed. Shroom! Gao Hu jumped abruptly. He deliberately stopped in midair for a second and performed a cool fadeaway shot. Looking at the arc the basketball was flying, the corner of Gao Hu's mouth quirked even higher. He was certain that he would score the goal. Slap! The idea just popped out for a second, and a muffled sound echoed in the air. Qin Feng, who was standing under the basketball hoop, suddenly jumped into the air. It looked like a simple jump, but his head reached above the hoop. He then extended his arm and gave a pat at the basketball. The ball thrown by Gao Hu was sent flying directly. Shroom! As soon as he landed, Qin Feng darted out like an arrow released from a bowstring, carrying a light breeze with him. Very soon, he caught up to the high-speed basketball. Both the 100-strong army of women and Lu Wenjing were flabbergasted. The B trio was so stunned that their jaws dropped to the floor. Starting from jumping and intercepting the basketball to sprinting and stealing the basketball, Qin Feng completed all of these within just the time it took to breathe. Amazed by his incredible jumping ability and his lightning bolt speed, everyone in the basketball court couldn't do anything but only stare at him with their mouths open wide. At mid-court, Qin Feng was standing straight like a pine. He seriously looked at the basketball on his hand. He kept looking at it over and over again. It was exactly the same as when he first started the game. Everyone's gazes were focused on Qin Feng. All of them couldn't fathom the man's thoughts or what was he scheming right now. It seemed like time had frozen, and only the sound of beating hearts from the crowd could be heard. All of them knew, before a supreme master made their move, they stood straight like a pine and remained silent like a bell. Some of them even would made some odd motions. This was what Qin Feng looked like right now. This could only mean one thing: he was preparing for a huge move. Earlier on, this army of women and the B trio had weighed the video of Qin Feng beating male students of Normal University at the Lover's Bridge. They were well aware that this youngster had some formidable skill. If he ever became serious, even if the huge move he released couldn't shatter the ground, at least he could break the backboard into pieces. It would be an earth-shattering and majestic sight. The 100-strong army of women had already pulled out their cell phones, preparing to record this peak moment. Ahem, ahem. In this hair-triggering, dignified, and solemn moment, Qin Feng suddenly cleared his throat. He had to do it because he was going to speak. Can anyone tell me the rules of a basketball game, so that I don't violate the rules again? Qin Feng was vexed, very, very vexed. As the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis City, the sports he would play since he was young were either golfing at the big lawn or swimming at the big pool. Needless to say, rolling on a bed with a different woman every night was one of young Master Qin's favorite sports as well. Billiards, baseball, rugby, car racing, poker, mahjong. Qin Feng considered himself proficient in many sports since he was young. But when it came to a basketball game, he was totally clueless. This was because Qin Feng was spoiled and pampered since childhood. How could he possibly play a dangerous sport where he could easily get injured like basketball? He had always thought basketball was for losers. Yes, this was the first time Qin Feng touched a basketball and the first time he played a basketball game in a basketball court. Although he had an incredible jumping ability and lightning bolt speed, but he didn't even know the basic rules of basketball. He couldn't understand it. I can't travel when dribbling. I can't punch people when snaying the ball. Then how do you play basketball? Qin Feng couldn't figure it out by himself. So he looked at the 100-strong army of women to get some help from them. It was hard for the crowd to recover from Qin Feng's question. They felt Qin Feng was too cool. He dared to accept the challenge from the B trio when he didn't know how to play basketball. Where could you still find a person with such perseverance, who had the courage and spirit to break through the limits of oneself in current society? Feng, playing basketball is easy. You don't need to move when you get the ball. Just throwing the ball into the basket will do. A sweet and charming female voice resounded in the silent basketball court. Someone from the audience hastily answered Qin Feng's question. Shroom. As soon as the girl finished speaking, Qin Feng jumped abruptly. He held the basketball single-handedly and casually threw it. The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air and dropped into the basket without a high. Swoosh! It was a swish shot. It's just like this? Basketball is so easy. Qin Feng grumbled after he scored a goal. After a short silence, the basketball court exploded with screaming and cheering that could startle the universe and move the gods. It was said that a woman was comparable to 200 ducks. Now the 100-strong army of women were like a flock of 20,000 ducks. Now there were 20,000 ducks gathered around the basketball court, quacking and chirping nonstop. The sight was disastrous and frightening. Qin Feng was so alarmed that he had to cover his ears with his hands. Fuck, is this little brat playing with us? Lu Feng's jaw was still on the floor. No way, this little brat is a sharpshooter. Zhao Chuan's eyes were as big as saucers, wide enough that his eyeballs might drop down any time. Only Gao Hu had a cold expression on his face. After seeing Qin Feng score a half-court shot, he was so mad that he almost devoured his own teeth. What are you two yelling for? This little brat doesn't even know how to play basketball. This is his first time touching a basketball. Do you guys believe that he can really score a half-court shot? It's just an incredible stroke of luck. What's so surprising? This kind of incident often happens in NBA's last-minute kill. Now, pick up the pace. If we lose this, then we won't have the face to stay in normal university anymore. Yes, Big Brother is right. It's just pure luck for this little brat. I don't believe he'll be blessed by the goddess of fortune for the whole day. Next time, I won't give him a single chance to shoot the ball. Lu Feng and Zhao Chuan regained their fighting spirit after receiving a word or two from Gao Hu. It was Qin Feng's score just now, so now it was his turn to be the starter. B Trio, your grandpa me knows how to play basketball now. Starting from now, the three of you don't even have a single chance to touch the ball, said Qin Feng. Once he got the ball, the B Trio started to surround him. Qin Feng was totally unaffected and cast a gleeful smile at them. You're the B Trio. Don't fucking simply give me a nickname. Gao, who rolled his eyes in fury. Don't you think this nickname is cool? It took me a long time to come up with this nickname. Qin Feng seemingly ignored the angry expressions on the trio's faces and said unhurriedly, You guys ever watch the drama, Chinese Paladin 3, right? It's so majestic and has the air of a celestial being. All the characters cultivate the way of the sword. All of them are handsome, elegant, and full of confidence. I see the three of you cultivating the way of the B***, I as well. Although the way of cultivation is different, but at least they've the same homophone. So I think the name B Trio suits the airs and attitude of you three very well. Are you guys really sure you don't want to use this nickname? Are you through, you little brat? I've come here for a game, not to quarrel with you. Gao, who pressed on his chest. He felt like a mouthful of blood was trapped in it. That half-court shot of yours earlier was just a fluke. Starting from now, I won't give you a single chance to touch the ball. And you still want to score a goal? Haha, you're so Gila. Gao, who was so mad that he could laugh. It was just that before he could finish his mocking laughter, he felt a light breeze blow in front of him. Qin Feng mustered all his strength and leaped forward. He was like a soaring eagle, and within a blink of an eye, he was standing on Gao Hu's head. Qin Feng stood on Gao Hu's head using only one leg. His other leg dangled in the midair, and he maintained the free and easy pose like a golden chicken standing on one leg. He then lightly threw the basketball in his hand. Swoosh! The basketball passed through the net without touching the rim. Without a doubt, it was another swish shot. B Trio, the luck that you guys said is like this. Qin Feng dismounted after he'd scored the goal. He gave an innocent and pure smile at the trio. 3 people and 6 eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng, but none of them could utter any words. Ever since they'd joined the university basketball team, it was they who bullied others all the time on this basketball court. When had they ever been bullied? All 3 of them had hundreds of different curse words and styles to mock their opponent. Now that they had 3 people, they had 300 styles. However, after seeing Qin Feng score 2 half-court swish shots single-handedly, the B Trio thought it was superfluous to say anything more, because it would be like slapping their own faces. The ma wasn't over yet. It had just begun, starting from this moment. The 100-strong army of women at the sidelines was agitated. This was the first time they'd seen a confident, humorous man like Qin Feng. He was handsome, had good fighting skills, was a sharpshooter, and had a down-to-earth attitude. This type of man was a natural-born, magnificent lover. He was renowned as the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis City, and was a seducer sage, not only in name, but also in reality. Feng Feng, Feng Feng, little Feng Feng, I love you. Let's go for a movie and dinner date after you finish your game. After weighing a movie, I'll let you do whatever you want of me. Feng, I don't need you to take me to dinner or a movie. If you want it right now, I can do it at the basketball court. Lu Wenjing had regrets. She hated herself deeply. Why had she accepted the challenge raised by the B Trio against Qin Feng? Why was it that every time she wanted to get revenge on Qin Feng, it ended with him stealing the show? Lu Wenjing was very sad. This wasn't her original plan. She longed for Qin Feng's loss and his loss of his face in front of hundreds of women. Could it be that the words were true? If a woman didn't dress provocatively, she wasn't sexy. If a man wasn't lowly, he wasn't cute. If this was the standard to define the cuteness of a man, then even Lu Wenjing would acknowledge in her heart, Qin Feng was the cutest under the heavens. Chapter 280. Chapter 280. slicing open with one slash. Afterward, it was no longer an evenly made basketball game. It was solely Qin Feng's shooting performance. Once he knew that he would win the instant he got the ball and shot it, he knew that the results of the game was no longer cause for surprise. The power in his jumps was so startling that it made the B trio reverent. His shooting was 100% accurate, and it was a swish every time. He jumped and shot with one hand, stood in place and shot with one hand, and shot from half court with his back to the basket. When he was bored, he'd shoot by bouncing the ball on the floor, and when he was tired, he'd shoot while squatting. Tired from squatting. He'd shoot while sitting, and tired from sitting. He'd shoot while lying on the floor. However, no matter how he shot, he'd always score. In the beginning, the B trio did all they could to intercept the ball or disturb Qin Feng when shooting. In the end, they covered their eyes. They really didn't want to face such humiliation. Swish! This time, Qin Feng shot with his toes and made a swish. Oh, I made 48 points without knowing it. If I make another shot, our competition will be over, and you three will have lost. Qin Feng walked up to the B trio with a smile. The three of them lowered their heads and said nothing. If they said anything now, it would equate to getting another slap from Qin Feng. They were already afraid of Qin Feng and regretted challenging this abnormal monster in basketball. It's okay if you guys don't talk, but after losing, keep your promise and don't bother Lu whinging again. If I find out that you did, I'll break your arms and legs. Qin Feng held the basketball, and his smiling expression suddenly became glacial. The air around the B trio turned cold, and gusts of wintry air made them unable to breathe. Then I'm going to make this last shot. After talking trash, Qin Feng suddenly laughed. He didn't even look at the hoop and lightly lifted one hand. The basketball handsomely headed toward the basket. Whoosh! Everyone's gazes congregated on this one ball. It was a shot that could end the game and immediately end the B trio's legend of invincibility in basketball. Smack! A dull noise suddenly came from the basketball court. The ball Qin Feng had thrown was smacked away by someone. This was a tall and handsome man. He wore a white robe and held a wooden folding fan. No one knew where he came from, but he blocked Qin Feng's shot. Haha, who knew I'd be able to meet Prince Qin here? Say, isn't this destiny? Sima too casually walked toward Qin Feng as if he hadn't hit the basketball off course earlier. Amazement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter Sima Tu here. When the Hao family fell into trouble, this guy went off the radar. Now that he suddenly appeared and came at him personally, Qin Feng was a bit alarmed. So it's Prince Sima. It's destiny indeed. A vulgar smile arose on Qin Feng's face. This was the expression a hedonistic young master should have. Prince Sima, you jumped really high at first and startled me. I didn't even see where you came from, and you already landed on the ground. Qin Feng's smile intensified. In the past, before he had the hedonist sovereign system, he never fought Sima Tuesday. He hadn't known about cultivation and hidden experts outside of society in the world. Now that Qin Feng encountered these things, he began to dip his toes into this world. He found that Sima Tu was also a martial cultivator, and from his simple interception, it was clear that Sima Tu wasn't weak. Haha, I only displayed slight skill in the face of an expert. Compared to Prince Qin, I'm nothing. Sima Tu waved with a smile. You seem to be in the middle of a game? Nice. I usually like playing basketball as exercise. How about letting me join? Since Prince Qin is so amazing, you naturally don't need help. Then I'll join that three-man group. Why don't we use 1 point to decide on the victor? Once Sima Tu suddenly appeared, he looked to be picking a fight. Qin Feng hesitated a bit. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond, Sima Tu continued with a smile. There's no need to be worried, Prince Qin. I just haven't seen you in so long, so now that I've had the good fortune of meeting you again on a basketball court and seeing you play, I wanted to join in and play with you. Consider it a deepening of our many years of friendship. Haha, Just thinking about playing basketball with Prince Sima sounds fun. How could I not agree? Then let's begin. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the sidelines of the court. Uncle Qi stood very conspicuously in his gray wrap among the army of women. The instant Qin Feng saw Uncle Qi, he agreed to Sima Tu's addition to the competition. He knew that Sima Tu came prepared today, so if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to leave. Prince Qin is indeed refreshing. Then let's begin. Since we have more people, you start with the ball first. Sima Tu waved his large hand, sending his wooden fan flying. It landed accurately in Uncle Qi's hand. He tapped his foot lightly and immediately arrived beside the basketball that was countless meters away. Then he kicked the basketball, which flew toward Qin Feng like an apparition. Gasp! When the nearly 100 women saw this, they all gave startled gasps. Lu Wenjing squeezed her hands tightly together in worry for Qin Feng. She was a smart woman, and she could already tell that Qin Feng and that man in the white robe had some conflict between them. Prince Sima's soccer skills really are amazing. If China sent you to participate in the World Cup, our team would be qualified to compete. Fierceness flitted through Qin Feng's face and quickly disappeared. He quickly turned and dodged the flying basketball. Then he did a backflip and moved quicker than the flying basketball. He didn't allow the ball to continue on its path, but did a bicycle kick, sending the ball back. Swish! The basketball sliced through the air and flew toward Sima Tu's head. Sima Tu's lips quirked as he stood motionless in place and allowed the basketball to rush at him. Whoosh! Sima Tu squatted into a horse stance and fiercely shot both of his hands forward. The air around him seemed to disperse, producing a surging sound. The flying basketball suddenly stopped and spun in place half a meter from Sima Tuesday. An inner Qi expert. Qin Feng's eyes widened and his heart leapt. He hadn't thought Sima Tu would be an inner Qi expert. It wasn't hard to tell from the power that shot out of Sima Tu's body that he had just achieved stage for inner Qi. The Qi on his body was robust, but not sturdy enough. It was very similar to that of the provincial capital's Liang family's Liang Zhenwei. However, it wasn't as strong as Liang Zhenwei's Qi. Qin Feng recently killed Liang Zhenwei outside the Zhao family villa, and his abilities improved vastly since. Thus, after seeing Sima Tu's abilities, Qin Feng was no longer that nervous. Whether it be the B trio or the army of women, all of them looked on, stunned. The B trio was going to join forces with Sima Tu to deal with Qin Feng, but once they saw the scene before them, they felt extraneous on the court. Bang! A dull sound was heard. The energy on the basketball was completely eliminated by Sima Tuesday. It was completely under his control, and he smacked the ball back at Qin Feng. Sima Tu's hands didn't touch the basketball, but an invisible qi flow passed from his hand to the ball, and Sima Tu manipulated the qi flow to control the ball. A stage 4 inner qi expert was familiar with controlling qi, so the basketball took on a new life in Sima Tu's hands. It bounced nimbly at his feet. The rhythm and agility made even the B trio gasp continuously in shock. Prince Qin, I'm going to attack. You better be ready. Sima Tu got closer and closer to Qin Feng, and the mirth he hid in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Sima Tu suddenly jumped up and prepared to shoot. Qin Feng leapt up as well and jumped ahead higher than Sima Tu, blocking Sima Tu's line of sight. Sima Tu's hands moved, but not in a motion to shoot the ball. He slashed toward Qin Feng's chest with his previously empty hands that now held daggers that looked like both light and fog and gleamed with blue light. Slash! The daggers landed, but they didn't cut Qin Feng's chest. They fell on a pair of hard gloves exuding white, wintry air, and produced an ear-splitting scrape. Sima Tu's and Qin Feng's eyes twinkled radiantly. The two of them looked amazed. Clang! With one slash, The two men quickly separated and landed at the same time. Qin Feng glanced at the light blue daggers Sima Tu held, then lowered his head to look at the gloves on his hands. There was a long, thin gash on one of the gloves, which were incomparably hard and wrought from winter iron that was 1,000 years old. The winter iron gloves were split, a long gash appearing on the knuckles of the glove. If Qin Feng hadn't seen it personally, he wouldn't have believed it. Who knew how many experts he'd killed with the winter iron gloves? At the time, when facing bronze number 8 of the Golden Assassin crew and his 41 kilograms green dragon crescent moon blade, Qin Feng blocked it with a simple punch. Now, the gloves were easily cut open by the blue blade in Sima Tu's hand. What kind of weapon was it? Qin Feng quickly recounted the weapon grades: sovereign gold grade, purple grade, blue grade, orange grade, and white grade. Could it be that the daggers with blue light were blue grade equipment? Even Qin Feng didn't have one of those. Haha, Prince Qin, you are hiding quite a few treasures on your body. Sima Tu suddenly laughed, sounding a bit fake. He'd seen Qin Feng with an orange grade spirit whip on Lover's Bridge, and hadn't expected the guy to also have a pair of white grade gloves. If the gloves hadn't suddenly appeared, Sima Tu was certain he'd have sliced Qin Feng's chest. Though he didn't plan on actually killing Qin Feng with one slash, it wouldn't be bad to leave a gash. Who? Qin Feng and Sima Tu's first exchange ended with a spark. After the two landed on the ground and spoke with one another, everyone else regained their senses. They hadn't clearly seen what exactly happened, but they had heard the ear-splitting scrape on the iron gloves and seen Qin Feng and Sima Tu jump higher than the height of a person. These things alone made them scream with anger. Qin Feng was angry, extremely angry. His winter iron gloves were something he obtained from Williams after putting his life at stake on Coiled Snake Mountain. Now that the glove on his left hand was sliced open by Sima Tu, he felt that this person was too unkind. Weren't they friends who usually called one another brothers? And hadn't they always gone to high-end clubs to pick up girls and chat them up? Weren't they collectively known as Acropolis cities for princes? When they saw one another, shouldn't they make small talk, sit down to drink coffee, talk about the beauties they played with recently, and share the artistic videos they filmed of themselves? You sliced this young master's glove once you showed up. Don't you know that wearing these gloves while masturbating is very stimulating? Chapter 281. Chapter 281. How dare you steal this young master's woman? Shroom. Qin Feng suddenly moved. He released the weight of the flying dragon armor and instantly reached one. 7x the speed of an ordinary person. He sprinted as fast as a lightning bolt, casting an afterimage in everybody's sight. Even Sima Tu's eyes were filled with amazement. Sima Tu was preoccupied for just an instant, and Qin Feng had already snatched the basketball from his hand. After getting the ball, without any hesitation or pause, he jumped and shot. Qin Feng injected a strong qi into the basketball. When he threw the ball, it darted like a sharp arrow released from a bowstring, breaking the airstream around it, and a slight explosion could be heard from the path it traveled. Thump! The ball reached the basket, but the appealing swish couldn't be heard. Ever since Sima Tu made his appearance, Qin Feng no longer could score a perfect shot, and this was the second time he missed. The basketball was struck by a pebble-like small object. It deviated from its original course and smashed on the backboard. What a shame! Prince Qin, you were so close, said Sima Tu with a bright smile on his face. As soon as he finished talking, he rushed out and arrived beside the basketball right away. Once again, Sima Tu dribbled basketball and charged at Qin Feng. However, he slowed down when he was near Qin Feng and yelled to Gao Hu, who was dazed on one side, "You, come here. Help me by guarding Qin Feng." Although Gao Hu regained his senses, he still had a stunned look on his face. He was a young master from a small family clan in Acropolis City. Normally, it was he who ordered other people. However, When he was ordered by Sima Tu, he didn't feel even the slightest resentment or resistance in his heart. He could sense an aura of supremacy from Sima Tuesday. His aura was so intense that it pressured Gao Hu until he couldn't breathe. Gao Hu felt he was worthless in front of Sima Tu, who was like an emperor standing high above the masses. Every word of his was an imperial edict, and Gao Hu just needed to obey. Sima Tu was dribbling the basketball in place, while Gao Hu rushed in front of Qin Feng, preparing to execute a screen-and-roll play with Sima Tuesday. Qin Feng suddenly felt something was off. As soon as this bad premonition popped up, Sima Tu, with a mirth in his eyes, pounced on him. "Prince Qin, I'm going for a shot. Can you block my attack this time?" Sima Tu flickered again, his speed as fast as lightning. Qin Feng quickly defended himself. Both of them jumped at the same time. However, Qin Feng was still a head higher than Sima Tuesday. Unlike before, Sima Tu didn't shoot the ball or attack Qin Feng with the Malus Azure wing blades. Instead, he sent a palm strike at Gao Hu, who had jumped at the same time they did. Unable to parry his attack, Gao Hu was sent flying directly. Thump! Gao Hu hit on the floor heavily, blood gushing from his mouth. He pressed his hand to his stomach and writhed in agony on the floor. Qin Feng and Sima Tu landed at the same time. Qin Feng's dashing eyebrows furrowed tightly. Sima Tu, on the other hand, had a gentle, warm smile on his face. He had come prepared when he proactively asked for a basketball game with Qin Feng. The Sima family had qualms about the Qin family's power. Although he was not allowed to kill Qin Feng on the spot, he didn't expect doing something to him would pose a big problem. Originally, Sima Tu planned to stab Qin Feng with the Malus Azure wing blades, then pass the stabbing off as accidental injury during the basketball game. He never imagined that his attack would be parried by Qin Feng's winter iron gloves. So he changed his strategy, asked Gao Hu to come over and injure him with a palm strike, so Qin Feng would be the scapegoat. At the same time, Uncle Qi, who was standing at the sidelines, had already gotten behind Lu Wenjing. He was waiting for Sima Tu's signal, and then he would knock Lu Wenjing out and bring her away. This was Sima Tu's plan: wound Qin Feng to show off his strength and supremacy, then find a quiet place and enjoy Lu Wenjing's body to further humiliate Qin Feng. How can he be Acropolis City's #1 young master? For what reason is he one of Acropolis City's 4 princes? In Sima Tu's eyes, Qin Feng was nothing. Sima Tu swayed plans too quickly, making it hard to guard against. Qin Feng's expression turned grave. "Haha, I say, Prince Qin, you really don't know how to play a basketball? How can you break the rules over and over again? This time, you even heavily wounded that little brother." Wait a second. Aren't this little brother a descendant of Acropolis City's Gao family? No wonder you look so familiar. Ayaya, this will be big trouble now. Although the Gao family is just a small family clan in Acropolis City, and their power isn't as great as Prince Qin's Qin family. If the Gao family learns it was Prince Qin who intentionally heavily wounded their eldest grandson in a basketball game, I bet they won't take this matter lying down. Prince Qin, you and I have known each other for a long time, but this time, you've gone too far. I can't ignore my conscience to speak up for you. Sima Tu stood with his hands clasped, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The whole situation seemed to be under his control. Only his gentle and warm laughter could be heard in the basketball court. Qin Feng frowned deeply, his brain racing to come up with a strategy to counter Sima Tuesday. On the other hand, Gao Hu, lying on the floor, had a lot of things to say, but he was in too much pain to speak. Only now did he realize the identities of Qin Feng and Sima Tuesday. To his surprise, these guys were 2 of Acropolis City's 4 princes. Gao Hu finally understood his position today, a mere pawn for Sima Tu to use against Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng suddenly moved. He went directly in front of Gao Hu and gave him a heavy stomp. Gao Hu vomited another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was dumbstruck by Qin Feng's abruptness. Even the confident Sima too was at a complete loss. Originally, everything was going smoothly according to his plan. He was even prepared to cast a meaningful glance at Uncle Qi. He would swagger off after Uncle Qi brought Lu Wenjing away, and then the plan for today would be completed perfectly. However, Qin Feng suddenly stomped on Gao Hu before so many eyes. This stomp was a variable that instantly shattered Sima Tu's calm and unflustered mind, and upset his plan for today. Jing Jing, come here fast! Qin Feng continued to stomp on Gao Hu. At the same time as he violently stomped on Gao Hu, he yelled at Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing quickly rushed to Qin Feng's side. Although she still held some resentment for Qin Feng in her heart and was sullen after Qin Feng had stolen the show and caused the bunch of girls to exclaim over him, she also felt danger approaching. So she rushed to Qin Feng's side at her best speed, because she felt safe only when Qin Feng was around her. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng quickly embraced Lu Wenjing into his arms as soon as she reached his side. Then he spun his body and mercilessly stomped on Gao Hu twice. Fuck you! How dare you try to lay your filthy hands on this young Master Qin's woman? I think you're tired of living. Jing Jing, don't be scared. I, young Master Qin, am here. Whoever dares to lay a finger on you in Acropolis City, I'll fucking break that little brat's legs. Things were changing too fast for Sima Tu to handle. When he regained his composure, he knew he was too late. His plan for today had failed. His original plan was to heavily wounded Gao Hu during their basketball game and lay the blame on Qin Feng. But now the situation was different. It became Gao Hu stealing Qin Feng's woman, and Qin Feng's ferocious beating of Gao Hu was right. This was because young Master Qin was that kind of person. He had destroyed other families for less reason than a woman. How had the Hao family, one of the 4 major families in Acropolis City, and the Yu family, the leading criminal family of Jincheng City, fallen? Either of these families was far more powerful than the Gao family. Qin Feng wasn't afraid even of them. What could a mere Gao family do to him? Should he beat Gao Hu to death in front of everybody, the Gao family wouldn't even dare to seek trouble for Qin Feng afterward. Instead, they'd have to put on a smiley face and help Qin Feng shrug off his crime. Who let this Gao Hu have no eyes to dare to lay a finger on young Master Qin's woman? Bang! Sima Tu's face turned grim. He gave Gao Hu a hard kick, trying to release all his pent-fire rage on this little brat. Fuck! So it was you who dared to lay a finger on Prince Qin's woman. Don't you know that bottom line of Prince Qin is almost non-existent? His only bottom line is his own woman. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Using all their strength, Qin Feng and Sima, too, sent a few hard kicks at Gao Hu. Both of them were kicking and at the same time yelling at each other. Even though they were kicking Gao Hu and scolding Gao Hu, only the 2 of them understood the reality. Qin Feng, please stop. He's dying. Lu Wenjing couldn't keep silent anymore. She almost couldn't recognize the bloody, battered person as Gao Hu. She was afraid that if they continued to kick him like this, Qin Feng might actually kill this man. Hee, since my woman had spoken, then this young master will spare your life today. If you dare to lay a finger on my woman again, I'll annihilate your entire Gao family. Qin Feng suppressed his rage, pasted a smile on his face, looked at Sima Tu, and said, Prince Sima, I would like to convey my gratitude for your help in lecturing this little brat. For you to teach a lesson to a small creature like him will really sully your image. It's fine. This person dared to entertain filthy thoughts of Prince Qin's woman. It'd be light if I didn't chop his limbs off. What's our relationship? Please don't be so courteous with me, laughed Sima Tu as he waved his hand. Prince Sima indeed knows me well. I, Qin Feng, am not interested in other things. The only thing I care about is my woman. If anyone dares to lay a finger on my woman, I'll kill him and annihilate his entire family. I, Qin Feng, have always been faithful to and cherished my women. Even if a good friend like Prince Sima were to have such a filthy thought, I swear I won't let you off easily. The atmosphere suddenly dropped below zero. Qin Feng and Sima too looked fixedly at each other, their eyes gleaming with an icy cold aura. Haha, of course, the last sentence was a joke. Prince Sima and I share a deep friendship. I expect you won't do such an unruly and monstrous thing. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Am I right, Prince Sima? Of course, of course. How would I lay my hands on Prince Qin's woman? Oh yeah, I have some important tasks to do. I should excuse myself now. Next time, let's invite Zhou Kai and Hao Yin for a get-together. It has been a long time since we, the 4 princes of Acropolis City, have assembled. Oh yeah, what a forgetful person I am. I forgot the Hao family was destroyed by someone previously. Hey, the 4 of us will never have another chance to get together for the rest of our lives. I shouldn't speak any longer. I'll excuse myself now. After Sima, Tu took his leave, Uncle Qi, who was standing at the sidelines, followed him and left quietly. Qin Feng left as well. He dragged along Lu Wenjing and left Normal University at once. All the male students in this university were secretly trying to seize the opportunity to get revenge on him. On the other hand, all the female students blatantly confessed and offered their kisses to him. They even tried to molest him. Qin Feng really didn't have the courage to stay in this university any longer. Qin Feng, release me right now. Where are you taking me to? I want to go home. After they exited the university, Lu Wenjing forcibly shook off Qin Feng's arms and eyed him warily. It was almost evening now, and the sky was darkening. Lu Wenjing didn't dare to stay with Qin Feng any longer. Otherwise, she would really become this big bad wolf's bed partner tonight. Jing Jing, please follow me to a place, then give me 10 minutes. I'm going to resolve all the conflicts between us. Qin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Lu Wenjing. This time, his expression was much more solemn. After he'd exchanged blows with Sima too, Qin Feng realized there were a lot of martial artists in this world. Even in Acropolis City, there was a person among his peers in Sima family who was a stage for Qi master. Then, how about those of his peers from the major families in the capital? What would their level of strength be? Qin Feng thought about the Qin family's competition 10 months from now at the provincial capital, the mystery of his mother's origin, and then his enemies. Qin Feng felt he should clear his quests faster and improve his strength as soon as possible. Where are you taking me to? Lu Wenjing couldn't break free of Qin Feng's grip. So, she could only look at him carefully. Fei Tianbar. What? You're taking me to Fei Tianbar. I don't want to go to a bar. I want to go home. Let go of me right now. Otherwise, I'll yell and accuse you of harassment. Lu Wenjing was so afraid that her little heart thumped wildly. She knew Qin Feng wasn't a good person, and she firmly believed that Qin Feng was a super-duper, peerless big bad wolf. Now that the big bad wolf wanted to take her to a bar, Lu Wenjing imagined her miserable and painful treatment tonight. She'd rather die than follow Qin Feng. Seeing Lu Wenjing going on a huff again, Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to play with her at the moment. He immediately hoisted Lu Wenjing onto his shoulder and rushed to Fei Tianbar, ignoring her punches and kicks. When they arrived at Fei Tianbar, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, the time the bar got busy. Lu Wenjing was lying over Qin Feng's shoulder, those 2 long legs of hers kicking all the way from Normal University's front gate until Fei Tianbar. Even Qin Feng had to mutter in his heart, "Will this lass ever get tired?" Qin Feng, you're a beast. Pervert. Sex demon. You're shameless, vulgar, and you don't even have a B****. Lu Wenjing had been struggling and cursing along the way. She had already scolded the 18 generations of Qin Feng's ancestors. I say, Jing Jing, I'm fine if you say I'm shameless and vulgar or have a low personality, but then how do you even know I don't have a butthole? Could it be you've seen it before? Qin Feng replied gleefully and gave Lu Wenjing's booty a light pat. Lu Wenjing was so angry that she almost went mad. However, no matter how heavy she thumped him, Qin Feng didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, he had a contented expression as if he was enjoying a massage, just like a dead pig that didn't fear the heat of boiling water. We've reached finally. You, lass, are really heavy. You should lose some weight now. Qin Feng brought Lu Wenjing to the manager office in the very depths of this bar. Chapter 282. Chapter 282. Resolve the conflict. When Lu Wenjing got her feet on the ground, she was ready to beat up Qin Feng. But once she heard Qin Feng call her fat, she placed her hands on her hips and glared at Qin Feng in a huff. Qin Feng, search your conscience and say that again. I'm fat? I'm as thin as a flash of lightning. Do you have eyes? When Qin Feng saw how cute Lu Wenjing was when she was angry, he patted her head, smiled, and said, Since you know you're as thin as a flash of lightning, then why don't you eat more to replenish your strength? You're growing and maturing right now, so don't mistreat your body to maintain your figure or whatnot. It would be bad if you got a stomach illness like enteritis or something. Qin Feng pointed at the sofa and coffee table to the side. Go sit for a bit first. We haven't had supper yet, so I had someone bring something over. We'll eat while chatting. Lu Wenjing was stunned. She looked stupidly at Qin Feng and forgot her anger at him. Both of her parents passed away when she was young. In the beginning, she lived in an orphanage with her little sister. Then, when she was 14, they left the orphanage and lived on their own. The bitterness and hardships she faced during that time were still fresh in her mind. Since she was young, she lacked parental love, and she almost forgot how it felt to be cared for. Now that Qin Feng suddenly touched her head with such gentleness and said such caring words, Lu Wenjing's eyes became moist. I am not eating. I have to go back. My little sister is still waiting for me at home. Lu Wenjing quickly came to, and the moved and warm expression on her face instantly disappeared. She looked at Qin Feng with a guarded expression again. How could she not know that this pervert Qin Feng was probably treating her well and using flowery but insincere speech to cheat her of her body? You have a little sister as well? How old is she? Is she as beautiful as you? If so, then I must see her when I get the chance, said Qin Feng with a smile. Lu Wenjing suddenly rushed up and kicked Qin Feng. She seemed as though she would go completely mad. Qin Feng, I'm warning you. You can do whatever you want to me, but if you dare have any crooked thoughts about my little sister, I'll stop at nothing to kill you. Qin Feng rubbed his shin. This girl was wearing 15 centimeters high heels, so it did hurt a bit when she kicked him. I say, violent woman, I was just teasing you. I've never even seen your younger sister, so how could I have any inappropriate thoughts about her? Qin Feng stared at Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing regained her senses and thought that she was too rash earlier. However, she wasn't going to apologize to Qin Feng because she felt that Qin Feng owed her more. I have to head back. Don't look for me again. I feel annoyed just looking at you. Lu Wenjing tried to leave again. It wasn't easy for Qin Feng to get this girl to the Feng group's base. If he didn't explain the situation to Lu Wenjing tonight, how could he possibly let her go? He grabbed her and tugged her onto the sofa. Jing Jing, leave after eating. I still have something to tell you. Qin Feng suddenly became serious. I won't eat, but if you have something to say, say it. Lu Wenjing looked at Qin Feng with a guarded expression. She was afraid Qin Feng would drug her food. She didn't dare eat food he gave her. Do you know what room you're sitting in right now? Qin Feng laughed. What room? This is the Fei Tian Bar's base and the Feng group's base. Jing Jing, you're in the Feng group's base right now. Only the top brass of the Feng group can come here. Lu Wenjing's expression changed drastically. She jumped in shock. She didn't know why Qin Feng brought her to the phone group's base, but she wouldn't believe Qin Feng's bullshit about giving her the phone group. She had a bad premonition. This beast wasn't going to force himself on her in this room, was he? When she thought about how Qin Feng hid a whip on his body, she was even more certain of her guess. Didn't they have whip service in movies? You big pervert! Why you better not do anything reckless. Otherwise, I'll kill myself in front of you. Lu Wenjing suddenly grabbed the fruit knife from the work desk and pressed it to her neck. Looking at Lu Wenjing with astonishment, Qin Feng was so shocked that he almost spilled the tea in the cup in his hand. Jing, what are you doing? Quickly, put down the knife. Don't hurt yourself. Qin Feng walked over with some worry. Lu Wenjing became even more nervous. She stuck the blade of the knife close to her clear, jade-like, and beautiful neck, producing a red imprint. Qin Feng, don't force me. I'll really kill myself. Qin Feng paused in his steps and looked helplessly at Lu Wenjing. Jing, why would you kill yourself? If you do a striptease or show me some moves in bed, I'll definitely really like it. Humph. You stupid pervert. I knew you didn't have any good intentions in bringing me here. Move, I want to leave. Lu Wenjing glared coldly at Qin Feng. The knife in her hand stayed close to her neck, and she carefully walked toward the door. She hadn't gotten there yet when it was suddenly pushed open. Long Hair and his two brothers each walked in with two fine dishes. Young Master Qin, the food and wine you wanted are here. Long Hair smiled and greeted Qin Feng. He had just finished speaking when he saw Lu Wenjing with the blade pressed to her neck. He was so frightened that he almost dropped the plates in his hands. Big sister-in-law, W, what are you doing? Long Hair quickly came to. His vision wasn't bad. Once he saw Lu Wenjing's outstandingly beautiful features, he knew she must be a woman that young Master Qin brought. Long Hair was jealous to death of Qin Feng. He had seen a good number of Qin Feng's women. In jail, he saw Han Ying. Outside the Zhao family villa, he saw Zhao Lingxian. And not long ago, he saw teacher Yin Shao at the bar. Today, he saw Lu Wenjing. They were each more beautiful than the last, and each had her own unique style. Big sister-in-law? Who are you calling big sister-in-law? Lu Wenjing glared at Long Hair, but she was quickly stunned, because she had heard of Long Hair and his brothers. From the outside, these three were the bosses of the phone group. Lu Wenjing actually yelled at the boss of a gang. She currently trembled. She was afraid the three of them would suddenly rush over to beat her up. Long Hair, put the dishes down, said Qin Feng. Jing, put away the knife. Let's sit, talk, and eat. After seeing Long Hair and his brothers, Lu Wenjing was in a bit of a daze. She didn't even notice when Qin Feng walked over to her and grabbed the knife out of her hand. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing and sat her on the sofa. He helped set up her utensils and napkin, then smiled and said, Jing, these three are the phone group's figurehead bosses, and they're my subordinates. The first time we met was at Fei Tian Bar. At the time, you pulled me into joining your own group and made it known that you wanted to fight the phone group. But back then, I was the phone group's boss behind the scenes. Say, isn't it destiny between us? Isn't what happened in between funny? Qin Feng slowly sliced a steak and placed it on Lu Wenjing's plate. He only recounted memories the two of them shared. Later, you gathered the one group members at the Rujia Hotel. After going, I realized that these people weren't looking to fight together with you. They were all after your beauty. They originally wanted to force themselves on you. Then I brainwashed them in the restroom and brought them to meet the Wild Wolf gang members. While the one group fought the Wild Wolf gang, the phone group occupied all of the Wild Wolf gang's territory in the Northern District. After the two of us fought and defeated over 100 Wild Wolf gang members, I joked about using you. Who would have thought that you'd treat it as fact? Then I didn't even get the chance to explain. The police came, You ran away, and I remained to deal with the aftermath. Lastly, you hid. I used the phone group's power, yet I couldn't find you. Who knew I'd coincidentally bump into you at Lotus Lake today? And you know what happened next? That's right, my real identity is young Master Qin. I'm Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. I'm not sure if you've heard of me. Qin Feng proactively revealed everything to Lu Wenjing because he trusted her. He was even prepared to make this cute and stubborn woman his. Though Qin Feng was dissolute and hedonistic, he wasn't lowly. He knew lots of beautiful women, but he didn't take all of them as his own. Lu Xiaojia was cute and pretty, but she was too young, so Qin Feng wouldn't touch her. Han Ying was explosively sexy, but she was too shrewd and fixated on her own personal interests, so Qin Feng wouldn't touch her either. Lu Bingbing was proud and beautiful, but she had an explosive temper and was faithful unto death, so Qin Feng didn't dare touch her. However, Lu Wenjing was different. The closer Qin Feng got to this woman, the more he liked her self-regard and unaffected personality. Qin Feng wanted her to be his woman, and the system's quest regarding her was to help her develop the one group into Acropolis City's #1 power. Lu Wenjing was going to be the phone group's boss. Qin Feng didn't want to throw away this power, so the best solution was to take Lu Wenjing. His woman's power was his. Qin Feng would not worry that Lu Wenjing would betray him in the future and stab him in the back. Lu Wenjing gaped, her large eyes wide. She was filled with shock. Qin Feng provided too much information just now. Jing, hurry, and eat the steak. Don't think about losing weight. In the future, just worry about nourishment. Otherwise, your chest won't continue to grow. Since Qin Feng saw Lu Wenjing as his woman, Qin Feng began to concern himself over his woman's physical development. He stabbed a piece of steak and brought it to Lu Wenjing's lips. She stupidly opened her mouth and ate it. She chewed twice before regaining her senses. She looked at Qin Feng with a startled expression and shoved him away. Ah, Qin Feng, what did you feed me? Aphrodisiacs or hallucinogens? Qin Feng's lips tweed. He felt as though someone had ruthlessly hammered his chest. Was the basic trust between people completely gone? Jing, I'll give you some more steak. Here, have another piece. Qin Feng forked a piece of steak and extended it toward Lu Wenjing's mouth. Lu Wenjing looked at Qin Feng with alarm. Why, you didn't poison the steak, did you? Why haven't I seen you eat? Qin Feng was tickled by how cute Lu Wenjing looked when she was alarmed. He ate the piece of steak on his fork and brought another piece up to Lu Wenjing. Are you satisfied? Why would I poison you? If I really wanted to do anything to you, do you think you'd be able to leave today? Chapter 283. Chapter 283. I won't let you find me. Teaser. Lu Wenjing fell silent. She thought what Qin Feng had said was true. She was here, in Qin Feng's territory, the base of the phone group. Would she have any chance to escape his grasp now? Lu Wenjing lowered her guard against Qin Feng. She'd stood as a car showgirl for a whole morning, and she hadn't eaten anything all afternoon. Now she was so hungry her stomach growled. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and devoured the steak. This steak is cooked to perfection. It's so yummy. Savoring the steak, Lu Wenjing smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Ah, Qin Feng, you've eaten with this fork and it got your saliva on it. How can you feed me with this fork? That's so gross. Lu Wenjing's fussiness tickled Qin Feng, although she complained non-stop with an angry face, but she didn't spit the steak out. She still enjoyed it with great pleasure. Only Lu Wenjing was eating this meal. Qin Feng, on the other hand, just sat beside her and weighed. He intimately helped her cut the steak, poured the juice, and handed tissue to her. If those women in Acropolis City saw Lu Wenjing get this kind of treatment, they would have been jealous of her. After she had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, Lu Wenjing wiped her sexy cherry lips with a tissue. She pat her belly, which was bulging slightly, and smiled shyly at Qin Feng. With a beaming smile on his face, Qin Feng stroked her head. After that, he waved to Long Hair and his two brothers to clear the table. Jing Jing, since we've resolved our conflict, I hope you won't hold a grudge against me anymore. The reason I brought you to the phone group today is because I want you to take over the phone group. From now on, you'll be the female head of the phone group. Long Hair and his two brothers will be under your command. This phone group is all yours now. You can do whatever you want with it. As Long Hair and his two brothers cleared the table, Qin Feng lightly held Lu Wenjing in his arms. Lu Wenjing had wanted to break free of Qin Feng's embrace, but when she heard what he had said, she was so stunned that she forgot to struggle. Qin Feng wants to leave the phone group in my hands? How is that even possible? After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Wenjing swiftly regained her senses. She was fully revitalized now that she had her fill. Her brain was revolving fast, and very soon she realized Qin Feng's intention. This brat was going to hoodwink her with his bait again. Humph, what do you mean, you'll be the female head of the phone group? In the end, isn't your true goal to dominate my body? Scoffed Lu Wenjing in her heart. She had seen too many pretty boys like Qin Feng giving empty promises. Qin Feng, please don't touch me so casually, okay? I'm not familiar with you anyway. Lu Wenjing deliberately pushed Qin Feng away. A guarded expression, once again, showed on her face. Also, I refuse to become the head of the phone group. Please find somebody else. I'm heading back now. And you, please step out of my life. I don't want to see your face ever again. Lu Wenjing faked a tantrum and ran to the exit. She was scared to death in her heart. This house had 3 mobsters and a hedonist young master. Each and every one of them could devour her whole without leaving any bones. Lu Wenjing suddenly had the urge to cry out loud. Why did she fall so carelessly into this wolf den? Jing Jing, wait. Qin Feng's voice resounded once Lu Wenjing reached the door. Long Hair and his 2 brothers moved a bit and blocked the door like 3 huge mountains and looked at Lu Wenjing with respectful smiles. Young Master Qin, please give me a break. I've old and young at my home, and I still have a little sister who needs my care. Can you please not bully me anymore? Wah. When Lu Wenjing saw the exit had been blocked, she despaired, knowing she couldn't escape her fate of being defiled by Qin Feng tonight. Now she knew who Qin Feng was, the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis City. Rumor had it that this person was dissolute and liked to dominate any beauty that caught his eye. Now that this beast had encountered a beautiful divine goddess like herself, how could he possibly let her go so easily? Worst come to worst, I will pay for the steak feast. There, I have only 200 in cash now. It should be enough to pay for the feast. Lu Wenjing was sobbing hard. Of course. Qin Feng knew this lass was weeping crocodile tears with a single glance. Jing Jing, the wine you drank just now, was a lawfight worth 100,000 yuan. With a grin on his face, Qin Feng slowly walked toward Lu Wenjing. There was only half a meter between them. Behind her were 3 tigers. In front was the big bad wolf, Qin Feng. Lu Wenjing so regretted not being a coal digger. If she were, then she could have dug a tunnel and run away. I didn't drink that much of red wine, did I? A bottle of Lafite cost 100,000 yuan. Lu Wenjing was scared to death by this astronomical figure. She finally realized that Qin Feng had set up a hangmen banquet for her. He'd been waiting for this moment. If she couldn't pay for the feast, then she'd repay him using her own body. What a treacherous and cunning man. You drank 1 glass, and that one cost at least 10,000 yuan. Qin Feng took a step forward and kept a 20 centimeters distance from Lu Wenjing. Both of them could smell the special body fragrance of the other. Lu Wenjing's face was blushing red. Her heart was thumping fast out of nervousness. She really needed money recently. How could she spend her entire fortune on a meal? I don't have enough money now. If you want, I'll give you an IOU and repay you slowly afterward, said Lu Wenjing after mustering sufficient courage. Jing, you just earned 50,000 yuan from the auto show this morning. As Qin Feng spoke, he stepped forward. Now the distance between them was just a mere few centimeters, and their bodies seemingly stuck together. They were so close that Lu Wenjing could hear Qin Feng's heart pounding, while her own started to race even faster, and her body felt hot all over. She was certain that Qin Feng's next move would be to savagely throw her on the couch and then frantically tear her shirt off, ignoring her cries in pain, and humiliate her under the eyes of Longhair and his two brothers. Didn't all these hedonist young masters love this kind of perverted and crazy thing? I have other uses for that money. I think it's much more better if I give you an IOU. Since you know my name, my university, I won't run away. What are you doing? You beast, don't touch me. Lu Wenjing suddenly felt Qin Feng take another step forward. She was so afraid that she struggled frantically. She knew Qin Feng was going to reveal his true self and become a monster. All of a sudden, she remembered the long whip Qin Feng had been carrying along. She was scared to death in her heart. Jing, you're Qin Feng's woman. That means all that's mine is yours. It's my honor for you to have supper with me. How could I want your money? I'm just teasing you. The imaginary scene of being violated and humiliated didn't happen. Hot air wafted into her ears suddenly, and Lu Wenjing melted. She stopped struggling abruptly and stood mutely within Qin Feng's warm and comfortable arms. The inside of her head echoed with Qin Feng's words. You're Qin Feng's woman. Lu Wenjing was even more flabbergasted. Since when have I become your woman? I don't think I promised you before. You just treated me to a feast of steak, and you want me to be your woman? Humph, not that easy. Let's go, Jing. I'll drive you home. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing for a while, and then released her all of a sudden. Then he held her hand and led her out of Fei Tian Bar. Qin Feng knew Lu Wenjing still didn't believe him, since she wasn't ready to be the female head of the Feng group. Qin Feng wouldn't force her. He would let nature take its course. After leaving Fei Tian Bar, Qin Feng drove Lu Wenjing back to her house in his Audi A6. Lu Wenjing hadn't regained her senses yet. She couldn't believe Qin Feng would release her, and without doing anything to her in the office, unless he changed his mind and planned to bring her to a remote area for car sex. After half an hour, the Audi A6 stopped at the gate of Jade Osmanthus' residence. Beside Jade Osmanthus' residence was the stage One Cloud City Hua Manor Villa. Seeing the car had stopped, Lu Wenjing silently opened the car door. She couldn't believe Qin Feng hadn't ravaged her body at the office or brought her to a remote area for car sex. Jing. Qin Feng suddenly pulled Lu Wenjing's arm. Lu Wenjing was alarmed. Is Qin Feng starting to make his move now? Regarding the matter of becoming the female head of the Feng group, I would like you to give it further consideration. Also, here's a cash card for you. Please call me if you're free. I'll treat you to a meal or a movie. Qin Feng left in his Audi A6, whereas Lu Wenjing remained standing in the same place, unable to comprehend the current situation. She'd worried that Qin Feng had bad intentions in bringing her home. So she lied about her home address, and they went to the Jade Osmanthus residence beside the stage One Cloud City Hua Manor Villas. Lu Wenjing was afraid Qin Feng would force her to bring him into her house, and then he'd notice her little sister, Xiaojia, who was at home now. Who knew whether a beast like Qin Feng would lay a hand on her sister or not? Lu Wenjing felt she had to protect her sister, even though she herself might be defiled by Qin Feng. However, none of these happened. Not only did Qin Feng not do anything, he even gave her a cash card, Oh, yeah. Let's see how much money is on this card. Maybe it's a fake. Lu Wenjing rushed hastily to the ATM machine at the foot of the condominium. She inserted the cash card into the ATM machine. It was a passwordless cash card, and the display jumped directly to the withdrawal query interface. Sure. After Lu Wenjing's slender jade fingers tapped the check account balance option, she suddenly gave a gasp of surprise. She pasted her ungodly beautiful, delicate face on the screen. She even used a finger to count the row of zeros one by one. 1,000,000 yuan. It's a 1,000,000 yuan bank card. Lu Wenjing covered her cherry lips in shock. She'd fretted about the house rent, tuition fees, and living expenses lately. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a car show girl. It wasn't her wish to wear an exposing cheapao and be stared at uninhibitedly by those vulgar men, and even worse, have them sneak photos of her. Now that she had a 1,000,000 yuan cash card, Lu Wenjing didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. This was because she knew Qin Feng wouldn't simply give away that much money. She was certain that Qin Feng had given her this money for her upkeep. She suddenly remembered. That stinking brat Qin Feng wants her to be his kept woman. Humph. You fucking pervert bastard. Who do you think I am? Am I a person who would sell my own body for money? As Lu Wenjing scolded Qin Feng, she carefully put away the cash card in her purse. Gentle and beautiful moonlight poured down on Lu Wenjing's delicate face. Suddenly, she giggled and bounced to her home quickly. Haha, I'm very rich now. Let's bring Xiao Jia to buy some new clothes and then buy her some new plush toys. Qin Feng, you don't know my cell phone number or my home address. All you know is that I'm studying in normal university. Worst come to the worst. I'll just skip my classes often. I mustn't let you find me. Kakik. Chapter 284. Chapter 284. Beautiful mutually dependent sisters. In a stage 1 Cloud City Hua Manor Villa, Lu Xiaojia wore pink chibi Maruko-chan cartoon pajamas and pouted cutely as she lay sprawled on her bed. She raised her 2 long, soft, and slender legs, lifting the bottom of her skirt and revealing a hint of her SpongeBob underwear. Lu Xiaojia scrolled through her phone while wrinkling her delicate little face in an unhappy expression. The pictures on her phone were those of her and Qin Feng. She started at the first picture from the first night they met and slowly scrolled through the rest. Soon, she got to the picture they took in front of Fei Tian Bar with the other girls by Qin Feng's awesome Batmobile, under the dusky yellow streetlights and the lights from the bar's neon sign. Qin Feng was even more handsome and radiant. He stood behind the girls with a cool and sinful smile. Lu Xiaojia stood in front of him with a blooming smile. Ah! Lu Xiaojia scrolled to the next picture and suddenly covered her eyes and yelped in surprise. Her face turned completely red. This was the picture of just her and Qin Feng. At the time, because Chen Meihan and the other girls had to leave, Lu Xiaojia bid them farewell. Once she turned her head, she kissed Qin Feng's face. Lu Xiaojia liked this picture the most, but it was also the one she was most embarrassed about. Every time she saw it, she would blush and her heart would thump. It made Xiaojia extremely nervous. Humph. Shameless, scoundrelly big brother Feng. You cheated me of my first kiss and first hug, then told me not to look for you again. You're too frustrating. Lu Xiaojia shook her fist at the Qin Feng in the picture. She gritted her teeth and looked cute and naughty. Big brother Feng, where are you now? Do you think of me like I'm thinking of you? Lu Xiaojia suddenly felt sad. She hadn't seen Qin Feng for over a week, and they didn't even call or text. All lines of communication were severed. Though it hadn't been a long time, to a girl like Lu Xiaojia who got attached to people, it felt like a lifetime. Xiaojia, big sis is home. Lu Xiaojia had been immersed in memories of Qin Feng just when the door of her room was suddenly pushed open. Ah, sis, you're home. Lu Xiaojia was so shocked that she jumped up from the bed and immediately tucked the cell phone behind her. Xiaojia, what are you doing? Are you secretly playing with your phone again? Are you done with homework? Lu Wenjing had sharp eyes. She immediately saw her little sister hiding her cell phone. I am done, said Lu Xiaojia with a pout. If you're done with homework, then you can play a bit. Why are you nervous? Lu Wenjing looked at her little sister in confusion. Then she suddenly said severely, Xiaojia, you aren't talking to someone, are you? Let big sis see your phone. Lu Xiaojia was so shocked that her entire body broke out in sweat. Her older sister had come in too abruptly, so Lu Xiaojia didn't have a chance to exit the photo album. If her older sister saw the picture of her kissing Qin Feng, she didn't even dare think about what would happen. Big sis, I wasn't talking to anyone. Sis, have you eaten yet? Xiaojia will cook what she's best at, egg noodles for you. Wanting to run away, Lu Xiaojia immediately got off the bed. Lu Wenjing hugged her sister and tried to grab her phone. Sis, what are you doing? I have to go cook the noodles. Lu Xiaojia was really frightened and wanted to just throw and shatter her cell phone on the ground. However, she changed her mind when she thought of how she'd lose the pictures of Big Brother Feng if she broke her phone. Those might be the only mementos she'd have of him. Xiaojia, give me your phone. Lu Wenjing noticed that her little sister's actions were becoming more and more worrisome, and her tone turned icy. Wah wah. Sis, you're hurting my arm. Why are you so adamant on seeing my private matters? I'm grown up and I have my own secrets. Lu Xiaojia burst into tears. She was ready to trick her older sister and conceal her information. As expected, when Lu Wenjing saw her sister crying so sadly, her heart immediately softened. She carried her sister to the edge of the bed and patted her head comfortingly. Xiaojia, big sis won't look at your phone. You're still young, so sis was afraid you were getting tricked by a bad person. Sis, I know. Don't worry, I'm not dating. While her sister wasn't paying attention, she exited the photo album, locked the screen, and smiled. You've really learned how to act. Why don't you become an actress? Scolded Lu Wenjing with a laugh when she saw that her younger sister stopped crying. Sis, I learned from you. Your acting is better than Xiaojia's. Lu Wenjing's expression darkened. Was this really her little sister? She suddenly remembered how she had pretended to cry to trick Qin Feng at the office in Fei Tian Bar earlier, and didn't lecture her younger sister. Xiaojia, big sis will take you shopping tomorrow. I'll buy you some new clothes and whatever toys or electronics you want. I'll buy them all for you. When Lu Wenjing thought about the 1 million yuan cash card she had, she happily hugged her sister. Sis, I don't want anything. I'll be happy as long as you are with me every day. Lu Xiaojia was extremely understanding. She knew her older sister had a hard time attending school and working concurrent jobs. She hugged Lu Wenjing tightly. Xiaojia, if big sis says she'll buy it, she will. Don't worry about me having a hard time or anything. Big sis will do anything if you're happy every day. Lu Wenjing hugged her little sister tightly as well. Since they were young, the two sisters relied on each other. Lu Wenjing's sole surviving family member was her younger sister, so she valued her sister's life more than her own. She wanted to give her little sister everything she could possibly give. Big sis, don't say anything else. Xiaojia doesn't want you to have such a hard time every day. I want to grow up faster so I can make money and share big sis's burdens. Lu Xiaojia was only a 14-year-old little girl, and she cried easily. Lu Wenjing's eyes reddened, and she held in her tears. The two sisters hugged each other tightly, and time seemed to stop. They were each other's everything. No matter what became of the world, no matter if there was thunder and lightning or gales and showers, as long as the two sisters hugged each other like this, they felt incomparable warmth and happiness. Wherever they were, wherever their house was, if one of them was gone, their home would also be completely gone. Qin Feng drove the Audi A6 back to Qin Manor. He had just returned when Rao Sherman called him to her villa. "Sherman, I suddenly bumped into an old friend at Lotus Lake. Sorry for leaving without saying goodbye." Qin Feng walked into Rao Sherman's room. There originally was no one living in the villa, so it had no smell at all. Now that Rao Sherman had stayed here for just a night, the whole room was filled with her light fragrance. "Qin Feng, I didn't give you permission to sit on my bed, did I?" Rao Sherman sat on the sofa in the room and looked coldly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng went from the bed to the sofa and smiled at Rao Sherman as he said, "The sofa's good. It's more stimulating that way." "Qin Feng." Rao Sherman scolded coldly, "Be serious. Let me ask you, this afternoon when we were in the Prada store, that Chief Huang called you young Master Qin and was extremely servile and reverent. Weren't you going to explain this to me?" "Qin Feng, don't pretend. I know you're actually young Master Qin, right?" Rao Sherman's gaze suddenly became severe. Of course, she didn't invite Qin Feng into her room alone at night to do anything with him. That afternoon at the Prada store, she heard Chief Huang call Qin Feng young Master Qin. She wanted to ask him about it, but she suppressed the urge to do so because the annoying Lin Shuai was there. Afterward, when they were finally walking alone together at Lotus Lake and Rao Sherman wanted to ask him about it, he suddenly ran away. A nervous expression flashed in Qin Feng's eyes before subsiding. Then he smiled at Rao Sherman. "Sherman, what are you talking about? I explained to you before that I'm young Master Qin's personal attendant. If I had such a great life and really was Acropolis City's #1 young Master Qin, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Qin Feng, you can't trick me. What you're saying about being young Master Qin's personal attendant is a pretense. I've been in Qin Manor for 2 days and a night, yet I haven't seen young Master Qin or heard anyone mention him. You must have made sure of that beforehand, because you are young Master Qin. That's why all the people at Qin Manor are playing along with you. You don't need to pretend. What's wrong with admitting your identity? I'm not going to harm you." Rao Sherman pinned her eyes to Qin Feng's. This was Qin Feng's first time seeing this girl so earnest and serious. "I'm not." Qin Feng shook his head. "And there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. You really aren't." Rao Sherman suddenly laughed. Her lips quirked, revealing 2 mesmerizing dimples. "Then you're really unlucky. I originally thought you were young Master Qin. It's a long night, so I wanted young Master Qin to drink and groan with happiness with me." Rao Sherman wore a purple muslin shawl. Beneath it, a white bra and white shorts could be seen. She held up the shawl and covered half of her lovely face with one hand and beckoned at Qin Feng with the index finger of her other hand. The purple shawl slowly fell, revealing Rao Sherman's snow-white shoulders and sexy belly button. Under the lights, her smooth and soft skin was extremely alluring. Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out to touch her. "Sherman, your skin is so soft. What products do you usually use on it?" Qin Feng's large hand landed on Rao Sherman's shoulder, and he slid his index and middle finger downward across her skin. Disgust and ice flashed in Rao Sherman's eyes, then disappeared. She covered her mouth, laughed delicately, and said, "Qin Feng, you're admitting you're young Master Qin." "Sherman, some things are good enough if we just know it in our hearts. Why must we say it aloud?" Qin Feng stared fixedly at her. He suddenly reached out with his other hand and pulled Rao Sherman tightly into his embrace. The beauty entered his embrace, and her fragrance filled the air. Qin Feng immediately pressed Rao Sherman's soft collar against him. From the contact, he could tell that Rao Sherman wasn't wearing anything else underneath. Qin Feng slid his hand down Rao Sherman's smooth jade back, and his other hand landed on the back of her calf. Her legs were of the highest quality, When he touched her thigh, his hand was about to melt. Rao Sherman propped her chin on Qin Feng's shoulder, and her hands hung rigidly at her sides. She had no reaction or sense of rejection when Qin Feng touched and hugged her. A strong chill manifested in her eyes. She looked as though she wanted to kill Qin Feng. Her clear and lovely eyes suddenly glanced toward the corner of the wall by the windowsill. A pinhole surveillance camera that was filming everything that occurred in the room. Ah, young Master Qin, what are you trying to do? Didn't you say you came to my room to listen to me sing? How can you be like this? Let go of me, beast. You can't be this way. I am going to call the police. When Qin Feng was about to touch her neckline, Rao Sherman suddenly shoved Qin Feng away and escaped from his embrace. She lifted the blanket and covered her body as she looked at Qin Feng with alarm and a pitiful expression as if she had just suffered a scare. Chapter 285. Chapter 285. This woman is very suspicious. Sherman, what are you doing? Qin Feng, who was acting like a perverted pig had a second ago, became serious. Rao Sherman suddenly cried, What am I doing? I want to ask, what are you doing? Young Master Qin, why you're trying to defile me, Wah? As an actor, faking tears was her first lesson. I defiled you? Sherman, did you misunderstand me? How is there any possibility I'd defile you? Unflustered at her charges, Qin Feng walked to her bed, sat on the bedside, and extended his hand and stroked Rao Sherman's head. Moreover, I'm not young Master Qin. Why do you keep on saying I'm him? Are you trying to say I defiled you, or young Master Qin did? You can't simply blacken my name. Don't touch me, you filthy beast. I'm very certain you're young Master Qin. Now be a man and admit what you've committed. I believed your false words and thought you really came to give some opinions on my singing. I didn't imagine that you actually had your eye on my body. Rao Sherman smacked Qin Feng's hand away and glowered at him. Young Master Qin, you're too shameless. Ugh. A hint of astonishment flashed in Rao Sherman's eyes. She felt something was wrong. Sherman, I don't mean to defile you. I came to your room because I heard that you want to have some fun with me in this endless night. I understand Miss Sherman's intention is to discuss music, and I'm very proud to have this chance to join with the superstar Sherman in writing music. I sincerely cherish this opportunity. How could Miss Sherman sling mud at me, accusing me that I want to defile you? Also, you kept calling me young Master Qin when you said I defiled you. Do you have any idea how bad it makes me feel? It is a disgrace to me. How could you call me by the name of a third party while sitting with me? Rao Sherman pursed her red lips tightly. Her hair and shirt was disheveled and messy. Her face was still flushed after Qin Feng touched her body, presenting a kind of beautifully messed up sight to one's eyes. She tried to see through Qin Feng's thoughts with her pair of sharp eyes. Suddenly, she realized that the plan for tonight was apparently a failure. Qin Feng wouldn't fall for it. Nonsense. If you really wanted to discuss music with me, then why did you hug me suddenly, touch me, and kiss me? You even tried to take my shirt off. You're a big bad wolf, a filthy beast. Refusing to give up on her plan, Rao Sherman continued to frame Qin Feng. And don't ever try to swindle me. I know you're young Master Qin. I've hugged you, but I never kissed you, and I didn't even think to undress you, replied Qin Feng with a solemn expression. I hugged you because I realized Miss Sherman has too few clothes on and our Qin Manor is on a mountain in a remote area. I was afraid you might get cold on this windy night. When I tried to get you a quilt, you suspected me of getting fresh with you. Miss Sherman, do you know you're insulting my personality and morality? Do you know how angry I am now? I, Qin Feng, have been an indomitable man since I was born. I was a monitor when I studied in kindergarten, an honor student in primary school, a great young pioneer in junior high school, a champion in various kinds of Olympic competitions in senior high school, and even in university I'm an elite officer of the students' society. I'm neither afraid of hardship or fatigue nor obsessed with money or women, and I treat everyone wholeheartedly. I don't ask for everyone to treat me the same way, but you all can't frame me like that. Sherman, do you know how much my heart hurts right now? I wish I could dig it out and show it to you. It must be shattered like glass fragments at this moment. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Rao Sherman's jade hand, put it inside his clothes and pressed it on his pecs. Then gouge your heart out right now. I would like to see how black your heart is for you to become such a shameless person. Rao Sherman glared at Qin Feng and forcibly pulled her hand out. A hint of disappointment crossed her eyes. She knew her plan for tonight had utterly failed. Not only didn't she succeed in framing Qin Feng and couldn't help big sister Qing Shui get strong evidence to cancel the engagement, Rao Sherman grudgingly realized facing Qin Feng was so full of variables and lies that she even questioned herself. Is this guy really young Master Qin? Hee, I don't mind gouging my heart out. I'm just afraid Sherman will fall in love and try to steal my heart away if you saw how pure and kind my heart is, replied Qin Feng shamelessly. Also, don't ever call the name of another man in front of me. Otherwise, I'll jump to death from this window. Rao Sherman gave Qin Feng a scornful gaze and sneered. Tisk, I dare you to jump now. I won't stop you. Qin Feng walked to the window, his gaze inadvertently falling on the corner of the wall by the windowsill, and a gleeful smile crossed his face. Let's forget about it. Sherman will be very sad if I really jumped. I know you just spoke in anger. In fact, you care a lot about me in your heart. Qin Feng cast a smile at Rao Sherman and walked to the door. Stop it right there. Rao Sherman suddenly called to Qin Feng as soon as he reached the door. If you're not young Master Qin, then when will the real young Master Qin be back? I'm attending your company's opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. I hope you can get him back as soon as possible. Please rest assured, Sherman. I've talked to young Master Qin. He'll be coming back at most the day after tomorrow. During that time, I'll personally arrange a dinner for both of you, Qin Feng replied, a smile playing on his lips. Then you may leave now. Rao Sherman sent a glare at Qin Feng and went to do her own business. She took out a fresh bed sheet and changed the one Qin Feng sat on earlier. Qin Feng was uncomfortable with Rao Sherman's reaction. He swore this superstar would give in to him one day. At that time, he would take off his clothes and hug her all night. He wanted to see if she would change her bed sheet again. Qin Feng left Rao Sherman's villa. The sky was dark and the moon was dim. Only his murmurs could be heard. Why did she install a camera in her room? This woman is indeed very suspicious. Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 Villas. Today was a big day for Royal Group, the opening for Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 Villas, and most of the employees from the sales department gathered at the site. The entry to the residences was filled with various flower baskets, banners, and posters of Rao Sherman. The atmosphere was as heated as a Stars concert. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman were waiting in the VIP room for her entrance. As the manager of the sales department, Liu Qin had the authority to be there as well. Su Ruo, on the other hand, was forced by Qin Feng into the room. This was because Qin Feng considered Su Ruo his lady. How could he leave her outside to be ordered by someone under the rain? Little sister Sherman, you're so pretty today. The three women chit-chat non-stop, casting Qin Feng aside like air. Rao Sherman wore a bright red qipao with a long train dragging on the floor. She had light makeup on her delicate face as well. Purple eyeshadow, a faint blush, and crimson lip gloss. She was as beautiful as a rose. Of course, Lil, Sis Sherman is beautiful. Can't you see some pervert is eagerly pasting his eyes on Lil, Sis Sherman's body? Said Liu Qin while staring at Qin Feng. Her tone was sarcastic. carrying a hint of jealousy at the same time. Qin Feng quickly turned his gaze away and smiled embarrassedly. "Manager Li, please mind your words. I'm not looking at Miss Sherman. I've been weighing the rain outside the window." Qin Feng was the only man in the VIP room. He couldn't pretend he hadn't been peeking at her just now. "We've known each other for such a long time. How could we not understand your behavior? Please don't hide yourself anymore and become a gutless person." Li Yuqin refused to put down the topic and kept on pressing Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned grim. He looked at Su Ruoro and asked seriously, "Ruoro, please tell Manager Li how I treat you in Qin manner. Am I honest and kind-hearted? Someone who never bullies you or covets your beauty before?" "Holy Jesus, you're just my superior. It doesn't mean you can bully me like that." "Qin Feng, please don't force me to lie. You know I don't know how to lie." Su Ruoro cast an aggravated gaze at Qin Feng. Like a deflated balloon, Qin Feng puffed and his vigilant attitude softened all of a sudden. He decided he'd lecture Su Ruoro tonight when they arrived at home. Since when has this lass started to bite the hand that feeds her? "Hee, Qin Feng, what do you have to say? You truly are a big bad wolf." Li Yuqin laughed triumphantly. Qin Feng glared scornfully at Li Yuqin and thought to himself, "Is something wrong with this lass?" Ever since she came back from Qingshui town after visiting her parents, she'd proactively looked for trouble with him. This kind of ungrateful behavior angered Qin Feng greatly. "I admit I was peeking at Rao Sherman's boobs and long legs. I even took a peek at Ruoro, who had her head lowered and was working seriously. I think both of them are very elegant beauties and I like them very much. But I swear, I've never snuck a peek at you, not even once. Even the people concerned haven't made their stand yet. How can you speak for them? Is it because nobody was looking at you and you felt charmless and inferior, so you proactively looked for trouble with me? I tell you, I, Qin Feng, am not a gutless person whatsoever. If you aren't convinced, then follow me to the forest behind. I'll let you know my true self," said Qin Feng while staring furiously at Li Yuqin. Rao Sherman champed with rage when she heard Qin Feng admit that he was peeking at her boobs and legs. In contrast, when Su Ruoro heard that Qin Feng was secretly looking at her while she was working, a gush of warmth welled up in her heart. Qin Feng didn't peek at Li Yuqin, who was so angry that her breasts were bouncing vigorously up and down, and her white shirt might pop open at any moment. She felt she was going to explode from rage. However, she suppressed her anger and smiled charmingly. Qin Feng, I would rather go with Wang Chao than follow a vulgar person like you to the forest." Although Li Yuqin tried very hard to put a smile on her face to conceal her feelings, the way she spoke revealed she was indeed very angry. It was strange, but she couldn't prevent her anger from rising. She deliberately said those words just to enrage Qin Feng. "You think Wang Chao is better than me? Your sense of aesthetics and insight into people are really questionable," Qin Feng sneered. "If my people savvy is bad, then I wouldn't be the manager of the sales department. I think Wang Chao is better than you. Were you not convinced with that?" Li Yuqin replied without batting an eye. "It is you who thinks I'm an eyesore. Do you have the guts to go into that small room for a talk?" Qin Feng pointed to the lounge in the VIP room. "Who said I'm scared? Let's go right now." Li Yuqin stood up at once and entered the lounge first. She wore a uniform on her body and black stockings on her long and slender legs. A sexy beat resounded when she walked with her high heels. The sight of her graceful figure could easily seduce thousands of nerds. This foolish lass finally fell for it. With a grin on his face, Qin Feng rubbed his hands and followed her into the lounge. Before he left Qingshui town, Mother Li had asked Qin Feng to take good care of Chen Chen's body. Qin Feng thought his chance had finally came. He wanted to punish Li Yuqin sternly in the lounge. He would like to see if she still had the guts to quarrel with him ever again. Chapter 286. Chapter 286. She likes me. Li Yuqin walked into the lounge. Her eyes were a bit red, and she felt unspeakably wronged. Even she didn't know what was wrong with her. Ever since Qin Feng pretended to be young Master Qin and met her parents, Li Yuqin felt like she was experiencing menopause. When she was at work, she couldn't really focus. The image of Qin Feng kept appearing in her mind, and she always attacked Qin Feng, purposely picking arguments with him. Li Yuqin felt that her affected and unreasonable behavior was both unfamiliar and annoying. However, she couldn't prevent herself from acting that way because if she didn't look to trouble Qin Feng, he wouldn't really bother with her. Li Yuqin couldn't help but want to speak with Qin Feng a bit more. Even if this meant arguing, it was fine. In conclusion, here they were. Li Yuqin felt extremely wronged and helpless. Bang! Li Yuqin was pulled out of her thoughts by the slam of a door. Qin Feng already strode in aggressively. Once Li Yuqin saw Qin Feng, she was suddenly angry. This person actually peeped on Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro earlier, but he didn't even spare her a glance. What was wrong with his eyes? Was she that much worse than those two women? Qin Feng, I came into the lounge with you. What do you want? What can you do to me? I know you're part of Qin Manor and you are associated with some people in upper management, but I'm not afraid of you. I don't think you'd dare do anything in broad daylight. If you have the guts, try and touch me. I'll bet you don't have the guts. Once Li Yuqin opened her mouth, the unhappiness she held in for half a month came surging out. Right after the words came out of her mouth, she regretted them. What was she saying? If Qin Feng really got mad, then he wouldn't bother with her in the future. When he saw her, he'd be annoyed. Then what? Qin Feng was briefly stunned. In the past, Li Yuqin was wise, farsighted, and calm in the office. She did things in a clear and orderly manner and treated people with courtesy and kindness. Qin Feng rarely saw Li Yuqin so unreasonable. He suddenly pounced on Li Yuqin. This stinking woman said he didn't have guts? Qin Feng was ready to let her get a taste of them. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Wah, don't touch. Qin Feng's actions were too quick and too ferocious. Li Yuqin cried out in shock. But halfway through her cry, she felt her body pressed against a sturdy chest. She pursed her soft, little mouth and couldn't speak. Smack! Qin Feng gave Li Yuqin's thigh a really hard slap. Stinking woman, have you taken the wrong medicine recently? Why do you keep butting heads with me? I haven't done anything to provoke you. Andy was right. I should get on you as soon as possible and make you my lover. See if you'll have the guts to be fierce with me again. If you yell again, I'll lock you up at home and whip you with my belt. Qin Feng, you pervert. Wah, you're a beast. Li Yuqin's felt hot pain course from her thigh. She felt both embarrassed and annoyed. She struggled in Qin Feng's embrace. However, Qin Feng was too strong. He hugged her tightly and refused to let go, so Li Yuqin had no way of escaping. Smack! Qin Feng didn't hesitate to give her another slap. You're still yelling? So, you say I'm a beast and a huge pervert? Then today I'll let you experience what a real pervert is. Qin Feng picked up Li Yuqin and threw her onto the bed. Then he pounced on her with one hand on her thigh to prevent her from leaving, while his other hand removed her pretty high heels. Qin Feng, let go of me. I'm going to scream for help. Li Yuqin's lips were freed and she yelled. Yell and see if anyone has the guts to come in and help you. If a man comes in, I'll kick him and send him flying. If a woman comes in, I'll drag her onto the bed and do her too. Qin Feng smiled evilly at Li Yuqin's beautiful legs. When he had just joined Royal Group, he'd been taken with Li Yuqin's exquisite thighs. He even tore her stockings to shreds in her office. Qin Feng squatted by the bed, while Li Yuqin lay on it. From his angle, Liu Chen's lovely legs clad in black stockings were even longer and more alluring. He could even see up her skirt to the end. "Qin Feng, if you dare touch me, you're done." Rip. Li Yuqin had just spoken when she heard the sound of ripping stockings. She felt a gust of cold air caress her thigh. Qin Feng tore the black stocking on her left leg in half. "Ah! Qin Feng, I'll kill you!" Rip. Li Yuqin's elegant fists missed Qin Feng, and the stocking on her right leg was also torn. "Stinking woman, see how I deal with you today. In the future, be my lover obediently." The allure of the beautiful legs lit a fire in Qin Feng's belly. He waved his large hand and tossed the torn stockings to the floor. He smiled evilly at Li Yuqin and pounced on her. "Qin Feng, the event's beginning. Hurry and come out." Su Ruo's pleasant voice came from outside the room, and her urgent knocking was heard as well. Qin Feng pursed his lips and looked angrily at Li Yuqin and said, "Consider yourself lucky today. Next time, look for me while wearing white stockings. I think you'd be even sexier in white stockings." Pervert. Qin Feng walked out of the lounge. There was an addition of 4 bodyguards clad in black and a dozen employees in the VIP room. They were scrambling to prepare for the impending opening ceremony. "Qin Feng is managerly, all right?" Su Ruo tugged on Qin Feng's arm and looked worriedly at Qin Feng. The lounge didn't have very good soundproofing. Qin Feng and Li Yuqin's intense actions could be heard from outside. "Actually, I think Manager Li is a pretty good person, and she takes good care of me at work. Qin Feng, don't bully her. Though she is a couple of years older than us, she's a woman, and women need to feel safe and to be cared for." Su Ruo looked earnestly at Qin Feng. "I know." Qin Feng looked back earnestly at Su Ruo as well. The wild and vulgar expression he had in the lounge disappeared. He furrowed his brows with a deep and unfathomable expression. "Ah, you know? Then why did you still treat Manager Li that way? She's usually hardworking, suffers, and has no boyfriend to care for her. I actually think she's pretty pitiful." Su Ruo hugged Qin Feng's arm and looked at him foolishly. "Because she likes me." Qin Feng waggled his eyebrows, and his expression became heavier. Su Ruo shoved Qin Feng's arm away with a huff and said, "Qin Feng, I'm serious. Can't you be more serious, even for a bit?" Qin Feng felt as though Su Ruo stabbed him in the heart. He looked at her earnestly. "Ruo, I'm very serious. General Manager, Li likes me." This time, even Rao Sherman, who was sitting quietly to the side, couldn't listen on. She opened her sexy red lips, and 2 adjectives drifted indifferently out of her mouth. "Shameless." "Perverted." "Humph. Ruo is going to ignore you as well." Su Ruo glared at Qin Feng and huffed as she ran over to sit beside Rao Sherman. Qin Feng sat alone on one side. He suddenly felt incomparably wronged. "Now you know why I'm so shameless and dissolute and why lies come out of my mouth when I open it. Because no one believes me when I tell the truth. This was an era when if men weren't bad, women didn't love them." Qin Feng really believed that Li Yuqin liked him, and was certain that he wasn't wrong. He discovered this after returning from Qingshui town because Li Yuqin changed. She became jealous, wanted to bicker with him, and wanted to be with him. Qin Feng was increasingly shameless and mean toward her because he detected her feelings. He taught her time and time again, and even acted like a hoodlum. Qin Feng didn't want Li Yuqin to fall too deep because he had no reason to accept a good woman like Li Yuqin. He had been to the village Li Yuqin grew up in and saw her straightforward and honest father and forceful and sincere mother. He began to gain a deep understanding of Li Yuqin's feelings and life. The more he knew of her, the more he cherished and cared for her. Qin Feng learned of Li Yuqin's impoverished but happy youth, her soft and lonely heart under her strong exterior, and that she was of marriageable age and longed impatiently for the arrival of a prince on a white horse. She was beautiful on the outside and just as bright on the inside. Qin Feng couldn't give her monogamy and love. He could only wish she found the right person and lived happily ever after. Miss Sherman, everything is prepared and in order. Chairman Qin is on stage ready to begin at any moment. Come with us backstage. After Chairman Qin speaks, it'll be your turn to go on stage to perform. The deputy manager of Royal Group's administrative department, Wang Jun, ran over urgently. When he saw Qin Feng, he nodded subtly in greeting. Okay, thank you for your troubles. Rao Sherman smiled politely at Wang Jun, then stood and walked out. October was rainy, and it was drizzling outside. However, this did nothing to lessen the fervor of the opening ceremony because Royal Group was able to invite the famous celebrity Rao Sherman to help. The stage was filled with people. A row of 4 bodyguards in black stood in front, and Rao Sherman followed leisurely in her red qipao. Su Ruo carried the train of Rao Sherman's long dress. She trailed Rao Sherman like a beautiful little flower girl. Qin Feng was in charge of staying by her side, paying attention to the surroundings. On stage, Qin Huang was dressed immaculately. His aura was unordinary, and he was saying his thanks before the opening. There were a good number of rows of chairs below the stage. Royal Group's old patrons and investors sat there, and more shareholders stood to the side and weighed how the event progressed. Firstly, on behalf of all employees of Royal Group, I want to express my extreme gratitude that you all could take time from your busy schedules to participate in the opening of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2. Cloud City Hua Manor is Royal Group's second high-class collection of villas. Because Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 1 was so popular, the second phase is being opened to repay your love and support for Royal Group. As Acropolis City's richest man, it was difficult to see Qin Huang. Though he spoke politely, the audience were in a great mood. They were extremely excited to see Qin Huang in person. Quite a few people pulled out their phones to take pictures, and various large tabloids took lots of pictures and fought for the frontmost position. Let me announce the opening of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2's residences. Customers can go to the sales department to look at the buildings and pre-order them. Next is our program's highlight. Royal Group has specially invited China's A-list superstar, Miss Rao Sherman, to come perform. Let us give a warm welcome to Sherman as we invite her on stage. Rao Sherman was going to appear. The crowd below immediately fell into a frenzy. Half of the audience at Royal Group's opening ceremony was there just to see Rao Sherman, and of the reporters there, most of them were entertainment reporters that came just to film Rao Sherman. Amidst the audience's cheers and screams, Rao Sherman wore a red qipao with a high slit. Once her fair, unblemished, long legs were revealed, the audience was in a daze. Su Ruo held Rao Sherman's dress and brought her on stage. Then, she shyly ran back off stage. Rao Sherman stood alone on the large and well-lit stage. She looked at the close to 1,000 people in the audience with a smile. Her smile contained no hint of nervousness or fear. She was China's A-lister, and her name was known around the world as well. Every year, she sang in concerts at stadiums with up to 100,000 people. There were only 1,000 people here, so that was a trifle to her. Chapter 287. Chapter 287. Stage collapsed. Rao Sherman, Rao Sherman, Rao Sherman, I love you. Sherman, I'm your most hardcore fan. I'll support you until the end of the world. Sherman, I want to marry you. This is my dream. Facing these fervent and passionate fans standing below the stage, a charming smile rose on Rao Sherman's face. Although she was China's most famous top-tier superstar, she never put on the airs of a celebrity. She treated everybody, including her fans, politely and with gratitude, because Rao Sher knew that without their support, she couldn't have come so far. She was kind and grateful, So she kept on exceeding her limits and creating one popular song after another to repay her fans. My awesomely cute, passionate, and kind fans, I miss you all so much. Rao Sherman shouted from the bottom of her heart through the microphone. Sherman, we'll support you forever. Sherman, you're our friend, our glory. Have you ever seen a celebrity who didn't put on airs after becoming famous? Have you ever seen a celebrity who would shout, I miss you all very much before her concert started? Have you ever seen a group of fans who truly felt their beloved star wasn't a star, but more like a good friend to them and felt proud of her like she was their own family? This was Rao Sherman, a superstar in China's music and movie industries. Her career success wasn't by chance or by unwritten rules. Since she was 12 years old, she'd trained very hard at developing her vocal and dancing skills. She even worked around the clock for 8 years to achieve her current position. 10 years of practice for 1 minute on stage. Rao Sherman was kind and beautiful, talented and humble. It'd be weird for her not to succeed. To all of my friends whom I haven't seen for years, I present you the song, Because of You, to express my current feelings. Because of you and all of you, I've become stronger, braver, and I can live my life to my heart's content. Rao Sherman spoke as she held the microphone with her slender fingers. Those fervent and passionate fans fell silent. The song Because of You was Rao Sherman's greatest hit, and it was her fans' favorite. They could listen to this song over and over without tiring of it. Because of you, I won't give up on my dreams. Because of you, light has appeared before me. We met a summer day 8 years ago. The lotuses were in full bloom, and your smile was brighter than the lotus. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. I walked on the road of my dreams, completely because of you. And you, where are you? Poetic scenes were evoked by a familiar melody and wonderful yet sad lyrics sung by a beautiful voice. Dusky sky, the rain dancing with the wind. Even the gods were moved by Rao Sherman's voice and swayed along with her gentle and tranquil melody. The umbrellas of these fervent fans fell to the floor one after another. Their minds calmed, and they stood in the drizzle with their eyes closed, enjoying this wonderful song to the fullest. This song would trigger youthful memories in everyone who heard it. Those wonderful stories and emotions that faded with the passage of time seemed to come back to them, slowly. Immature first love, pure friendship, unbreakable family, everything seemed to be within their reach. They were standing under the rain, enjoying the wonderful moment as the rain fell on their bodies. They were standing in the wind, listening to the most primitive and beautiful music of nature. They were willing to stand together with Rao Sherman no matter where she was, even if she was standing in the midst of gale and drizzle. This was because they were her hardcore fans, her family. The eyes of Su Ruoro were brimming with tears. The song brought to mind youthful memories, but most of hers were painful and difficult memories. Li Yuqin had already emerged from the lounge. She had taken off the black stockings, shredded by Qin Feng, and stood beside Su Ruoro with her long and slender legs exposed. Her eyes were hazed and distant as she was immersed in the song as well, recalling her memories. On the other hand, Qin Feng's memories went back to 8 years ago, a blazing hot, sunny day in September beside Lotus Lake. He gazed at Rao Sherman singing and dancing on the stage. She was like the rising sun, shining brightly on stage. She dispelled any lurking darkness and melted the gloom in one's heart. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the urge to rush on stage and embrace her tightly in his arms. He'd like to tell everybody that from now on, the superstar Rao Sherman was Qin Feng's woman. But this was just an impulsive idea. Not only Qin Feng had it, all her fans had it as well. Qin Feng slowly regained his senses. He then shook his head and murmured bitterly, "She really looks like that little girl. Because of you, I'm not afraid of scorching sun and harsh winter. Because of you, all my worries have settled down." Rao Sherman's silvery voice echoed in the venue. Because she was wearing a tight, bright red qipao. She couldn't move freely, so her dancing was alluring and sexy rather than youthful and energetic to one's eyes. This no longer was a real estate launch. It had become a small fan gathering. Bang, bang. People were silent. Only the sounds of the wind, rain, and Rao Sherman's voice could be heard. Beauty and music, drizzle and light breeze. It was such an idyllic scene that anyone would be immersed in it. However, a wonderful sight like this was suddenly shattered by 2 gunshots. Rao Sherman stopped singing abruptly. She'd heard gunshots before, so she instantly knew the 2 abrupt sounds were gunfire. The thousands of spectators below the stage screamed. Some of them had heard the sound of a gunshot before, so when someone shouted gunshot, it spread it across the crowd quickly. Thousands of people were like cats on a hot tin roof. Some of them ran with their eyes closed, while some of them ran with their eyes wide. Regardless of whether their eyes were closed or open, all of them ran in panic looking for an exit. The situation was chaotic and out of control. Everybody, please don't be afraid. Please calm down. The bodyguards hired by Royal Group began to take action. Team 1, bring Chairman Chin and the VIPs away from here, quick! Team 2, evacuate the people now. Team 3, assist Team 2 in evacuation. Make sure there's no stampede and no casualties. Team 4, find the shooter. The moment the gunshot resounded, Qin Feng's eyebrows furrowed deeply. He quickly glanced through the crowd. His father, Su Ruoro, Liu Chen, and Rao Sherman. He was relieved to see them all safe. Both of the 2 gunshots had seemingly missed their targets. Creak! The metal frame on the stage released a slight cracking sound. The makeshift stage was on the verge of collapse. Rao Sherman was nervous. Below the stage was chaos, and she was afraid of going down, but she felt very insecure about staying alone on the stage as well. Oh my gosh, the stage is going to collapse. A cry suddenly drifted from the crowd that was being evacuated. Everyone simultaneously looked toward Rao Sherman, who was still on the stage. The metal frame behind Rao Sherman was swaying in the wind. It looked like it would break at any moment. If the metal frame fell, then what would happen to Rao Sherman, who was standing under it? The metal frame might crush her to a meat pulp. Sherman, be careful! Sherman, Sherman, run fast, run for your life. A dozen of fans forgot to escape when they saw the scene. They were at a loss and could only yell frantically at Rao Sherman, unable to comprehend the current situation. Rao Sherman slowly spun her body. When she saw the metal frame had tilted down, her brain turned to mush all of a sudden. This was because she knew she didn't have time to escape. Sherman, Rao Sherman. Ugh, Sherman, please be fine. There was a sea of roars and cries as their hearts clenched. All of them had lost hope. Some of them even closed their eyes. They could imagine the tragedy that would happen in the next second. Was this the fall of China's pure goddess? She was just getting started, still in the prime of her life. Shroom! A gale suddenly blew past the crowd, and a shadow disappeared in a blink of an eye. Qin Feng tapped his foot and arrived above the stage right away. He understood now. The 2 gunshots weren't fired at anyone, but at the screws on stage. They shattered the makeshift stage directly. Were these people aiming at Rao Sherman? Why didn't they just kill her with a bullet? Why did they have to shatter the stage to crush her to death? Isn't this superfluous? Qin Feng was running out of time. He stopped his brain from racing because he had to rescue Rao Sherman now. Sherman, run now. Qin Feng got to the stage. He immediately pulled her hand and wanted to bring her down. Rao Sherman stared at Qin Feng with her wide and charming eyes. Obviously, she was frightened, unresponsive to Qin Feng's call. Crash! Unable to bear the weight anymore, the huge metal frame behind them collapsed entirely. Qin Feng, sensed it was too late even if he wanted to jump together with Rao Sherman right now. So without any hesitation, Qin Feng quickly embraced Rao Sherman in his arms and held her tightly. "Sherman, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. I won't let anything happen to you." He turned his back to the falling metal frame and looked fondly at Rao Sherman. Countless expressions flashed across Rao Sherman's face as she saw the metal frame landed on Qin Feng's back. Rao Sherman always had the impression that Qin Feng was a vulgar and shameless guy. She never imagined he'd use his flimsy back and prop up a piece of sky for her. He hugged her tightly in his thick and warm arms, protecting her from all harm. This warmth was much more comfortable than a winter sun and much brighter than a sunflower. Rao Sherman could only shrink her body and stand quietly in Qin Feng's arms. She felt Qin Feng's arms were warm. She couldn't hear any sound at this moment. Those whispers seemed to come to an end. All she could hear was Qin Feng's fast, strong heartbeat. This was, by far, the most beautiful music she'd ever heard. Not even her own heavenly voice could compare to it. It's better to send charcoal during winter than gild the lily. Those people who usually follow you when you're at the pinnacle of your career are either ass-kissers or wolves in sheep's clothing. However, those who are willing to stand by you when you're in great danger are the ones you can depend on. Rao Sherman just realized Qin Feng was the person whom she could rely on. "Qin Feng, I never imagined I'd stand in your arms and go to another world with you. Qin Feng, thank you for letting me die gracefully without any fear." As Rao Sherman spoke, she cast a gentle-as-water gaze at Qin Feng. She thought it would be a waste if she died before giving her first kiss to anyone. So when she looked at Qin Feng's handsome profile, her pair of soft, tender, red lips automatically fell lightly on his lips. "Qin Feng, this is my first kiss. I gave it to you as a compliment for your brave heart. I hope we can be friends in the afterlife." Rao Sherman was dazed as she kissed Qin Feng's thick and gentle lips. This was because she felt Qin Feng suddenly turn frenzied and demand for more. He extended his tongue into her mouth. His move was so fast and domineering that Rao Sherman didn't have a chance to resist or refuse him. Both of their tongues were entangled together, but Rao Sherman didn't know how to kiss. It was Qin Feng who led her into exploring this mysterious zone. Since this was the first time Rao Sherman kissed a man, she was already overwhelmed by the stimulating and shy feeling. Nobody knew how much time passed when Rao Sherman suddenly regained her senses. She widened her eyes as big as saucers and stared at Qin Feng. "What's happening now? What's going on? Are we dead?" But why did the kiss and the skin contact feel so real? Rao Sherman forcibly pushed Qin Feng away and looked upward. The metal frame had already fallen, but a shocking scene appeared right before her. The huge solid metal frame stopped in midair and didn't crush her or Qin Feng. This was because Qin Feng used his thick, broad shoulders to forcibly lift the 500 kilograms metal frame. Not only Rao Sherman was stunned. Even the crowd that was being evacuated had stopped amazed by this sight. They'd seen Qin Feng suddenly appear on stage, like Superman. He hugged Rao Sherman and used his back to support the metal frame. He smooched with Rao Sherman under the rain, lifting the heavy weight all by himself. Was this the power of love? The kiss of a goddess was so miraculous. Su Ruoro cried. She was weeping buckets as she thought Qin Feng and Rao Sherman would be smashed to death. She shouted their names with all of her strength, just like a helpless little girl. On the other hand, Liu Chen was so nervous that she broke her high heels. When she saw Qin Feng and Rao Sherman crushed under the metal frame, her concern for them wasn't any less than Su Ruoro's. It was just that they had different personalities, so the way they reacted was different. Chapter 288. Chapter 288. Live and die together. "Sherman, get down quickly. I can't hold on for much longer," said Qin Feng through gritted teeth. Rao Sherman only now regained her senses from the shock and the passionate kiss. She quickly ran off the stage when she saw Qin Feng's completely red face. PFFF. Rao Sherman had just gotten off the stage when a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out of Qin Feng's mouth. He currently had stage 3 external abilities and intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, and could exert 7 times a normal person's strength. However, his body could only withstand 5 times the weight that normal people could withstand, around 300 to 350 kilograms. Though Qin Feng usually wore the 250 kilograms flying dragon armor, and it helped raise his endurance, even when he exerted inner qi, holding up the 500 kilograms metal frame was his limit. PFFF. Qin Feng opened his mouth to spit another mouthful of fresh blood. Every time a mouthful of blood came out, his endurance dropped slightly. The metal frame felt heavier and heavier. Qin Feng's lower body had already sunk into the wooden stage, and he had no way of freeing himself. Qin Feng. When the 3 girls saw this scene, they ran to Qin Feng. Rao Sherman, Su Ru Ro, and Liu Chen squatted beside Qin Feng, and 3 pairs of soft hands got a death grip on the enormous metal frame. Though they knew it was impossible, they attempted to help push the metal frame off Qin Feng's back. Even if they couldn't push it off, at least they'd help a bit by sharing some of its weight. Leave! All of you leave! Qin Feng roared angrily. The 3 women were shocked. It was their first time seeing Qin Feng so angry. They didn't know that this was because Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. The metal frame would fall down completely at any moment, and if the 3 of them didn't leave, it would kill them. Qin Feng, I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay with you. Su Ruo Ro hugged Qin Feng and burst into tears. Rao Sherman's and Liu Chen's charming eyes glistened with tears as well, but they were stronger. They raised their heads and didn't allow their tears to fall. Qin Feng, hurry and come out. If you come out now, I'll disregard the matter of you ripping my stockings in the lounge earlier. And I'll even wear white stockings tomorrow and let you do what you want of me in my office, said Liu Chen anxiously. Qin Feng, you're like this because of me. I can't leave either. Rao Sherman's tone was staunch as well. The 3 women all had their reasons for staying. They had death grips on the metal frame and looked like they wouldn't leave without Qin Feng. Qin Feng's lips lifted slightly. He really wanted to burst into tears because he was so moved by the 3 women. When he was really young, he was envied because of his illustrious family background. He was forcefully crowned a hedonistic young master that was dissolute and vulgar. He couldn't rid himself of this title even if he wanted to. Thus, Qin Feng simply indulged himself and became a real hedonistic young master. Every day, he indulged in feasting, pleasure-seeking, and mutual deception. He knew that every person that got close to him had ulterior motives. Everyone in Acropolis City knew his name, yet Qin Feng didn't have any real friends. Qin Feng pretty much played with all of the beauties in Acropolis, but no one treated him wholeheartedly. Qin Feng felt as though his life was a complete failure back then. It looked bright and beautiful from the outside, but he was lonely. He hadn't imagined that there would be a day when he'd have a friend that he could devote himself to, or a woman who would be willing to die for him. Now, there were 3 silly women kneeling before him. Their knees were scraped and their soft little hands were cut, but they didn't leave or give up on him. For a long time, there had still been nothing. Then his stagnant body suddenly boiled crazily. Qin Feng knew that he was about to break through his limits. He wore the 250 kilograms flying dragon armor every day, wildly trained himself, didn't give up, and continued to work hard when people weren't weighing. But breaking through always took some time. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Smack, smack, smack. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. His smile was really happy and bright. It was genuine, the pure smile of an infant. He quickly kissed the 3 women on the lips in succession. The 3 women were stunned, and their eyes were wide as they looked stupidly at Qin Feng. He used the qi flow in his body to turn quickly. He felt his entire body heat up and he wanted to go crazy. The qi from his abdomen got stronger and stronger. However, he felt like he had to brace his body for an explosion at any moment. Oh my, look at those three beauties, they are so infatuated. It's not like there'd be no more men in the world if he dies. Since you want to live and die together, this big brother will inconvenience himself to take all three of you. In the future, Big Brother will satisfy you all. Silver number 26, we're here to complete the assignment. If I were you, I'd shoot now. In a Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 villa, two shadows lay on the top floor deck. One looked Chinese and wore a long white robe, while the other was a dark-skinned foreigner whose skin was as dark as his black clothing. Bronze number 1, you know that I'm responsible for directing our activities today. When I shoot isn't up to you. What kind of experts can there be in a godforsaken place like Acropolis that they called over someone from our silver group? I really don't know what the crew was thinking, said the black man in fluent Chinese. He had an arrogant expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in the white robe. Silver number 26, don't forget that this brat killed bronze number 8 and number 5. How could he be someone ordinary? The middle-aged man wearing a white robe had his gaze pinned on Qin Feng, and he was much more vigilant than the black man. Humph, don't you find it embarrassing to mention that? What kind of trash are you bronze group people that the 5th and 8th experts together were annihilated by that brat? This only means that your bronze group is too weak. In a bit, I'll show you the strength of the silver group. The black man stared at the middle-aged man in the white robe once more, then ignored him. He pointed his icy silver handgun accurately at Qin Feng and was ready to shoot and kill him at any moment. Whoosh! Silver number 26 hadn't locked down on his target, yet when a flash of light flew toward him. Fuck, we've been discovered. How is that possible? Silver number 26 made a strange noise, did a backflip, and narrowly dodged the light. A flying dagger struck deep into the concrete wall behind him, leaving only a couple of centimeters of its handle outside the wall. I've spotted the target in the villa at 10 o'clock. It seems like a woman. Bronze number 1 pinpointed the assailant's position when silver number 26 dodged the attack. Fuck, that bye. She actually took the initiative to oppose our golden assassin crew? Wait until this elder captures her. I'll tear her clothes off and screw her to death. Silver number 26 cursed her incessantly, but he became vigilant. His black eyes flashed with the sharpness of a hawk, and he looked at the villa in the 10 o'clock direction. Ah, it really is a woman. Her figure isn't bad. Your elder is going to have her today. Silver number 26 quickly discovered the target. He swung his hand forward, and a shot flew out at the speed of lightning. Bang! Another gunshot was heard. Even though he had a silencer, the low and dull sound was not completely blocked. Swoosh, swoosh. The whistles of flying daggers were heard at the same time as the gunshot. Shock flashed through silver number 26 and bronze number 1's faces, because this time their opponent threw 2 daggers, and it surpassed their predictions. There was actually someone who could dodge silver number 20 SIXS gunshot and have time to counterattack. That woman's abilities really couldn't be discounted. Fuck, where the hell did this girl come from? Acropolis City is so small. When did so many strong people appear? Bye. You're forcing your elder to screw you to death. Silver number 26 yelled. He looked like he really wanted to rush up and kill her, but a flash of nervousness flitted across his face. At this time he hid behind a wall and didn't dare peek out. Between 1 gunshot and 2 flying daggers, it was clear that the girl would beat him. Across from them, at 8 o'clock on the 3rd floor of a villa, a woman filled with an icy and murderous air half squatted on the balcony by a wall. She had clean and neat, light purple, ear-length hair. She wore tight, black leather clothing and black boots, and the black boots were filled with various daggers. She also wore a black veil, so her features weren't completely visible. However, one could tell from her vibrant eyes that she was very attractive. Her eyes were as bright as stars and clear and calm like water. Every time she blinked, they were like twinkling stars that could sway the viewer's mood. This was a woman who could topple cities and countries with her beauty, and was also an expert with a murderous aura. The last time she appeared, her goal had been to harm Qin Feng on Lotus Lake. This time, she appeared at Phase 2 of Cloud City Hua Manor, and her agenda temporarily swayed to helping Qin Feng deal with the members of the Golden Assassin crew. Stinking brat, your great aunt lured out the target for you. If you still can't avoid that, then there's no need for me to work with you. I wish you luck. The young woman with black leather clothes and purple hair mumbled to herself, then disappeared. We fell into a trap. Bronze number 1 suddenly sighed. Silver number 26 wasn't as cocky as before. He knew the two of them had been played, and played by a woman. The two of them hid behind the wall, looking for the woman. Half a minute passed. They scanned the row of villas across from them, but they couldn't spot her. Based on their many years as assassins, they knew that woman was already gone. She suddenly appeared and disappeared, but she wasn't trying to fight them. She merely alerted Qin Feng, who was on the stage. She achieved her goal because Qin Feng's gaze now fell on the villa the two of them were at. Miss Sherman, please leave with us. Four bodyguards in black rushed on stage. Rao Sherman ignored them and continued to hold up the large frame with Su Ruoro and Liu Qin. 2 assassins are hiding at 1 o'clock. Hurry and take these 3 women away. If they don't leave, then drag them away. Qin Feng discovered the positions of the assassins and naturally couldn't allow the 3 women to remain by his side. After Qin Feng spoke, the expressions of the 4 well-trained bodyguards in black changed. 3 of them grabbed Rao Sherman, Su Ruoro, and Liu Qin and led them to safety. The last one handled the final details. He kept Hua and reported the assassin's location into his walkie-talkie while trying to spot the assassins. Qin Feng, I'm not leaving. Don't touch me, let go. Don't worry about me. I can walk. Hurry and save Qin Feng. He can't hold out much longer. Qin Feng, you got in trouble to save me. How can I leave? I want to leave when you do. The 3 women were taken away by the bodyguards, and each of them fought to run back. Qin Feng looked on, and the boiling chi flow within him went berserk. He felt as though his body would explode in the next second. Chapter 289. Chapter 289. Stage 3 Inner Chi. Bang! An explosion resounded. Qin Feng suddenly felt something blow up inside his body. The excruciating pain that was choking him suddenly disappeared. Now he felt a kind of indescribable pleasure. It seemed like the burden that had been pressuring his body and heart for 20 years was gone. His body felt as light as a feather, as if he could soar into the sky at any moment. It felt like a raging ocean that had calmed down. It came with a violent and grand vehemence, and when it receded, it returned to a tranquil state as if nothing had happened before. However, Qin Feng knew something had indeed happened, because he could truly feel his inner chi was stronger and deeper, while his inner strength was more domineering and powerful. This was a refreshing feeling, like spring bamboo up after rain, a thrilling experience as if he was reborn. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've successfully raised your external strength to stage 4. You've been rewarded 2,000 hedonist points. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've successfully raised your inner chi to stage 3. You've been rewarded 1,000 hedonist points. Ding! New mission from Hedonist Sovereign System. Raise your inner chi to stage 4. Time duration, 3 months. If you succeed in clearing the quest, you'll be rewarded 2,000 hedonist points. If you fail the quest, Your inner chi will stop at stage 3 forever. Fuck! I should have blasted the little brat's brain out. You're going to die now anyway. Silver number 26 aimed his silver handgun at Qin Feng's head and pulled the trigger abruptly. With a muffled bang, the bullet turned into a streak of light and flew toward Qin Feng. It was impossible for an ordinary person to see the speed and course of a flying bullet. But now the bullet in Qin Feng's eyes was flying as slow as a pebble thrown by an ordinary person. Its trajectory was imprinted clearly in Qin Feng's eyes. It was flying directly at his brain. Shroom! The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled lightly. The aura around him suddenly thickened. Qin Feng then tapped on the floor using the tip of his foot, and he darted out like an arrow released from a bowstring. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning toward the villa where silver number 26 was. Kaboom! The huge metal frame toppled under Qin Feng's momentum and fell to the floor, raising a dust storm. Qin Feng finished his movements within just a heartbeat. After silver number 26 fired, his countenance changed drastically. The scene of Qin Feng being headshot and his brain splashing in all directions didn't happen. He could only see the stage ravaged with dust, and that little brat was no longer in sight. He's coming. He's flying toward here, yelled Bronze number 1. The astonishment in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. There was nothing wrong with his description. Qin Feng was indeed flying. He utilized the remnants of berserk power that remained in his body after his breakthrough. He jumped lightly, and he'd already shot over a dozen meters above the ground. Within a blink of an eye, he'd landed on the top floor deck. Both of Qin Feng's legs landed on the deck's parapet. He looked down on the duo that was hiding behind the wall. One was a bald Chinese man around 30 years old wearing a long white robe. He looked fixedly at Qin Feng with a grave expression. His outfit and appearance were reminiscent of a brawler monk. The other person was a dark-skinned foreigner in black clothing. He was glaring at Qin Feng. We underestimated you, brat. Even if you found us, the result is the same. You're gonna die. As an assassin, it was a disgrace for them to be discovered by their target. This type of disgrace was even more severe for those top assassins in the Golden Assassin crew. Silver number 26 then waved his big hand, pulled out his gun, and roared, Bronze number 1, let's attack him using formation A. Bang! Silver number 26 was a highly skilled marksman. His shooting speed was incredibly fast. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to react and wouldn't even know he was actually shooting. This was because he utilized the shooting skill flick when he fired his gun. He'd swing his gun and aim at the target at the same time. After that, he'd use his fast reaction speed and do a pinpoint shot at the last tenth of a second. Qin Feng moved. He disappeared in front of the duo again. Seeing no blood on the parapet, silver number 26 knew he'd missed Qin Feng. When he realized he'd missed again, he became mad. He was a top assassin in Golden Assassin Crew's Silver Group. His bullets had never missed any of his targets until today. This was the 4th time he'd missed since he'd met Qin Feng and that mysterious woman. Brat, let me, Bronze number 1, meet you face to face. You dared to kill 2 dauntless warriors from my Bronze group. Today will be your demise. As soon as silver number 26 fired, Bronze number 1 made his move. His white robe shrieked loudly in the wind, and his speed was as fast as a lightning bolt, casting an afterimage in one's eyes. In a large garden behind the villa, Qin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He intentionally lured Bronze number 1 here because this place was a better place for a fight. Virum. A buzzing suddenly drifted over from the sky. From a small white dot, the figure of Bronze number 1 grew larger and larger. Earlier he was unarmed, but now a long staff gleaming with an icy aura had appeared in his hand. The staff revolved quickly like a helicopter's rotor blades above Bronze number 1's head, hurtling him toward Qin Feng. a staff and a person, white robe and bald. Qin Feng suspected that this person was really a brawler monk from a temple. "Brat, want my staff?" Bronze number 1 gave out a loud battle cry as he landed. He tapped on the ground lightly and swung his long staff at Qin Feng's head. Dang! When the long staff neared the tip of Qin Feng's nose, Qin Feng waved his big hand and summoned a long sword with pale yellow glow. The true steel sword clashed with the phantom staff, releasing a screeching sound that was deafening to one's ears. Orange grade spiritual weapon. Bronze number 1's eyes were flashing brightly. He gazed at the shining true steel sword in Qin Feng's hand and exclaimed, "So this was the reason why number 5 and number 8 still couldn't defeat you even after they joined hands. It's because you own an orange grade spiritual weapon. The monk is going to take this orange grade treasure sword today." The long staff in bronze number 1 trembled suddenly. An enormous strength was then released from the staff, forcing Qin Feng to back 3 steps. At this moment, bronze number 1 leaped over Qin Feng's head, and with the phantom staff in his hand, he smashed it down ferociously. Shroom, shroom, shroom. It looked like an ordinary strike, but it drew a dozen staff shadows with murderous intent in midair. Each and every one of the staff shadows had enormous strength. If the strike landed on an ordinary person, it could easily shatter a person's bones and smashed him into a meat pulp in an instant. If an external expert cultivated inner strength, he could release the strength at once, but he needed to condense his inner strength before releasing it again. On the other hand, if an inner chi expert cultivated inner strength, he could release the strength a dozen times in a single strike without needing to condense it again. Looking at the gleaming staff shadows that covered the sky, Qin Feng knew the brawler monk in front of him was an inner chi expert. From the violent aura released by the staff shadows, Qin Feng deduced that the strength of this brawler monk was at least on par with Liang Zhengwei, who was a stage for inner chi expert when Qin Feng met him. Qin Feng was only a stage 2 external expert back then. After he completed the mission, acquiring Zhao Lingxian's affection, and bought a basic sword skill, he'd successfully broken through to stage 1 inner chi. Then he killed Liang Zhengwei, who was stage for inner chi expert, with a single slash. Winning had just been an incredible stroke of luck for him at that time. But since Qin Feng was now a stage for external expert, plus a stage 3 inner chi expert, he believed he could vanquish a stage for inner chi expert now. Countless staff shadows were getting closer, and the violent aura was becoming so strong that it pressured a person so badly he couldn't breathe. A triumphant grin crossed bronze number 1's face as he imagined Qin Feng being crushed to a meat pulp by his attack. Buzz! Another buzzing echoed. However, this time was the sound made by Qin Feng brandishing the true steel sword. He remained in his original place and waved his left hand so fast it formed dozens of phantom shadows. The true steel sword in his hand moved like an illusion, drawing layers of orange-colored light above his head. The sword auras instantly collided with the staff shadows, causing a series of explosions. Stinking brat, you're an inner chi expert as well. The countenance of bronze number 1 changed drastically as he refused to accept the fact. He was now 35 years old and had just stepped into the realm of stage for inner chi. He could reach this stage in such a short time only because he stole the phantom staff and the scroll of the phantom staff technique from his sect. And now, Qin Feng was only around 20 years old, but the sword aura he released was easily a ma for his staff style. Bronze number 1 wouldn't have been surprised if this kind of genius appeared in the provincial capital. But how could a genius martial artist appear in a small city like Acropolis City? Shouldn't an assassin investigate his target first before killing him? Isn't a little bit too late for you to realize the truth now? Qin Feng sneered. He suddenly leaped forward and came to bronze number 1's side. He hadn't drawn out his full potential yet, using only around 70% of his strength to test the strength of bronze number 1. After Qin Feng was certain that his opponent was in the realm of stage for inner qi, Qin Feng had no more apprehensions about killing an expert of this stage again with his current strength. The true steel sword slashed down fiercely from above. It looked like a simple slash, but it was filled with a strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The airstream around it splashed wide, causing a dozen explosions. Bronze number 1 was frightened and planned to escape, but he realized his effort was futile. Qin Feng had cast his sword auras all over the place, blocking all the escape routes. Bang! A gunshot rang. Qin Feng, who wanted to slash bronze number 1, suddenly sheathed his sword and leaped backward, retreating a few meters away. On the ground where he'd just been, a bullet dug deeply into the soil. Bang, bang! A hail of gunshots echoed. Qin Feng realized silver number 26 kept shifting positions because the bullets came from different places each time. Qin Feng, who'd had the upper hand just now, couldn't do anything but only jump around to dodge the barrage of attacks from silver number 26. What a talented youngster! But unfortunately, you offended the Golden Assassin crew, and there's only one way out for you: die. Seeing a nimble Qin Feng dodge all of silver number 20 SXS attacks, a hint of admiration flashed across bronze number 1's eyes. Only now did he realize the true strength of Qin Feng. This person's speed was faster than his, and his inner qi was stronger and deeper than his. Luckily, the organization considered Qin Feng an extremely dangerous target and ordered him and silver number 26 to assassinate Qin Feng from both long range and close range. If not, bronze number 1 would already have been dead. The gunshots rang out continuously. Silver number 26 was sniping from a distance to obstruct Qin Feng's attack. Bronze number 1, on the other hand, was lurking around, waiting for the perfect moment to deal Qin Feng a fatal blow. Chapter 290. Chapter 290. Perfect record broken. Whoosh! Bronze number 1's shadow flitted by, and he appeared behind Qin Feng. The damn gunshots became fiercer, and they coordinated with bronze number 1's attacks. This was a lethal attack and a crucial one. The silver, shadowless staff danced in the air. This time, it didn't form countless staff shadows, it merely struck down. However, the originally illusory staff shadows hid, combining with the actual staff and making the staff even stronger. This staff struck at the back of Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng could only move forward and could not turn back because bullets came incessantly from behind him. The speed of the bullets were such that he could only dodge them thrillingly. He couldn't spare any of his concentration to deal with bronze number 1. Whoosh, whoosh! The whistling of the wind from behind him grew louder and louder, and the fierce pressure from the same direction came closer and closer. Qin Feng knew that if he continued to blindly run away like this, he would get hit by the staff. Though the staff wasn't formidable enough to kill Qin Feng, it would severely injure him. When fighting 2 experts of the Golden Assassin crew, getting severely injured was tantamount to dying. Die! Suddenly, Qin Feng stopped and roared. He'd already determined the position of the assassins. His right hand held the true steel sword and thrust backward, clashing with bronze number 1's phantom spear and blocking his attack. At the same time, a long orange whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The spirit snake whip flew into the sky, then fell on one of the windows on the 3rd floor. Crackle! This whip was like lightning that struck down from the heavens. It shattered the windowsill and split silver number 26, who was hiding below it, in half. Blood shot out of the 3rd floor window like a water jet. Silver number 26 lay on the floor, his body bisected, but his astonished expression could still be clearly seen on both halves of his face. He died without understanding how he died. He hadn't thought Qin Feng could suddenly stop, brave death, and attack him. What he really couldn't understand was where the spirit snake whip had come from. The 2 men had already been alarmed when Qin Feng pulled out the orange-grade true steel sword, and they were practically frightened to death when Qin Feng so casually pulled the spirit snake whip out. Silver number 26 was killed by one whip. Bronze number 1 was stunned, and he looked completely shaken. By the time he regained his senses and looked at Qin Feng, holding the spirit snake whip, the calmness in his face completely disappeared. And that was left was boundless fear. As a member of the top international assassin group, Bronze number 1 had lost count of how many people he'd killed. He'd killed various types of people: martial artists, high officials, bosses, and normal people, not worth mentioning. No matter which target he killed, as the leader of the Bronze group, Bronze number 1 had never been afraid. However, in the little Acropolis city today, Bronze number 1 was terrified upon meeting a genius that was at least a stage for inner chi expert. He wasn't like other assassins who gave no thought to life or death. He'd stolen his sect's secret treasures, the Phantom Staff and the Phantom Staff technique. Hunted by his entire sect, he only joined the Golden Assassin crew because he had nowhere else to run. He didn't want to die, so he could only run. Whoosh! Bronze number 1 suddenly moved. He grabbed the true steel sword that was stabbed into the ground and quickly made his escape. He knew he couldn't beat Qin Feng, and he wasn't as fast as Qin Feng either. Thus, the coveted true steel sword became the sole weapon that could save him. He really wanted to take this orange-grade spiritual equipment away, but if he did, he would die. He hesitated for an instant, then clenched his teeth and flung the true steel sword away from him. Qin Feng, who was chasing after him, furrowed his brows, hesitated for a brief instant as well, then stopped chasing after Bronze number 1. He quickly dashed after his true steel sword. When the true steel sword was back in his hands, Bronze number 1 was gone. Silver number 26 was split in half, and he was as dead as a doornail. Bronze number 1 escaped without a trace. This was the Golden Assassin crew's second time trying to kill Qin Feng, and the second time they failed. This became a shameful part of the Golden Assassin crew's history. Qin Feng broke their record of never failing an assignment since their conception. After all, ever since the Golden Assassin crew's founding, there was no task they hadn't completed. The first time they failed, they wanted to give their all to eliminate their target the second time. After all, their record had remained impeccable for 20 years. However, Qin Feng broke it. Not only did he break the Golden Assassin crew's record of infallibility, he also killed 3 of their assassins. This was also unprecedented. They were assassins from the Golden Assassin crew. How could they get killed? Qin Feng dragged his injured right leg back toward the stage. Police cars already surrounded the location, and there was a police cordon encircling the area to limit access. The 1,000+ people who came to participate in the ceremony and the reporters were led away in bays by the police. Rao Sherman, Su Ruoro, and Liu Chun were safely settled who knew where. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a light drizzle lingered in the air. It was bustling all around. Qin Feng, suddenly joining the crowd, didn't arouse much notice. Qin Feng was about to walk into the lounge when he heard a cold but pleasant voice come from behind him. Qin Feng didn't turn his head, but Lu Bingbing ran over. "Director Lu, long time no see," greeted Qin Feng with a smile when he saw the stern and proud Lu Bingbing. "Long time no see, my ass. I saw you 2 days ago, brat. When I see you—" Once Lu Bingbing saw him. She wanted to argue with him, but then her gaze suddenly fell to his pants that were dyed red with blood. She covered her mouth and gasped, "Qin Feng, you're injured." Lu Bingbing squatted to look at Qin Feng's injured thigh. Qin Feng wanted to leave, but Lu Bingbing pulled him back. "How did you get shot?" "So that assassin was aiming for you." No, your wound must be treated immediately, and the bullet must be removed as soon as possible. Otherwise, it could constrict a meridian, and your leg would be rendered useless." Unfazed, Lu Bingbing pulled out some tissue, squatted, and carefully wiped the blood around Qin Feng's wound. This was Qin Feng's first time seeing Lu Bingbing worried about him. When he saw her squatting before him looking so concerned and careful, a thought swept through Qin Feng's mind. The button on Director Lu's chest has popped off, and she doesn't know. How big and white. Qin Feng, come with me. I'm taking you to the hospital right now. After conducting simple treatment on Qin Feng's wound, Lu Bingbing raised her head to look at him. She noticed that Qin Feng wasn't listening to what she was saying. He had his gaze pinned to who knew what. When Lu Bingbing followed Qin Feng's gaze to her half-exposed breasts, her blood boiled and rushed to her head as she sent a kick at Qin Feng. Pervert. Stinking hooligan. Ow. Director Lu, I have no bad blood with you. Why do you want to kill me every time you see me? Lu Bingbing gave a powerful kick that landed right on Qin Feng's wound. Hey, are you all right? Lu Bingbing realized that she was too agitated, and she looked worriedly at Qin Feng. All right? Humph. If I shot your leg and kicked the wound, would you be all right? Plus, you kicked with heels on. Qin Feng looked unhappily at Lu Bingbing. If it was the Lu Bingbing of the past, how could she let Qin Feng yell at her? She would have gotten into a heated argument with him. However, she didn't get mad or hit him. She looked expressionlessly at Qin Feng, then suddenly took his arm and supported him toward the ambulance. Director Lu, I'm not going to the hospital. Take me back to Qin Manor. We have a doctor there. Qin Feng pushed Lu Bingbing away and turned in an attempt to head back to the lounge. In all honesty, a bullet wound wasn't much to the current Qin Feng. He was going to the lounge to take out the bullet and buy and apply a bottle of elementary gold sore medicine, and then he would be fine. Also, Qin Feng broke through 2 of his limits and gained 3,000 hedonist points. As long as he spent the points, he could become a rank 5 hedonist mortal. Not only would he gain 3 free lottery chances, he would also activate the system's wuxia interface. Qin Feng was really looking forward to it. Qin Feng, I've seen your wound. You can't just leave. Also, you put weight on your leg after getting shot, aggravating the injury. Now you've lost too much blood. If we don't get you to the hospital for treatment now, you're really going to be in trouble. Lu Bingbing rushed up and grabbed Qin Feng. She didn't know why she suddenly became so stubborn. Director Lu, let me go. I can handle this wound. Plus, if my leg is really crippled and the wound became ruptured, inflamed, or infected, shouldn't you be secretly happy? Why do you look worried about me? Oh, Director Lu, I'm not seeing things, am I? Why are your eyes red? Are you crying? Don't tell me you've fallen for this young master. Qin Feng really didn't want to go to the hospital. He was worried that the Golden Assassin crew would set an ambush for him. If he met the abnormal assassins again in the hospital, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. He was intentionally poking fun at Lu Bingbing to make her angry so she'd leave. However, not only did Lu Bingbing stay, she looked like she was set on hanging on to Qin Feng today. Stinking brat, you better walk out. If you keep saying crazy things, I might just kick you again. Whose eyes are red and who's crying for you? You must be dreaming. Lu Bingbing gave Qin Feng a cold glare. She didn't know what she was feeling at the moment. Though she hated Qin Feng, she got worried when she saw such a severe gunshot wound on his thigh. However, her eyes weren't red and she didn't cry. Qin Feng only made that up to make her mad. Are you getting into the ambulance with me or not? I'm not. You're in this state and you're still arguing with me? Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you not want your leg anymore? Lu Bingbing was furious. I'm begging you, Director Lu, to let me go because I want my leg. I'll deal with it myself. Qin Feng was beyond helpless. All the women he saw today were a bit off. Humph. Get into the ambulance with me. If I'm not taking you to the hospital, I'll extract the bullet for you in the ambulance. Lu Bingbing wondered what was wrong with her and why she was so insistent regarding Qin Feng's injury. However, she wouldn't be able to rest if she didn't personally see the bullet come out of Qin Feng's thigh or personally hear that Qin Feng's life wasn't in danger. Qin Feng knew that once Lu Bingbing set her mind to something, 10 bulls couldn't pull her away from her goal. Thus, he could only board the ambulance with her, since 10 policemen with real and loaded guns were nearby, standing guard. Qin Feng wasn't afraid of the Golden Assassin crew members heading over. The two of them got into the ambulance, and Lu Bingbing locked the door. Qin Feng lay on the stretcher. There was a first aid kit in the vehicle. "Director Lu, you're not going to do it personally, are you?" Qin Feng's face darkened as he weighed Lu Bingbing open the medical kit and pull out forceps, gauze, and various other items. "Shut up. Your mother learned first aid at the police academy. Removing bullets was one of the courses. My skills were number 1 in the entire squad. So many people begged for my assistance, but I didn't help them, so you should be happy." Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng and lay out everything she needed by Qin Feng's leg. Lu Bingbing's words had several possible meanings, and Qin Feng's thoughts went astray when he heard them. He looked at Lu Bingbing with a smile. "Then when you give the handjob later, Director Lu, be more gentle. You can move quickly, though. Your lily-white hands aren't bad, so your skills are sure to be exciting." Chapter 291. Chapter 291. It was crazy to remove a bullet. Lu Bingbing didn't have a vulgar mind like Qin Feng, so she was slightly stunned when she heard what Qin Feng had said. "What do you mean by handjob? I'm just removing the bullet in your leg. Why do I need to do a handjob for you? And I'm fast at removing bullets, as long as keep your mouth shut. Now take your pants off." Lu Bingbing gave Qin Feng a glacial stare as her delicate face blushed all of a sudden. Qin Feng was shot at the thigh area. It would be easier to remove the bullet if he took his trousers off. However, Lu Bingbing refused to help Qin Feng out of them. She was born aloof and cold. She never helped any guy take off his pants. She'd rather be killed than do this kind of thing. "Ayo, Director Lu, my thigh suddenly feels numb. Do you think I lost my leg? I lost too much blood just now, and I feel dizzy at the moment. I can't even lift my arms, let alone take off my pants. Director Lu, I think it's better send me back to Qin Manor. We've a doctor there. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair." Qin Feng turned vulgar again. Every time he became vulgar was the time he displayed his splendid acting skills. He still remembered he had a mission in the system regarding Lu Bingbing. Make this hot-tempered lass submit to him entirely. Qin Feng had put much effort in training her a few times before, and the results were good. At least Lu Bingbing wouldn't try to kill him now, like she had the first time she met him. Since her attitude toward him had changed imperceptibly after a few training sessions, of course Qin Feng had to double up on his efforts. "Stop acting, you stinking brat. You were as lively as a dragon just now when you got on the ambulance, and now you say you don't have any energy left? Do you think I'm dumb enough to fall into your crafty plot? I won't help you to take off your trousers, so put that in your pipe and smoke it." Lu Bingbing stared warily at Qin Feng, her delicate face blushing red. "Director Lu, I was shot. Do you think I'm still in a mood to cheat you? Maybe it's because your kick just now worsened my wound. Anyway, I now can't feel my leg, and I'm tired and wobbly. Please take me back to Qin Manor. I don't want you to help me remove the bullet anyway." As Qin Feng spoke, he showed a pained expression to Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing dropped her guard slightly. When she decided that the kick she delivered to Qin Feng was indeed a little harsh, she then asked herself, "Did I really injure him?" Lu Bingbing became solemn. She pinched Qin Feng's tender thigh as hard as she could and asked, "Qin Feng, do you feel anything now?" Qin Feng howled inside his heart, "Jesus Christ! Why is this Lu Bingbing even stronger than those muscle men? She almost pinched a piece of meat from my thigh. If it wasn't for Qin Feng's high pain tolerance, he would have wept in pain already." "No, I don't feel anything," said Qin Feng through clenched teeth, holding his breath. Lu Bingbing became grave. Seems like he really can't feel his own leg. If we don't get the bullet out, this little brat might lose his leg forever. Director Lu, don't be so hard on yourself. I really appreciate your help, but please take me back to Qin Manor. Qin Feng gazed with deep feeling at Lu Bingbing. Stop talking nonsense. Your mother said I'll help you remove the bullet. Lie down, little brat. If you dare to move so much as an inch, your mother will crush you. Lu Bingbing's countenance sank all of a sudden. As she spoke, she extended her hand to undo Qin Feng's belt. Her hands were as pure as lush green jade, slender and fine. They rested on Qin Feng's belt for a long time and still couldn't undo it. It was something that could be done within a few seconds, but it took more than a minute for Lu Bingbing. Beads of sweat started to form on her forehead. The small, enclosed ambulance space was instantly filled with the fragrance of Lu Bingbing's body. Kachak! Lu Bingbing finally undid Qin Feng's belt with a crisp snap. Her fine and tender hands were trembling slightly. Besides her own belt, when had she helped others undo their belts? Lu Bingbing's ears reddened once she thought of it. Swoosh! Lu Bingbing pulled off Qin Feng's belt in one go and threw it aside. After that, she quickly unbuttoned his pants. When her jade hand fell on the zipper, she stopped for a while. After she mustered enough courage, she then gritted her teeth and pulled it downward. Qin Feng's trousers were damp with his blood and stuck to his thigh and wound. Lu Bingbing grew colder and more serious. She slowly pulled his trousers downward, trying to avoid rubbing his wound. The bright red trousers were slowly taken off by Lu Bingbing. Qin Feng lay front of Lu Bingbing in only his boxer briefs. His boxer briefs were stained with blood. The mouth of the wound gaped open, revealing gleaming white bone. Lu Bingbing initially thought she'd be very awkward after she took off Qin Feng's trousers. However, when she saw Qin Feng's wound, her eyes reddened and she almost cried. Qin Feng, bite this white cloth. It'll be very painful later. I'll try my best to remove the bullet fast. Please hold on for a bit, Lu Bingbing reminded Qin Feng gently. This was the first time Qin Feng saw such a gentle side to this lass. Forceps, alcohol, gauze, and steel tray. All the implements were neatly placed on the steel tray. Lu Bingbing took the forceps and sanitized it with an alcohol lamp. After she'd done her preparations, she then bent over Qin Feng's legs and carefully extracted the bullet from his thigh. This scene was too ambiguous. Qin Feng lay on the strayer. Lu Bingbing bent over his legs. People who didn't know better might think they were doing something they shouldn't. Ow! Lu Bingbing used the forceps and stabbed into Qin Feng's flesh. This was an unbearable pain that no one could withstand. Normally removing a bullet required general anesthesia, or at least local anesthesia. But now Qin Feng hadn't taken anything, so he could feel the pain full well. When the icy cold forceps stabbed into his flesh, he couldn't hold back a loud cry. As he shouted, both of his hands instinctively grabbed something in front of him. He then squeezed hard on that thing. He didn't know what that was, but the texture was very good and made him forget the pain in his thigh. Ah! Qin Feng, what are you doing? Get your dirty paws off me now. A second before, Lu Bingbing had been feeling guilty for hurting Qin Feng, and the next second, she felt a sharp pain from her neckline. She was so angry that she almost gave this little brat a kick and laid waste to him. I am sorry. It was too painful. Qin Feng quickly released his hands and looked at Lu Bingbing awkwardly. Lu Bingbing took a few deep breaths to cool herself down. She stared icily at Qin Feng and then resumed her extraction of the bullet. Just now, Lu Bingbing's forceps had already been inside his wound and almost reached the bullet. Frightened by Qin Feng's sudden ambush, she'd hastily pulled the forceps out without clamping tightly on the bullet. And now, she had to do it all over again. When the forceps stabbed into his flesh, Qin Feng felt the pain and started to reach for something again. Ow! This time, Qin Feng didn't have the guts to grab Lu Bingbing's neckline. He shifted targets and grabbed firmly at Lu Bingbing's calves. Lu Bingbing furrowed her eyebrows, slightly, but in the end, she paid no heed to Qin Feng's movement and concentrated on removing the bullet. The forceps thrust it in and out of his wound. The feeling was so painful that his body trembled. Both of his hands moved all the way from Lu Bingbing's calves to her thighs and continued to move into a deeper place. However, his attempt was blocked by Lu Bingbing as she tightly clamped her legs. In the end, Qin Feng could only withdraw his hands and cling tightly to Lu Bingbing's booty. Ow! Ow, ow, ow! Every time Qin Feng yelped in pain, both of his hands would instinctively squeeze harder on Lu Bingbing's booty. A myriad of expressions flashed across Lu Bingbing's face. Her delicate and cold face was now entirely flushed, as red as a ripened tomato, and water seemed to be dripping from it. However, she didn't stop her hands. Instead, she tried very hard to maintain her composure and keep herself focused. When the forceps reached inside the wound, she clamped on that damn bullet and quickly pulled it out, successfully removing it. Dang! The bullet fell on the steel tray with a crisp sound. Weak and with all her energy spent, Lu Bingbing's body quivered and fell to the floor. She felt weak because her booty was the most sensitive part of her body. So when Qin Feng squeezed it, she was so grieved that she wished she was dead. Now she sat on the floor, champed with rage, and wished to treat Qin Feng to a feast of punches. However, she couldn't bear to do it. You shameless pervert. Do you have any idea what you're doing? As soon as Lu Bingbing sat down, her gaze fell on a weird object that she'd never noticed before. Lu Bingbing's neck reddened in an instant. However, her eyes were filled with chilly, murderous intent. You bastard! How dare a little brat like you have such a barbarous thought when your mother painstakingly helped you to remove the bullet? Your mother will fucking snap that thing into. Lu Bingbing was mad as hell. This Qin Feng was too arrogant, vulgar, and shameless. She furiously grabbed a scalpel and rushed to Qin Feng's side, wanting to stab him. Qin Feng's face was distorted with fear. As he opened his mouth to stop Lu Bingbing, the ambulance door suddenly opened. I remember the door wasn't locked. Who locked it? Fast, 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 get the casualty loaded. He's lost too much blood. He'll be in great danger if we're too late. The door was opened from outside, and the sounds of rain and wind drifted over. At the door stood 2 doctors in white coats and 2 nurses, and another 2 policemen who were helping the doctors in carrying the stretcher. The group of people was carrying a casualty and getting on the ambulance. When they saw the sight in the ambulance, all of them held their breath, stunned in place. Doctors and nurses were flabbergasted. They couldn't fathom why there was a man and a woman in an ambulance. And most importantly, they were doing something embarrassing. Those 2 policemen were Lu Bingbing's subordinates. The shocking sight robbed them of speech. When they saw their director, Lu bent over a man with her head apparently buried in the man's crow. They then thought in their hearts, "This is our director Lu, the coolest and proudest in our bureau. It turns out she's this kind of woman. What are you guys looking at? Don't you guys have anything else to do? Hurry up and rescue the other casualties. And if anyone dares to mention anything they saw today to other people, be prepared to leave our bureau." Bang! The door was shut by Lu Bingbing's kick. After she took care of her subordinates, she then turned her head and stared at Qin Feng with a pair of reddened eyes. She released a dense killing aura throughout her body. Qin Feng was so scared that his little heart was about to explode. He knew howling winds and torrential rains were coming, but he really hadn't done anything. Bang, bang, bang. Ow, ow. The doctors, nurses, and policemen were still dazed outside the door. They could only hear the sound of vigorous movements and Qin Feng's cries constantly drifting over from inside the ambulance. The cries were screaming in Qin Feng's and Lu Bingbing's ears, but they became something else to the people outside the ambulance. All of them looked at one another with surprise and amazed expressions on their faces. The two little nurses were flushed with shyness. They couldn't imagine what types of positions the two people inside were using for combating. Chapter 292. Chapter 292. I killed him. Bang! After a full 10 minutes of fighting, the ambulance doors opened again, and Lu Bingbing exited the vehicle with a cold expression. When Qin Feng got out of the vehicle, a procession of bodyguards in black and 3 beauties rushed over. Qin Feng, are you all right? I knew you'd be all right. I was scared to death. Ah, Qin Feng, what happened to your leg? Is it okay? Why don't we go to the hospital? Qin Feng, wear this. Don't see a cold. The 3 beauties that suddenly rushed over were Su Ruoro, Liu Chen, and Rao Sherman. These 3 women were all outstandingly attractive, and each had different auras and personalities. Once each of the women saw Qin Feng, they surrounded him excitedly. Su Ruoro and Liu Chen anxiously took one of Qin Feng's arms each, while Rao Sherman hugged Qin Feng. When the doctors, nurses, and police saw this scene, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their skulls. In particular, the 2 subordinates that came with Lu Bingbing's side and wondered what kind of person Qin Feng was to have such luck with the ladies. Director Lu was exceptionally unlike herself today. She actually hid in a vehicle with Qin Feng and did it with him. And after it was over, she reinstated her usual cold and proud expression. And now that she saw 3 women surrounding Qin Feng, she actually wasn't mad. Based on her explosive temper, it would make more sense for her to blast the 3 women's heads off. Qin Feng just texted Su Ruoro while he was in the ambulance, so the 3 women rushed over with Qin Manor bodyguards. Qin Feng quickly changed into a new suit. There was no way he'd stand in front of everyone in his underwear. All right, let's go back to the lounge. Is Chairman Qin all right? Qin Feng held Su Ruoro and Liu Chen as they walked toward the lounge. Rao Sherman also quickly followed. Qin Feng, Chairman Qin is in the lounge right now. Everyone is fine. A few audience members were trampled and got hurt during the evacuation, but they've all been taken to the hospital for treatment. The sudden shooting incident has been settled by the police, and there are no deaths so far. Su Ruoro explained the situation to Qin Feng. The 4 of them walked under the protection of 4 bodyguards in black, and they quickly arrived at the lounge. Qin Feng, are you all right? You've scared your da. Qin Huang immediately rushed up to Qin Feng and grabbed him when he saw that his son was all right. Qin Feng cut his father off, yelling, Chairman Qin, I've worried you. I'm all right. I just so happened to be close to Rao Sherman, so I had the opportunity to rush on stage and save her. Rao Sherman is such a beautiful, kind, and famous celebrity that anyone in my position would have done the same thing and did all they could to save her. Chairman Qin, there's no need to praise me in particular, and don't give me a reward. That would dishonor my actions. How could Qin Huang not know what his son was thinking? Qin Feng was afraid of revealing his identity to the 3 beauties. Qin Huang had been too worried about Qin Feng's safety, so he almost slipped up. At this time, he regained his usual imposing expression and looked indifferently at Qin Feng. Since you were injured on the job, I was originally going to give you a week off to recover. I've also arranged for Miss Ruoro to have the week off with you as well, so she can take care of you. Seeing that you don't need these rewards, it seems that I've dishonored you. Ha! Chairman Qin is a man of his word. Since this is the case, then I, Qin Feng, will follow your arrangements, said Qin Feng with a chuckle. It's too late. Qin Huang glared at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng had changed into a new suit, and Qin Huang couldn't see the gunshot wound on his leg. Instead, he saw that Qin Feng was filled with life and energy, so he thought Qin Feng was completely fine. He huffed and led his bodyguards out of the lounge to deal with the aftermath of the situation. Once Qin Huang left, The atmosphere in the lounge became much more relaxed. Everyone had been a bit fearful with the chairman present. "Qin Feng, where did you go at first? You scared me to death. Also, what happened to your leg? Did you scrape it when you were holding up the metal frame for little sister Sherman earlier? Do you need to get it checked out at the hospital?" The three women were really worried about Qin Feng, but only Su Ruo expressed her worry completely. She knew Qin Feng was really perverted, so she intentionally tucked her body into Qin Feng's embrace to make him happy. She also lightly caressed the wound on Qin Feng's thigh. Her lovely clear eyes were teary. Qin Feng comfortingly patted Su Ruo's head. He smiled and said, "I'm fine, it was just a screw. All that matters is that you three beauties are all right." Qin Feng comforted Su Ruo, then looked at Rao Sherman with seriousness and said, "That's right, the assassins weren't after you. I think it has something to do with Royal Group. On behalf of Chairman Qin and Royal Group, I sincerely apologize for getting you mixed up in this conflict because of our company. And you don't need to be afraid in the future. Just forget everything that happened today." Rao Sherman looked at Qin Feng and said nothing. She felt bad knowing that Qin Feng injured his leg to save her. She didn't blame any specific person or the entire royal group for what happened. Though she was very famous and had a very strong power backing her, she was still kind and understood the idea of repaying kindness. Out of gratitude and not out of enmity, she would never forget what happened today. That's because Rao Sherman would never forget that Qin Feng stood out during her time of need, nor could she forget how he used his strong and healthy body to hold up that safe and warm sky. She gave her first kiss to Qin Feng today, and she also gave him her hug. In the past 8 years, she had never felt this touched or agitated, and she felt agitated again because of Qin Feng. How could she forget what happened today? Not only would she not forget it, she would remember it for the rest of her life. It would be a lovely, unforgettable memory like that with the youth by Lotus Lake. Qin Feng and the three women stayed in the lounge and waited until the police were mostly done dealing with the situation before going out. Once they exited, Qin Feng saw Lu Bingbing standing by the doorway. "Qin Feng, walk with me for a bit." Lu Bingbing regained her icy expression once more, as if the ambiguous situation in the ambulance earlier never happened. "Ruo, take Sherman and Yu Qin in Chairman Qin's car back to Qin Manor first. I'll speak with Director Lu, then head back on my own." Qin Feng patted Su Ruo's lovely hair. The three women looked at Qin Feng like they didn't want to leave him. In the end, under the protection of the bodyguards, they left first. "Humph, you really are loose. Walk out. If you're too loose, your ass will break." Lu Bingbing crossed her arms in front of her chest and waved the three women leave. Then she glared at Qin Feng. After yelling at Qin Feng, Lu Bingbing turned and boarded a police car. Qin Feng followed and sat in the front passenger seat. "Tell me, did the assassins come for you? Who are they?" Lu Bingbing and Qin Feng were the only two in the car, and the windows were sealed. Lu Bingbing's body fragrance wafted through the car. "I don't know, Director Lu. Maybe the assassins were targeting Royal Group. After all, Royal Group's business is becoming larger and larger. Someone must be secretly jealous and wanted to cause some trouble." Qin Feng shrugged with an expression that implied he knew nothing about the situation. "Qin Feng, you're still pretending? You think I'm an idiot?" Lu Bingbing suddenly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with severity. "During this sudden incident, besides you who got shot in the leg, no one else was injured. Do you think I didn't notice? Then that could only mean that they did their research on Royal Group, knew that I was Chairman Qin's only son, and wanted to abduct me to threaten Royal Group. In the end, they only injured me and weren't able to capture me because Director Lu brought people over and scared them away." Qin Feng immediately laughed and said to Lu Bingbing, "Thank you, Director Lu. If not for you, I might have been abducted by those despicable criminals and put in some dark and damp underground room. You know that I lead the life of a rich young master, and I'm the most afraid of underground rooms devoid of light, stinking of mold, with rats scurrying about. Qin Feng. Lu Bingbing angrily cut Qin Feng off. The pent-up anger in her chest caused it to rise up high, and Qin Feng wanted to look, but he didn't dare do so. Director Lu, don't be angry. If women get angry a lot, they get older faster. That's right. I heard that Lancome recently put out a new whitening product that's really good. I happen to have a friend in France. I'll have him send some quality products over. If a natural beauty like Director Lu uses it. Lu Bingbing ignored Qin Feng's words and suddenly blurted out. Qin Feng, one of the assassins, was found in the garden behind Villa 5. He was split in half by someone. Do you know who did it? Qin Feng immediately closed his mouth. His expression changed slightly, and he swayed to a comfortable posture as he leaned into the seat. He said, casually, I killed him. I used this blade and sliced him in two. A long sword that glowed orange suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's hand, scaring Lu Bingbing. What made her even more shocked was the fact that Qin Feng willingly confessed to murder. You're a martial artist? Lu Bingbing furrowed her shapely eyebrows as she looked at the treasured sword in Qin Feng's hand. You know about martial artists? Qin Feng asked back and furrowed his eyebrows as well. Lu Bingbing's expression shifted several times before it reverted back to her usually cold one. That's not important. You killed someone, and you even confessed in front of me. I won't let you off. Lu Bingbing's expression was staunch. Disappointment flashed through her eyes as she said, Qin Feng, right now you have to either kill me to hide that you murdered someone, or let me arrest you for murder. Either way, I can't beat you in a fight. If you're going to do it, hurry up. Lu Bingbing found a comfortable position, slouched into her seat, shut her eyes, and waited for Qin Feng to act. She didn't understand why Qin Feng confessed so easily to killing someone this time. In the past, he killed Hao Yun and Yuan Xiang, but he refused to admit it. Did he want to kill her as well? So she was nothing in his heart. This was Lu Bingbing's first time feeling so conflicted and helpless. She was righteous and upstanding. In her world, what was right and what was wrong was wrong. The world only had two kinds of people, good and bad. She would never let a bad person off, even if they were her friend or relative. Since she knew Qin Feng killed someone, she knew she wouldn't let Qin Feng off. However, she didn't want to arrest Qin Feng. She even wished that he would end her with a slice and resolve all her worries. This change in mentality was very subtle. Even Lu Bingbing wasn't able to react. Director Lu, I won't kill you. You're so beautiful and righteous. How could I? Qin Feng laughed. Lu Bingbing had shut her eyes and sat in the seat. Qin Feng admired her lovely body. Her profile was gorgeous and filled with moral integrity. Her nose was tall and alluring. Her chest was very perky, and she had a bewhying and perky behind. She was such a sexy and proud beauty. Though Qin Feng knew Lu Bingbing and had a quest regarding her, even if it was his first time seeing her, he couldn't kill such a beauty. Then cut the crap and come with me to the police station and wait to die. Lu Bingbing sighed internally. This was Qin Feng's decision. She already gave him an opportunity to escape. She opened her alluring eyes and found that the treasured sword in Qin Feng's hand was gone. Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth and started the car. She sped toward the North District Sub-Bureau. Chapter 293. Chapter 293. If there is a first time, there is a second time. Qin Feng closed his eyes and rested in the passenger seat along the way. Lu Bingbing, on the other hand, focused on driving. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was below zero, as if the air inside the car would freeze at any moment. Screech! The car arrived at the North District Sub-Bureau. However, Lu Bingbing pulled the emergency brake and stopped the car in front of the bureau's gate. Qin Feng, who are those assassins? asked Lu Bingbing as she looked at Qin Feng. Her face was frosty as a flame of fury was rising in her heart. She admitted she couldn't send Qin Feng to the jail because she knew Qin Feng would never come out again. Qin Feng had confessed he was the killer. Even with the powerful Qin family backing him, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. There were 2 assassins who tried to kill me. One was the black person you guys found. The other was a Chinese brawler monk that ran away. Qin Feng opened his eyes and sighed slightly. As for who they are, I can't tell you. Qin Feng, can you please not fuck around now? Your mother's patience is limited, and I will not break my bottom line for the 3rd time. Lu Bingbing was enraged. She was very mad at Qin Feng's attitude. She hadn't even been this angry the first time she met this rascal. She couldn't fathom why she was so mad. Qin Feng followed her obediently. He didn't speak along the way or act like a vulgar person or talk glibly. He admitted his guilt proactively and accompanied her to the bureau. Before, Lu Bingbing had dreamed she could beat Qin Feng into becoming like this. But when Qin Feng really became like this, Lu Bingbing wished he would act shamelessly in front of her again and tell her everything was just a joke. Director Lu, I've come with you back to the bureau. Can you stop scolding me? You aren't young anymore, you know. You're too hot-tempered and always shout at people once you open your mouth. Who'd still dare to be your boyfriend? Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing, smiling. Your mother wants to scold people, and I like to scold people very much. You better tell me the truth. I'm asking you for one last time. Did you kill the man? Lu Bingbing stomped her feet in fury. Stop asking anymore. I'm the one who killed the man. I won't tell you their identity. This is because they are too powerful. So powerful that I could only run away from them with my current power. Qin Feng suddenly became serious and gazed gently at Lu Bingbing. I don't want to involve you in this. This is my own problem. If you meddle in it, I'm afraid I might bring you down. Lu Bingbing was stunned. Her pair of clear eyes gazed fixedly at Qin Feng. The reason she was so angry and gave Qin Feng chances to justify himself, again and again, was because, in her heart, she didn't wish Qin Feng to be arrested. She didn't want him to confess that he was the killer. Lu Bingbing had deliberately stopped the car at the gate of the North District Subbureau because she was waiting for Qin Feng. She was waiting for a pretext that could convince her to release him. Now the pretext had come. It was a very simple sentence. Because I don't want to get you into the trouble. Qin Feng, just tell me, who are they? I promise I won't let a third party know their true identity, on my honor, asked Lu Bingbing in a soft tone, shedding her glacial aura. Director Lu, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you might be in great danger if I tell you who they are. This is the reason why I refuse to tell you their identity. Director Lu, please send me to the jail. I know you're an upright and uncorrupted person. You've never shielded or connived with a criminal before, and you're actually struggling in your heart now. After all, we've known each other for just a mere 2 months. Maybe you've been guarding against me, treating me like an enemy, but in my eyes, you're already one of my friends. Qin Feng spoke sincerely and earnestly. Tears might even fall from his own eyes. Qin Feng realized his acting skill had evolved, to the point that even he himself couldn't distinguish between truth and fiction. When he learned from Lu Bingbing that the police had found silver number 20SXS corpse, he knew he didn't need to play the fool or resist anymore. This was because Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 villas were very well monitored with highly advanced surveillance equipment that had no dead angle. Qin Feng's fight in the back garden must have been recorded, and the police would know the truth once they viewed the video. So this time Qin Feng didn't act shamelessly and play the fool like he usually did. He just admitted his guilt openly. He was betting on Lu Bingbing's feelings for him, and now it looked like he'd bet right. Qin Feng, are those assassins still lurking around? Lu Bingbing cautiously looked around. I'm not sure, either. That's why I can't tell Director Lu who they are. I'm afraid they might have put a bug or tracker on me. If they knew you're digging out their identity, you'd be in trouble, Qin Feng said with a serious demeanor. Lu Bingbing's countenance chilled slightly. She then pushed a button in her car. She waited for 10 seconds, then said, "I've activated a jamming device in the car. We're now isolated from outside. No signal can come in or go out. So you may speak now. I promise I'll keep our conversation in the car a secret in my heart, and I won't tell anybody when we get down from the car." Qin Feng sighed heavily. With a difficult look, he hesitated for a long time and then began to talk slowly. "Director Liu, have you ever heard of the Golden Assassin Crew?" Golden Assassin Crew? Wide-eyed, Lu Bingbing stared fixedly at Qin Feng. She was really frightened. She hadn't imagined that Qin Feng offended that group of people. "You know about the Golden Assassin Crew? Can you tell me more about them?" Qin Feng was agitated and grabbed Lu Bingbing's hands tightly. Lu Bingbing's hands were clear as ice and elegant as jade, tender and slender. They felt boneless to Qin Feng when he held them in his own. "Stinking brat, get your hands off me!" Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng. When Qin Feng released her hands, her countenance became grave, and she said, "The Golden Assassin Crew is based in the provincial capital, but no one knows the exact location. However, according to the underworld, there are no jobs that the Golden Assassin Crew can't complete once they make their move. They were formed more than 20 years ago and completed more than 10,000 jobs without fail. They charged in a very particular way. Gold. They don't accept any other form of payment. They're divided into 4 levels: Golden Group, Silver Group, Bronze Group, and Winter Iron Group. The higher the level, the stronger the assassin. Their superior is said to be a highly skilled hermit. They call him the Golden Hermit. Nobody has ever seen him before. The men who have seen him are either dead or serve under him loyally." Lu Bingbing revealed a lot of information about the Golden Assassin Crew. With a suspicious look, Qin Feng then asked, "How come you know so much about them?" Lu Bingbing sighed lightly and replied, "Before I came to Acropolis City, I was a police officer in the provincial capital. During that time, I plunged myself entirely into demolishing this wicked killer organization. However, they are too powerful. Their killers are widely distributed all over China. They even extended their power overseas. After I investigated the group, for a short period, my family scolded me harshly. And because of that incident, I was dispatched to Acropolis City by my family and became the director of the North District Subbureau." Qin Feng had long known that Lu Bingbing's family was powerful. However, this was a private issue, and Qin Feng wasn't dumb enough to ask Lu Bingbing if she didn't want to speak of it. Even Lu Bingbing's family feared the Golden Assassin Crew. They detached her from the family base, sending her to Acropolis City once they learned that Lu Bingbing was investigating that group. Qin Feng was very clear of the relationships involved in this incident. "It's so much trouble messing with a group like this," Qin Feng lamented. "By the way, why were they targeting you?" Lu Bingbing was worried as well. According to the underworld, a man targeted by the Golden Assassin Crew was as good as dead. The elder of the Hao family used all his family properties and hired an assassin from the Golden Assassin Crew to kill me. I killed the first 2 assassins. This was the second time. Since Qin Feng had said this much to Lu Bingbing, he thought that it wouldn't be a problem to tell her the whole story. After listening to what Qin Feng said, Lu Bingbing gasped. "This was the second time you were ambushed by people from the Golden Assassin Crew? You even killed 3 of them?" "Why not? They were trying to kill me. They didn't have enough strength, so they got what they deserved," Qin Feng replied casually. Lu Bingbing still hadn't recovered from the shock. She'd heard of the Golden Assassin Crew's legend of indomitability long ago. They'd never had a case where they failed twice on a mission, but Qin Feng broke their perfect record. He even killed 3 of their assassins. This time, Qin Feng had totally made an enemy of the Golden Assassin Crew. "Qin Feng, you better be careful next time. I'm certain the Golden Assassin crew will go wild and try to get revenge on you. Not even I can help you counter the attack from this mysterious, obscure organization. I don't even know where to CA them. You killed a person this time, but since he's an international fugitive, I'll help you resolve the situation. You're injured. You'd better go home and rest. Lu Bingbing had made herself clear. She would let Qin Feng off this time. She not only released him, she even took the initiative to help him settle the aftermath. Well, thank you, Director Lu. Qin Feng had a stern face, but actually he was as happy as a lark inside his heart. His acting successfully hoodwinked Lu Bingbing into helping him square things with the police. Hold on. Lu Bingbing stopped Qin Feng as he was getting off the car. The 4 human traffickers that we caught at the slum still haven't given up their backer. However, according to my experience, I'm certain that they're indeed part of the criminal gang. You've performed exceptionally well in this case. For now, I'll hold them for a couple of days, first to sniff out the force behind them and their base's location, and then we'll sneak into their base together and capture them all in one go. I'll give you the credit afterward. Forget about the credit. It's my pleasure to help Director Lu in demolishing this human trafficking group, replied Qin Feng as he smiled at her. Okay, I'll contact you afterward. Anyway, you better behave yourself, you little brat. If you dare to kill or burn again, I'll never go easy on you. Lu Bingbing closed the door furiously and drove her car into the bureau. Qin Feng stood in his original place and looked after Lu Bingbing. The corner of his mouth quirked slightly as he murmured, "If there's a first time, then there is a second time and a third time." Qin Feng flagged down a taxi and returned to Qin Manor. When he reached the gate of Qin Manor, Uncle Fu was already there waiting for him. "Young Master Qin." Uncle Fu walked toward Qin Feng and inspected him thoroughly. With a bright light in his eyes, he said, "Congratulations, young Master Qin, on your breakthrough." With a smile on his face, Qin Feng patted Uncle Fu's shoulder. Both of them then got in the car. "Uncle Fu, are my dad and Ruoro all right?" Qin Feng sat in back seat and gazed at the villas and green fields of Qin Manor. "The 3 misses and Chairman Qin are all right. They're waiting for your return at home," said Uncle Fu as he focused on driving. Normally, he followed Qin Feng's and Qin Huang's orders without question. However, this time he suddenly opened his mouth when the car was about to arrive at the main building. "Young Master Qin, this time is the Golden Assassin crew as well?" Uncle Fu asked with a hint of coldness in his tone. "Looks like my dad has told you. Last time, after Chairman Qin came back from his abduction, he told me to take good care of your safety in the future." Uncle Fu sighed lightly. "Today I was tasked with Chairman Qin's safety and neglected young Master Qin. This is a dereliction of my duty." "Uncle Fu, it's not your fault. I'm okay as long as my dad is fine." Qin Feng pondered for a while and asked, "Is the Golden Assassin crew that powerful?" Chapter 294. Chapter 294. More amazing than you could imagine. Wilbo. When Qin Feng killed Bronze number 5 and 8, he hadn't cared much about the Golden Assassin crew. He hadn't realized how large and powerful it was. However, today's sudden ambush set alarm bells ringing. This crew had 4 levels: Gold Group, Silver Group, Bronze Group, and Winter Iron Group. The crew had only sent over assassins from the Bronze and Silver Groups, but their abilities couldn't be belittled. These last 2 assassination attempts made Qin Feng cautious. He wondered if he would be able to escape or kill his opponent the next time if they sent the leader of the Silver Group or experts from the Gold Group. The crew had tremendous power, and their whereabouts were unknown. They even had the guts to shoot and kill people in broad daylight. They had countless martial artists with unordinary powers. They only had their targets and goals in mind. In order to complete their assignments, they did whatever it took and would rather die than fail. Now that this group had their eyes on him, Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle Fu hesitated for a long while and thought of a lot of different phrases, but he could only say 2 words. Really amazing! How amazing! Qin Feng raised his brows. His heart sank even more. Qin Feng had very little knowledge of Uncle Fu's background, but he knew that the main reason Acropolis's Qin Manor was still standing and the Qin family was dominant among the 4 most prominent families in Acropolis and remained intact time and time again was Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was like Qin Manor's strongest fortification. If the enemy couldn't break through this protective barrier, how could they attack the inner parts of Qin Manor to harm its muscles and bones? Qin Feng hadn't known how to do martial arts in the past, and even less about the tiers of martial artists. However, ever since he acquired the Hedonist sovereign system, his abilities improved by leaps and bounds, and he became a genius dual cultivator in internal and external techniques. Among his peers in the martial communities of Acropolis or even the capital, how many could get to the same level as Qin Feng? However, when facing Uncle Fu, he could never grasp the man's true abilities. He knew that every time he broke through his limits, he thought he'd qualify to fight Uncle Fu. However, he found that Uncle Fu seemed to have broken through as well. Uncle Fu's abilities were unfathomable. If even a profound expert like this talked about the Golden Assassin crew with such a conflicted expression, how could Qin Feng not feel pressured? How could he not be worried? They're more amazing than you could imagine. Uncle Fu stopped the car at the foot of the main building. He didn't hurry to open Qin Feng's door like he usually did. He sighed slightly and said, "The Golden Assassin crew was formed 21 years ago, and they faced countless setbacks but never fell. On the contrary, they were renewed after being in danger time and time again. 21 years ago, the country and various martial groups formed an alliance to destroy the Golden Assassin crew. At the time, they couldn't suppress them completely. Now, 20 years have passed in a flash, and even I can't begin to guess at their power. All in all, be more careful." Uncle Fu seemed immersed in history, but he quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, we're home." "Thank you, Uncle Fu. You can go do what you need to." Qin Feng nodded at Uncle Fu, then walked into the main building of Qin Manor alone. Once he walked into the first-floor parlor, he saw the group of worried people sitting on the sofa. When they saw Qin Feng walk in, all their faces lit up, and the beauties excitedly rushed up to him. "Qin Feng, are you all right? It's about time you returned." Su Ruoro was the first to rush up to him, not caring that there were others weighing. She hugged Qin Feng's arm like her life depended on it. Li Yuqin and Rao Sherman stood to the side. When they saw that Qin Feng was fine, they were relieved. "Qin Feng, you worried us to death." A mature woman in a silk gray suit walked up to them. This was Han Ying, who had just returned from Jincheng City after handling some personal matters. "Big Sis Ying is back. Are your family matters taken care of? Why do you look more haggard than before?" Qin Feng hugged Su Ruoro lightly and greeted Han Ying. The fatigue in Han Ying's eyes disappeared in a flash. She eked out a slight smile and said, "The family matters are resolved. I've been busy dealing with family matters recently, so I probably look tired because I haven't been well rested. Now that you're back, take a couple of days off and go back to work after you're well rested." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he remembered that he was only young Master Qin's personal attendant to these people. He had no authority to arrange Assistant Han's work schedule. Thus, he immediately smiled at Chairman Qin, who was standing behind the women. Chairman Qin, Assistant Han usually gives her all at work, and she suddenly had something come up at home. I hope Chairman Qin can consider my suggestion and allow Assistant Han to take a couple of days off. Though Qin Huang stood emotionlessly behind the women, he was extremely worried about Qin Feng. "You've done well and saved Miss Rao Sherman during her time of need. The company was going to give you a couple of days off to get better, but you gave up the reward. Then let's use it on Assistant Han." Qin Feng spoke indifferently and turned to go upstairs after he was done speaking. Once Qin Huang left, the four women became more relaxed. They tugged Qin Feng to sit on the sofa, and they all fussed over him. They sat on the sofa and talked for a good while. After confirming that Qin Feng really was fine, Liu Qin got ready to leave first, because they were in Qin Manor. She felt that she would be an inconvenience if she stayed too long. General Manager Li, I'll have Uncle Fu take you home. Qin Feng stood when Liu Qin did. There's no need for that. I can just see a cab back. Liu Qin refused with a bit of embarrassment. Qin Feng didn't let Liu Qin do as she wished. He walked her out. Uncle Fu just so happened to be returning from the garden. So Qin Feng told Uncle Fu to take Liu Qin home. Liu Qin had no excuse, so she eventually agreed. After getting into the Benz, she couldn't help but cast multiple backward glances at Qin Feng. She felt warmed by Qin Feng's thoughtful and caring behavior. Since it was the day of the opening ceremony of Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2, everyone had begun preparing early in the morning. Also, Su Ruoro and Rao Sherman had gotten quite a fright today due to the stage suddenly collapsing and the shooting. Once they got to Qin Manor, the two women couldn't keep their eyes open. However, they withstood the fatigue and waited for Qin Feng in the parlor until he came back. Now that Qin Feng was back and seemed fine, the two women bid Qin Feng good night and went upstairs to rest. Qin Feng and Han Ying were the only ones left in the large lobby. Qin Feng casually leaned back in the sofa and rested. Han Ying sat beside him. A fragrant smell wafted through the parlor. Qin Feng, I was originally going to take an earlier flight to attend the opening ceremony today, but the flight was delayed and I didn't make it. By the time I got to Qin Manor, I heard something happened at the event. When I saw that you hadn't returned, I was frightened to death. Han Ying tilted her full body slightly, and she suddenly placed her head on Qin Feng's shoulder. She had a head of golden curly hair, and her hair was even more fragrant. Her slender, lily-white hands also curled around Qin Feng's arm. This sudden action stunned Qin Feng. He felt that his relationship with Han Ying hadn't yet progressed to this stage. Wasn't this girl trying to form a business partnership with the Qin family? Had she come to actually like him? Aren't I fine right now? What's there to worry about? Qin Feng lifted his arm and pulled Han Ying into his embrace. Qin Feng didn't believe Han Ying's feelings for him were true, but it wasn't Qin Feng's style to not take advantage of something when it was presented to him on a silver platter. This girl was learning management with his father, and she also wanted to form a business partnership with the Qin family. As long as you and Uncle Qin are all right. People are the most important. If money is lost, it can be earned back. But if a person is gone, what would I do? Han Ying hugged Qin Feng's arm even more tightly. She raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Feng with her bright, lovely, and gentle eyes. Her ethereal and charming face became flushed. Her sexy red lips opened slightly, and a sexy and mature air exuded from her entire body. Qin Feng, promise me that you'll take care of yourself. Don't let anything happen to yourself. Otherwise, I'll be so sad. The shock in Qin Feng's eyes disappeared in a flash. He almost jumped up and yelled at Han Ying. Did this woman go home during the past 5 days, or did she secretly run to the Beijing Film Academy to learn acting? Her acting skills would soon surpass Qin Feng's. Since you like acting, then this young master will act with you. Ying, don't say any more. How could something happen to me? Nothing will happen to me because there's someone in this world that I can't let go of. If I was really gone, who would take care of you? Who would make you happy? Who would talk to you when you're sad and lonely? Ying, I really missed you. Han Ying trembled a bit. She knew that Qin Feng's words were fake, and knew that Qin Feng didn't completely believe her, but the words were spoken with such sincerity that, as a woman, Han Ying was a bit moved to hear this declaration. Ying, why don't we go to your room? Qin Feng's expression became more distant as he looked at Han Ying with half-lidded eyes. Han Ying jumped, startled. She retreated nervously and said, "Qin Feng, why would you go to my room in broad daylight?" "Ying, we haven't seen one another in so long that I want to tell you about the fun things that happened in the company." Qin Feng had a serious expression. "That's fine. I can just ask Ruoro about those things later. That's right, I brought you and Uncle Qin presents. I'll go get them now." Han Ying ran off right away. 5 minutes later, she brought back a large bag of things. The blush on her face had faded, and she was once again the powerful and vigorous queen. She sat beside Qin Feng and didn't say anything lovey-dovey. She extended her gift to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, these are all specialties of Jincheng City. Qin Manor isn't lacking in anything, so I didn't bring anything extraneous. I brought some delicacies and some presents. Don't take offense." Han Ying smiled lightly. "How could I take offense with bis sis Ying? But I'm sure the things you brought to eat aren't as tasty as you." Han Ying had just calmed down, and with one line from Qin Feng, her mood was thrown into a frenzy again. She feigned anger and glared at Qin Feng. "Shut up." "Bis sis Ying, what happened at home?" asked Qin Feng indifferently. Han Ying's expression suddenly changed. Then it quickly became normal again. "Nothing big. My mom wasn't feeling well. I went back to talk to and take care of her for a couple of days. Now she's much better. My parents are old, and it's weird and pitiful thinking about how there's no one to accompany and talk to them." Qin Feng's expression changed. Though he had a lot of questions, he still said nothing. He merely smiled and patted Han Ying's shoulder. "Bis sis Ying, when you have time, go back to see your parents. As long as you mention it, my dad is sure to let you go." "How could that be? I'm also a Royal Group employee. I can't be undisciplined." Han Ying laughed. Chapter 295. Chapter 295. Alliance of Prince Wen and Sima Tuesday. Han Ying was frightened. She was now shrouded with nervousness and fear. She'd thought her mind would be more resolute after returning from her hometown. She'd thought she could seduce Qin Feng with her beauty and wrap him around her finger. However, Han Ying had retreated before she took off her clothes. She wasn't ready yet. She refused to give her body to a man she didn't like. Both of them ended the conversation and leaned shoulder to shoulder on the couch, sunk in deep thought. After Han Ying regained her energy and her mind cleared, she suddenly looked at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, what happened in this event? Were they targeting the Qin family or that superstar? Who knows? The police failed to arrest the assassin anyway. Maybe they're targeting Rao Sherman." This was because the stage suddenly collapsed and she was almost crushed under it. Qin Feng said indifferently. A chill flashed across Han Ying's eyes. She asked about this incident to sound out Qin Feng. However, she could tell from Qin Feng's answer, he didn't believe her at all. "Now, with the intervention of the police, I believe the assassin will be caught in no time. The main thing is everybody is safe." Once again, Han Ying placed her head on Qin Feng's shoulder and proactively held his arm and comforted him. "Oh, yeah, Qin Feng, since you started to work at Royal Group, Uncle Qin has transferred most of his shares to you. You must work harder to improve yourself and not let Uncle Qin down. You're his only son and he cares a lot about you." Qin Feng's countenance changed slightly after Han Ying abruptly brought up this topic. Wasn't my performance good enough? I was the top seller last month, and I was promoted from an ordinary employee to a sales group leader within 1 month, said Qin Feng, pasting a triumphant grin on his face. "Yes, your performance is indeed outstanding. I was shocked during the performance conference last time." Han Ying followed up with a smile. As she smiled, she continued to talk. Not sure how many shares Uncle Qin transferred to you." "Haha, you're so lucky. You're now an invisible tycoon with more than 100 million in assets. You're handsome, promising, and rich, just like a legendary man who reigned over the trifecta of tall, rich, and handsome. Even I'm tempted to marry you. Hee, who knows? After all, it's my dad who's in charge of this kind of thing. I never cared. Qin Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. Han Yingying's expression sank slightly before returning to normal. She wanted to ask more questions, but Qin Huang had come downstairs. Fenger, Yingying, what are you guys talking about? Uncle Qin, we didn't speak much. We're just resting on the couch. You probably have something important to discuss with Qin Feng, so I'll excuse myself first. Saying so, Han Yingying stood up and prepared to leave. It's okay, Yingying. I'll ask Qin Feng come to my study. You can rest here. Qin Huang cast a warm smile at Han Yingying. After that, he looked at Qin Feng and said, Fenger, follow me to my study now. In a luxurious villa somewhere. A young man wearing a white robe rested on a couch. In front of him stood a black-cloaked elder. The white-robed youngster had an impressive and ethereal appearance. He was playing with a wooden fan. Uncle Ghost, what did you learn? White Robe asked softly. Second young master, it was the people from the Golden Assassin crew. Since the white-robed guy didn't like the name Prince Win, Uncle Ghost then addressed him as second young master. Is Qin Feng dead? Second young master's voice was flat. He seemingly had the answer already. Not yet. Humph, what a lucky guy. Even the Golden Assassin crew has failed twice by his hands, sneered second young master with a disdainful look. Second young master, that little brat broke through again. Second young master's eyes glittered. After that, his expression became cold, and he asked, what's his level of strength now? How would he fare if compared to my big brother? I can't judge his strength now, since I've never fought him. However, in my opinion, Qin Feng must be weaker than first young master. What can he achieve if he can't defeat my big brother? He's gonna die sooner or later. Second young master guffawed uproariously. He just managed a half-laugh when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ding-dong. It was a text notification. Second young master picked up his cell phone to read the message. The number of shares Qin Huang transferred to Qin Feng still hasn't been confirmed. It's not clear whether the shares are really with Qin Feng at this time. Second young master gave a Bronx cheer and texted back. The shares aren't with Qin Feng anymore. That sly old fox Qin Huang became suspicious long ago and has already shifted the shares elsewhere. Continue to trace the whereabouts of the shares. We must find them. Second young master, someone is looking for you. A servant walked in from outside as soon as the white-robed guy replied to the message. Who is it? He said he is from the Sima family of Acropolis City. He'd like to have a cup of tea with second young master. Let him in, then. After 30 seconds, a heavenly-looking young man in a suit came inside and greeted second young master with a smile. Prince Wen, it's been a while. How's everything going? Prince Sima, I'm really surprised you would come to my humble home. No. Buddhism emphasizes the concept fate. Our paths will eventually cross if it's fated. With a faint smile on his face, he then sat opposite Prince Wen. Prince Sima, please enlighten me. Where does the fate come from? Asked Prince Wen with a mirth. Long has the great name of the wise and wily prince when resounded in my ear. You're a rare and brilliant genius in our generation. I expect Prince Wen would be clearer than me where the fate comes from, right? It's them who give me face. Prince Wen didn't pursue the origin of this fate. Instead, he waited for Sima too to speak. Sima too had come prepared, without any hesitation. He got straight to the point. Prince Wen, I came here for Qin Feng, and I came here to get rid of him. Interesting. Prince Wen burst out in a fit of violent laughter. Tell me frankly what you have in mind. Prince Sima. I presume Prince one has heard news of the emergency at Royal Group's opening ceremony. Yes, I have. It was a tragedy. Rumors say there was a shooter, and the stage collapsed as well. Even the superstar Rauscher man, who came from the provincial capital, was almost injured. It was such a shame for this kind of thing to happen, Sima too said while beaming. It's indeed quite a shame. Why didn't the metal frame crush Rauscher man, and why didn't the shooter kill Qin Feng on spot? Queried Prince when, with his eyebrows pricked. This time it was Sima too who burst into boisterous laughter. Haha, seems like I found my partner. I've got a plan. Does Prince want to analyze the pros and cons with me? Of course I do. The opening ceremony of Royal Group has caused a big commotion in society. They invited Rauscher man, a first-tier celebrity, as a VIP to their opening ceremony, and even publicized their event schedule on major social media networks. In the end, this kind of tragedy happened, and now people were scared. Do you think the people still dare to purchase a villa from Phase 2 of Cloud City Hua Manor? If we make use of this opportunity and cause the same accident at other estates of Royal Group, the people of Acropolis City will eventually lose their faith in Royal Group. The once great real estate giant crashes and falls overnight. It happens all the time. This kind of news is indeed very common. However, it's still a bit lackluster if we want to crush a real estate giant like Royal Group, said Prince Wen while nodding his head. This is the reason I came to Prince Wen. Since it lacks some firepower, then we shall give it a push. You know what a tiring life Qin Huang has lived as the wealthiest man in Acropolis City. He might thank us in the future for showing him a new and easier way of life after we've dragged him down from the top. Apparently Prince Sima has it all planned. Firstly, we'll aggravate the tragedy that happened on Royal Group's opening ceremony and stir up some trouble for the other real estate projects of Royal Group. Secondly, the superstar Rauscher man has a strong background. The lady genius of the Dongfang family in the provincial capital, Dongfang Qingshui, treats Rauscher man like her own sister. Now that her sister almost died at Royal Group's event, do you think she wouldn't be enraged? Maybe she'll unleash the full power of the Dongfang family to crush the Qin family in her fury. Lastly, the assassins are from the Golden Assassin crew. Since Qin Feng and Qin Huang have offended this organization, they might need to worry about survival for the rest of their lives. Now the time is right. Even the geographical and social conditions are in our favor. Isn't this the perfect time for Prince Wen to make your move? Haha, good, very well planned. I hope we have a good time working together, Prince Sima. All of a sudden, Prince Wen excitedly smacked the table and declared his alliance with Sima Tuesday. How could he not have considered the 3 points Sima Tu mentioned? The reason he lurked in the dark and didn't take the initiative was because Hua Ming almost revealed his identity during that time at the mountain resort. Hua Ming's action had roused suspicion with the people of Qin Manor. So Prince Wen couldn't take Qin Feng on unbridledly. He had to maintain a low profile and borrow outside power to exterminate Qin Feng. So he'd previously asked Uncle Ghost to persuade the Hao family's elder to hire an assassin from the Golden Assassin crew to assassinate Qin Feng and cause Qin Feng to run afoul of this menacing organization. Now Sima too had taken the initiative to form an alliance with him. Prince Wen was entirely willing to borrow the power of Sima too, backing him at the same time in order to get rid of Qin Feng or even crush the Qin family in Acropolis City. Qin Manor main building, 3rd floor study room. Qin Feng and Qin Huang sat face to face. Qin Huang was making tea with his tea set, and very soon, a pot of high-grade Longjing tea was prepared. Qin Feng sat quietly on the wooden floor, weighing his dad's tea-making performance. The room was filled with the fragrance of books and tea. Fenger, were you injured? After Qin Huang served a cup of tea to Qin Feng, his expression became grave suddenly. He was the wealthiest man in Acropolis City, shrewd and deep, and had an eagle-like gaze. So when this tragedy happened, when he heard the 2 gunshots he'd already known, The people from the Golden Assassin crew had come. Once the Golden Assassin crew made their move, there would be casualties. Granted that Qin Huang hadn't seen the gunshot wound on Qin Feng's thigh, he also knew it couldn't have been easy for his son to escape their ambush. I was shot in the thigh. The bullet's been extracted and I'm fine now. Qin Feng took a sip from the tea. His eyes shone brightly and he exclaimed, "Dad, it's such a nice tea." On the other hand, Qin Huang had a worried face. He wanted to check Qin Feng's wound. However, Qin Feng waved his hand and refused. "Dad, I was shot in the thigh, very close to my precious one. If you want to see, I'll still need to take my pants off, and I'm afraid you may see something else. I think you might as well forget about it." Chapter 296. Chapter 296, Winter Iron Glove Upgrade. Qin Huang sat back down and yelled at Qin Feng with a stormy expression. "You brat, you're always so insincere when you talk to me. Is your gunshot wound really okay? Why don't I tell Dr. Zhang to take a look at it?" Qin Huang was still really worried. "It's fine." To prevent his father from worrying, Qin Feng changed the topic. "Two assassins came this time. I killed one of them on the spot, and the other escaped. When I was coming back, I asked Uncle Fu about the Golden Assassin crew. It seems that we're in a bind. Dad, keep Uncle Fu by your side 24 hours a day from now on. I don't need his protection. I have the ability to protect myself." Qin Huang was moved. He took a small sip of tea and said, "The Golden Assassin crew is indeed hard to deal with. But they've failed twice now, so they'll probably stop for a while and attack with a fury the next time they make a move. What's thornier is the opening ceremony problem. A shooting occurred at Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2's opening ceremony, and the stage collapsed. I'm sure the properties won't sell well after that," sighed Qin Huang. Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2 is just one of Royal Group's large properties. Even if the sales for the properties were obstructed, it won't affect the entire company's profit. Dad, are you afraid that someone will use this problem to suppress us?" A flash of joy flitted through Qin Huang's heavy expression. His son was able to grasp what he was thinking. Qin Huang found that Qin Feng really had grown up. He was no longer that brat who only knew how to play with girls and idle about. "Maybe I'm worrying too much. I hope this won't happen." Qin Huang furrowed his eyebrows and was deep in thought. Who knew what he was thinking? "Dad, just now, Han Ying asked me about my shares in the company. How many shares have you transferred to me?" Han Ying asked about this? Qin Huang stiffened slightly, then quickly relaxed again. "Fenger, you don't even have a penny's worth of stocks right now. I transferred them all to someone else." Once Qin Huang said this, Qin Feng suddenly thought of his 2 quests that were previously expiring. One of the quests was to subdue Han Ying, while the other was to find the criminal behind Ma Dehu. Of the 2 quests, Qin Feng extended Han Ying's and gave up on Ma Dehu's. The punishment for failing Ma Dehu's quest was to lose the Royal Group shares. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking about the punishments if he were to fail his other quests, because he now had clear evidence that the hedonist sovereign system's rewards and punishments would all actually happen. "Whom did you transfer them to?" asked Qin Feng. "A very dependable woman." Qin Huang gave Qin Feng a meaningful look. Qin Feng's lips tweed as he stared at Qin Huang and said, "Dad, when did you start keeping a lover? How come I didn't even know?" This time, Qin Huang's lips tweed. The hand holding the teacup trembled incessantly, and he almost threw the tea in Qin Feng's face. "Stinking brat, how dare you say something so unfilial? In this world, I, Qin Huang, have never had any interest in a woman other than your mother." "Dad, then tell me about Mom." Qin Feng instantly became emotional. Ever since he was born, he'd never seen his mother. He'd lived for 22 years, but he never heard his father or members of the capital's Qin family mention his mother. It's useless talking about her now. If I say too much, it'll only bring you more headaches. It wouldn't be too late to tell you when you have the ability to win the Qin clan's martial arts competition and you attain the junior patriarch position of the capital's Qin family. Okay, go rest. I also have to begin dealing with the aftermath of what happened recently. Qin Feng was dismissed from the study. When Qin Feng arrived at the parlor, Han Ying was already gone. He returned to his room on the 3rd floor, lay in bed, and opened the Hedonist sovereign system. Master, I'm so glad I can see you're still alive. Once the Hedonist sovereign system was opened, Little Pig bounced out. Qin Feng looked at Little Pig, who looked like a little mouse scurrying all over the room. He suddenly had the urge to stomp him to death. During the afternoon's events, Qin Feng broke through both internal and external stages and was awarded 3,000 hedonist points. Additionally, when Yun Xiao left, he was awarded 1,000 hedonist points by curing her social anxiety. Now, Qin Feng had a total of 4,000 hedonist points. When Qin Feng saw all the hedonist points, he was so moved he wanted to shout thrice. Master, you just need to spend 1,500 hedonist points and your total spendings would be 10,000 hedonist points. Then you can become a rank 5 hedonist mortal and receive 3 free lottery chances. At the same time, you'll activate the system's wuxia interface and step onto the road of becoming a sovereign immortal. Little Pig left for a bit, then came back with Pikachu. Pikachu had been with Su Ruo this whole time. When he saw Qin Feng, he emotionally hopped into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng also missed Pikachu a lot. Once he hugged Pikachu, his expression fell. You pervert, tell me, do you shamelessly bury yourself in Su Ruo's embrace every night to sleep? Qin Feng smelled Su Ruo's scent on Pikachu and felt horrible. He was treated worse than a little animal. Pikachu could feel the coldness emanating from Qin Feng, and he dexterously escaped Qin Feng's embrace to arrive by Little Pig on the floor. Qin Feng shook his head, sighed, and proceeded to ignore the two beasts. He opened the system's fusion function. A couple of days ago, when fighting with Sima II, his left winter iron glove was ruined. That glove was now rendered useless, and Qin Feng was prepared to fix it in the fusion interface. When placed in the fusion function, the system provided a notice. The right glove could be the item to get upgraded, and the left glove would be enhancive material for it. This way, the upgraded item could be a new orange grade right glove, while the left glove would be integrated into it. This fusion cost 1,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng hesitated for a brief moment, then thought, fuse! Since he was right-handed anyway, having just the right glove would usually be adequate. It was naturally worth it to upgrade the winter iron glove from white to orange grade. Thus, all of Qin Feng's equipment would be orange grade spiritual equipment. With the command, the fusion interface's large oven spun quickly, then stopped just as quickly. A gleaming orange winter iron glove emerged. Fusion success. Upgraded winter iron glove, right glove. Equipment grade, orange mid-grade equipment. Made with 1,000-year-old winter iron, it was incomparably hard. Winter iron's natural properties made the wearer feel cold with clear determination, raising the wearer's stamina and accuracy during battle. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for successfully creating an orange grade equipment. The Hedonist Sovereign System rewards you 1,000 hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest. Acquire 6 pieces of orange grade spiritual equipment. Quest time limit, 3 months. For have currently been collected. Successful completion reward, 5,000 hedonist points and 1 blue grade equipment. Upon failure, the host will lose all his orange grade spiritual equipment. This quest arrived too suddenly. Qin Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. He had 4 pieces of orange-grade spiritual equipment: the true steel sword, the flying dragon armor, the spirit snake whip, and the winter iron glove. As long as he got 2 more orange-grade equipment, he could complete the quest and receive 5,000 hedonist points. This was not a small number. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, a winter iron glove with orange light appeared on Qin Feng's right fist. After upgrading the winter iron glove, the winteriness of the glove was even more prevalent. It also strengthened Qin Feng's awareness and reaction speed and made his reactions quicker. Whoosh! Qin Feng leapt and pumped his right fist into the air. With the intermediate thunder tiger fists, the winter iron glove made every punch formidable with irresistible force. Nice, it really is more agile and sensitive than the white grade gloves. Qin Feng practiced his punching technique while praising the glove. There was only 1 grade difference between white and orange, but the improvement was vast. The upgrade of a single glove enhanced Qin Feng's abilities a lot. It was evident how important equipment grade was to a martial artist. At normal university, though Sima Tu's abilities weren't comparable to Qin Feng's, his blue grade Malus Azure wing blades defeated Qin Feng. With 1 slash, the winter iron glove was rendered useless. After practicing the intermediate thunder tiger fist technique, Qin Feng was dripping with sweat and extremely content. He put away his glove and sat on the sofa. Now, he just needed to spend 500 hedonist points to reach rank 5 hedonist mortal. Qin Feng was most excited about the 3 lottery chances that came with the upgrade. Chapter 297. Chapter 297, Sovereign Level Skill. Master, you can use 500 hedonist points to purchase a bottle of Lucky Potion, suggested Little Pig as it jumped on Qin Feng's body when Qin Feng was struggling to buy something. Lucky Potion? Why should I buy it? Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows. Lucky Potion, of course it's to improve your luck. With a prideful expression, Little Pig cast a scornful stare at Qin Feng. 500 hedonist points, one-time use potion. Host will have a chance to increase luck by 5 times to 5,000 times, lasting for 5 minutes. As Qin Feng read the description of Lucky Potion, his expression sank completely. Do you hold a grudge against me, Little Pig? How could you be so prodigal? This young master worked hard enough to earn a flimsy number of hedonist points. What would I buy a bottle of Lucky Potion for? Moreover, the effect is only for 5 minutes. It's distressing to spend 500 hedonist points for just 5 minutes. TSK, whatever you want. Little Pig cast a disdainful look at Qin Feng and said, if Master spends 500 hedonist points, then Master will be promoted to rank 5 hedonist mortal and entitled to a lottery. After that, Master can drink the Lucky Potion when drawing the lottery and increase the rate of getting epic items. Master might even get those heavenly equipments or skills. Qin Feng's face reddened. He realized he always made a clown of himself in front of the pig. Hee hee, I thought the Lucky Potion is useful as well. I was going to buy it anyway, even if you, Little Pig, didn't remind me. Qin Feng shamelessly purchased the Lucky Potion and pretended he was a wise and far-sighted man. Shameless. Little Pig rolled his eyes at Qin Feng. Ding. Congratulations. Host Qin Feng has spent 10,000 hedonist points. You have successfully been promoted to rank 5 hedonist mortal. The wuxia interface is activated. At the same time, the host will be granted 3 free lottery chances. Does the host want to initiate the lottery sequence now? Qin Feng hastily opened the Lucky Potion and drank all the blue liquid. Initiate now. A big, round wheel then appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The wheel spun fast and stopped after 30 seconds. Host didn't get any prize. Please try again. Fuck, cursed Qin Feng. He had been eagerly looking forward to getting an epic prize after he drank the Lucky Potion. He waited wholeheartedly, and in the end he didn't get anything during the first round. He gnashed his teeth and sent a furious glare at the little pig that was frolicking at the side, wanted to throttle that pig to death. Again, Qin Feng's body trembled slightly. Host didn't get any prize. Please try again. Qin Feng's expression paled. He quivered all over his body, and large beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead. He was engulfed in flames of fury, his two fists cracking as he clenched them. Qin Feng swore that if he didn't get anything on the third round, he was going to ask the Qian to add braised pork trotters as an appetizer. Again, Qin Feng's heart was in his throat. Qin Feng had waited for a long time to get these 3 lottery chances. If he really didn't get anything at all, he was better dead. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've acquired a sovereign-level skill, the Vajra Esotery. The system's robotic voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. However, the sound was as wonderful as a young maiden's nightingale-like voice. Sovereign-level skill. What grade is that? Qin Feng's mind went blank all of a sudden. He'd lost the ability to react. He knew the grades for spiritual weapons in the system: sovereign gold, purple, blue, orange, and white. He knew the grades for pills in the system: sovereign, grade 9, grade 8, grade 2, and grade 1. He also knew the grades for skills in the system: sovereign, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Qin Feng's intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, a yellow top grade skill, was fairly powerful. One punch from him could conquer mountains and rivers, and the force was unstoppable. His basic sword skill, a yellow middle grade skill, was kind of lackluster. However, he could still slice through metal easily and force people to kneel using sword auras. His Phantom Whip technique was an overwhelmingly powerful yellow top grade skill. When paired with inner chi, he could unleash dozens of overlapping whip shadows that no one could escape from. The 3 skills Qin Feng possessed were all yellow, the lowest grade in the skill ranking. He'd never seen the power of a higher grade skill, so he didn't know a black level skill could induce a family civil war and massive slaughter within a sect. He also didn't know an earth level skill could stir up the realm of martial arts and cause a vicious war. He didn't even know a legendary heaven level skill could make the top martial artists from every major sect rip off their disguise and go to crazy extremes to seize the skill for themselves. Then, what could a sovereign-level skill that had been missing for thousands of years, so long even martial artists questioned its existence, possibly mean? Qin Feng didn't dare to think much. This was because he couldn't imagine it either. When the memories surged violently into his mind, Qin Feng still retained a stunned look on his face. It was such an ancient skill that the words were unfathomable runes, the contents less than the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, but each and every one of the ancient runes emitted an esoteric and mystical charm. These ancient runes were like living spiritual objects and danced wildly in Qin Feng's memories. They brought along an almighty and ancient aura and speedily merged with Qin Feng's past memories. The Vajra Esotery, skill level, sovereign. Whoever cultivates this skill will be the #1 external expert. His body will become as hard as an adamantine and indestructible by any means. Qin Feng opened the description for the Vajra Esotery, a row of 5 stars. The system described very little about this skill, only a few sentences and lacking any elaboration. Qin Feng read through it thoroughly, over and over again, but still couldn't understand anything. Master! Little Pig stopped romping around. Even Pikachu was shocked. It's for standing on end like it had been electrocuted. Both spiritual pets had sensed the sovereign skill in Qin Feng's memories. The skill stood out from the masses, emitting a burst of ancient and distant aura, and they found a hint of familiarity in it. Am I dreaming, Little Pig? Qin Feng and the pig and the rat stared fixedly at one another. All of them were so frightened they didn't dare move. They were afraid the dream might disappear once they moved. Master, I was going to ask you the same question. We're not dreaming, right? seeing the usually prideful little pig astonished. Qin Feng knew he'd drawn a godly treasure. Master, this is a sovereign-level skill, a supreme-level skill that may not even exist in legend. Oh gosh, we're in such a big trouble. If the news of this skill leaks out, let alone Master, the entire Acropolis city, an entire provincial capital, even the whole world will go crazy. With Master's current miserable strength, how could Master protect this skill? When those martial arts masters come to essay the skill, will they kill us pitiful little pets too? Little Pig grumbled non-stop. Qin Feng's expression became darker and darker. How dare you say I'm weak? Qin Feng yelled in his heart. Qin Feng felt he was a genius martial artist, a prodigy among his peers, since he could master both inner qi and external strength. How come he became insignificant in Little Pig's mouth? Little Pig, what is this Vajra esotery? The system doesn't have a detailed description about it, so I don't have any idea how to use this technique right now. Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists, Basic Sword Skill, and Phantom Whip Technique. All of them became Qin Feng's memories when he acquired them. With these memories, Qin Feng could use them directly. However, the Vajra esotery was different, even though he had the memories. Qin Feng realized this technique wasn't an offensive skill, but more likely a defensive skill. Master, the Vajra esotery is a supreme defensive skill. After you successfully cultivate it, your body would become as tough as an iron wall. Nothing will be able to penetrate your body or injure you, just like Master's face. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth crooked. He was fuming with so much anger, he almost blacked out. He realized Little Pig knew him too well. Since this pig knows so many of my secrets, should I kill it? Unlike other skills, the Vajra esotery can't be used instantly, even with the possession of this skill. This skill requires Master to cultivate it step by step before you can bring out its full potential. Regarding the way of cultivation, well, not even the system has a record, so how could you expect a cute little pig like me to know? Qin Feng was enraged. Every time he saw a person or an animal who was more shameless than he'd become angry. As he prepared to pounce on Little Pig and Pikachu, wanting to give them 50 strokes each, somebody knocked on his room door. Qin Feng, come out fast, please come out now. I can't hold it anymore, I can't breathe. Su Ruo Ro's orgasm-like voice drifted in from outside the door. Qin Feng reacted instantly, a second before he'd still been on the bed, and the next second he'd already opened the door. Su Ruo stood at the door in pink pajamas. She was so excited her face was flushed. Qin Feng grabbed Su Ruo's little waist without demur and threw her onto his bed. When he was about to pounce on her, Su Ruo climbed up angrily, glared at Qin Feng, and yelled, "Qin Feng, what are you doing? You pervert!" Qin Feng missed his target. The imaginary scene of tossing Su Ruo's soft and flimsy body restlessly from side to side was shattered. All he got in his arms was his own quilt. Greatly enraged, he also sent a furious glare at Su Ruo and yelled, "Ruo, aren't you the one who wanted to do it, so you came to seduce me? How could you scold me when we're doing something important?" Su Ruo finally understood. She'd been too agitated just now, and Qin Feng had taken it wrongly. "Big bad wolf, your mind is filled with dirty thoughts only. Humph, this person is going to ignore you. I'm going to play with young Master Qin downstairs." After Su Ruo finished talking, she ran out of Qin Feng's room like a cheerful butterfly. Qin Feng was left dazed on his own bed. He was thinking about what Su Ruo had said just now. Play with young Master Qin? Aren't I'm young Master Qin? But could it be Xiao Bai has come back? Qin Feng shouted and hastily dashed downstairs. He felt awful when he reached the parlor on the first floor. Xiao Bai was now sitting on the couch in the parlor with Su Ruo and Rao Sherman on his left and right, respectively. The girls were excited at Xiao Bai's return. Su Ruoro was joyfully talking with Xiao Bai while Rao Sherman proactively peeled oranges and served Xiao Bai tea with a charming smile on her face. Seeing this scene, tears streamed down Qin Feng's face all of a sudden. Not even he had the privilege of enjoying this type of treatment from the girls. He was thinking in his heart, should I reveal my true identity as young Master Qin in front of these two fairies? Maybe I can have a threesome tonight. Chapter 298. Chapter 298, Limited Time Purchase. Oh ho! Young Master Qin is back. Qin Feng arrived in the parlor and walked over to Xiao Bai with a smile. Then he shook Xiao Bai's hand. Xiao Bai was bracketed by two beauties, and he knew that there was a large chance these two beauties belonged to Qin Feng. He was on pins and needles. When he suddenly saw Qin Feng walk over, he was so frightened that he immediately stood up and almost spilled the tea in his hand. Young Master Qin's personal attendant. Haha, I'm back. Xiao Bai's hand trembled in Qin Feng's. He was regretting going to Qin Manor as a bodyguard. When he was initially hired, his job description was just to protect Qin Feng. Nothing was mentioned about acting with him. Xiao Bai didn't know how to act. He preferred to battle bandits or even take bullets or blades for Qin Feng. He was worried that if someone saw through his acting, he would be done for. This was over 10 times more dangerous than being a bodyguard. Young Master Qin is so personable and lacking in pretentiousness. He really is someone worth learning from. Qin Feng pinched the brat lightly for getting waited on by the two women earlier. The pinch made Xiao Bai feel as though his bones were about to break, but he didn't dare make a peep. Instead, he smiled and said to Qin Feng, "Little Feng, don't praise me, I get prideful easily." Xiao Bai was really back. Qin Feng had called him that afternoon to let him return. In order to affirm the pretense that Xiao Bai had gone to a remote mountain region to teach, Qin Feng sent Xiao Bai to a beach in Africa 3 days ago and had him stay in the scorching sun for 3 days. Now he was dark and thin, and he looked like someone who had gone to a remote mountain region and suffered. Young Master Qin, you shouldn't go to teach in remote mountain regions in the future. Every time you go, you leave for a couple of months, and once you return, you're unrecognizable. You look like you haven't eaten properly for 3 years. Look, you're sunburnt to a crisp. You must not have had any meat dishes while you were there. Qin Feng took Xiao Bai's hand and looked so moved that tears were about to fall from his eyes. 2 tears actually fell from Xiao Bai's eyes. The tears formed from feeling endlessly wronged. Oh, no, it wasn't hard. As long as those impoverished children can learn, acquire knowledge, and understand the development of the outside world, it doesn't feel hard. Young Master Qin. Su Ruoro's eyes turned red. She was so moved that she was about to cry. In her emotional state, she made a grab toward Xiao Bai's arm. Qin Feng reacted quickly and intercepted the move. He took Su Ruoro's soft hand and looked at her unhappily. "Ruoro, go up and get dressed, then come back down. Running around in your pajamas is quite indecent." "Humph, who cares? You got injured today. Hurry and go up to rest. I'll take care of young Master Qin." "You forget that I'm young Master Qin's personal housekeeper." Su Ruoro stared back at Qin Feng and pouted her lips at him cutely. Qin Feng's fair face became stormy, while Xiao Bai's tan face blanched. "Young Master Qin, I'm Rao Sherman. It's an honor to meet you at last. I told Qin Feng to call you back here. I didn't know you'd really gone to a remote mountain region to teach. My deepest apologies for interrupting such a meaningful task." Rao Sherman extended her hand to initiate a handshake with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai didn't extend his hand. He peeked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately walked up and grabbed Rao Sherman's hand and asked with deep concern, "Sherman, you suffered quite the shock today. Are you better now?" Ever since the stage collapsed that afternoon, Rao Sherman had a much better attitude toward Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng took her hand, She didn't angrily resist. She smiled at Qin Feng. I slept, and after waking up, I don't remember anything. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. That's good, that's good. In the middle of his sentence, his expression became anxious. Sure, man, you can forget about the shooting and the stage collapsing. But I braved death and used my small, thin body to hold up the stage and save your life. I also kiss. Qin Feng, stop. Some things I won't forget for the rest of my life. Rao Sherman shyly interrupted Qin Feng. When Rao Sherman thought of how she gave Qin Feng her first kiss, she was so shy that she couldn't raise her head. Young Master Qin, you haven't eaten after getting back, have you? I'll cook a bowl of egg noodles for you. I make a mean bowl of egg noodles. Su Ruoro saw that Rao Sherman and Qin Feng were sharing a moment, so she used the opportunity to take care of Xiaobai. Qin Feng immediately released Rao Sherman's hand and grabbed Su Ruoro's arm. Ruoro, Butler Wang will have the chef prepare it. Hurry and go upstairs and change. Young Master Qin, why don't I make you 2 dishes that go well with alcohol? My cooking skills aren't bad. Qin Feng blocked Su Ruoro, but Rao Sherman smiled and approached Xiaobai. Qin Feng's expression immediately fell. He couldn't understand what was wrong with these 2 women tonight. How was Xiaobai better than him? Xiaobai had just returned from Africa. Once he got to the capital, he rushed onto a plane back to Acropolis, and once he got off the plane, he rushed back to Qin Manor. He was famished. Haha then. Xiaobai was just about to agree to Rao Sherman making food for him when Qin Feng sent him a death glare. Xiaobai immediately smiled, waved his hand at Su Ruoro and Rao Sherman, and said, "Oh no, I won't tea trouble you too." After getting off the plane, I ate before coming back. I sat on the plane for most of the day, so I feel a bit dizzy and weak. I'll go up and rest first. Please make yourselves at home, ladies. Xiaobai spoke while running upstairs. He ran while hitting his chest. He could finally breathe. As long as he distanced himself from the 2 beauties, young Master Qin definitely won't make things hard for him. Ah, young Master Qin, I didn't know you were coming home so suddenly, so I haven't cleaned up your room. I'll go get you some fresh bed sheets. Su Ruoro immediately went after him. Wait for me, big sis Ruoro. I'll see what I can help you with. Rao Sherman followed. Qin Feng was the only one left in the large, empty parlor. He looked outside at the pie-black sky with a cold expression. He decided that after Rao Sherman left, he'd send Xiaobai to Africa once and for all to kill himself. Qin Feng returned to his own room and opened the Hedonist sovereign system. Xiaobai's suddenly arrival had interrupted what he was doing. He had now risen to rank 5 Hedonist mortal. In the lottery, he acquired the sovereign level skill, Vajra Esotery, and activated the system's wuxia interface. He opened the wuxia interface to find various weapons, techniques, and pills. For example, the little Li-throwing knives he used before were in the wuxia interface. The little Li-throwing knife was considered the lowest grade and cheapest weapon in the interface. There were many other godly weapons and techniques within, but the corresponding prices were similarly startling. The Dragon Slayer Saber, Heavenly Sword, Wild Snow-Drinking Saber, Exceptional Sword, Lion Roar, 9 Swords of Dugu, Star-Sucking Great Skill, Buddha's Palm. The weapons that you could find in the wuxia interface were limited only by your imagination. Qin Feng looked at them, dazzled. However, after looking at them again in detail, he found that although there were many different kinds of equipment and techniques, the low-grade techniques were not as good as the 3 he currently had. The mid-grade ones, on the other hand, were much better than his. The prices were all above 10,000 hedonist points. The high-grade techniques and weapons all cost over 50,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng didn't count the zeros for the godly techniques because he was afraid doing so would make him cross-eyed. Master, right now you're the best at wielding swords, so I would advise... Little Pig's sticky voice resounded. After saying half of his sentence, he was unhappily interrupted by Qin Feng. Damn piglet, you like acting bass. Your whole family likes acting bass. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng with a blank expression for a good while, then suddenly laughed. Master, I was talking about swords, and you interpreted it as bass. It seems that you love being bass, master. Qin Feng felt like crying. He had just been ignored by the two beauties Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro, and now he was getting played by a pig. Little Pig, keep talking. Master, you are good with swords, so buy a high-level sword technique to cultivate and vastly improve your skills. This book of basic sword techniques is the most basic sword manual. As a Stage 3 inner chi expert, it isn't that useful, said Little Pig earnestly. Ever since Qin Feng broke through Stage 2 inner chi, he had felt that basic sword techniques weren't too useful to him. He would rather use Thunder Tiger Fists with the Winter Iron Glove or the Spirit Snake Whip with the Phantom Whip technique when fighting, because these two techniques were much more powerful than the True Steel sword paired with the basic sword technique. He searched the wuxia interface for sword techniques, and his gaze fell upon a rare manual with the 9 swords of Dugu technique. This technique was extremely well known. It was the rare sword manual used by Ling Huchong in his favorite novel, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. With the 9 swords of Dugu, a normal, iron longsword could beat Dongfang Bubi, the number 1 in the martial community, into a dog. Thus, the sword technique manual seemed to be very formidable and profound. However, this sword technique manual required 10,000 hedonist points, but Qin Feng currently only had 3,500. He couldn't afford it. Master, 9 Swords of Dugu is in mid-grade sword technique manual, so it's prime time for you to use it. However, it costs 10,000 hedonist points, so you can't afford it now. I would advise Master to buy the Wind Blade technique first, and buy the 9 Swords of Dugu after you've saved up 10,000 hedonist points, suggested Little Pig. Wind Blade technique? Don't I need to have stage for inner ability to be able to use it? Why would I buy it now? Asked Qin Feng with suspicion. Then he opened the normal system search bar and found the Wind Blade technique. There was a time limit next to the Purchase button, indicating that the remaining time to purchase the item was 3:2:09. What is this? Master, the Wind Blade technique is an earth-level skill. How could you buy it for 3,000 hedonist points? Its original price is 30,000 hedonist points. However, the system is extremely humane. Sometimes it lowers the price of a high-level weapon or technique for a limited period. If Master doesn't buy the Wind Blade technique now, after 3 days, you'll have to spend 30,000 hedonist points to buy it, said Little Pig. Chapter 299. Chapter 299. Was this Sherman's or Ruoro's? Qin Feng suddenly thought of the shopping mall's limited-time offers and the crazy end-of-season sales of various major brand stores. He never imagined this hedonist sovereign system had this kind of special discount as well. If he didn't buy the Wind Blade technique now, then he'd need to pay 10 times the price to purchase it after 3 days. Qin Feng wasn't that stupid. He hastily spent 3,000 hedonist points and bought the Wind Blade technique. Wind Blade martial skill. Skill level, earth level lower grade skill. Whoever practices this martial art can release invisible wind blades after condensing chi. This attack is fast, precise, and fierce, an essential and godly skill to kill people. After Qin Feng acquired the Wind Blade technique, a bunch of strange memories surged violently into his mind. When his mind calmed down, he already had the memories of this martial skill inside his brain. As he circulated chi inside his body, he furiously waved his large hand. However, the imaginary scene of leaving a blade mark on the wall or the wall collapsing didn't appear. His surroundings were quiet. Not even a gust of breeze blew. Seems like I really can't perform the Wind Blade martial skill at stage 3 inner chi. Qin Feng sighed lightly. Inner qi cultivation was a long process. It all began with the inhaled qi that every human knew. After you inhaled qi, you'd need to practice in training qi and direct that qi into the dantian. After that was refine qi, and after you could refine qi with ease, then you'd have a chance to step into stage 1 inner qi and become a martial artist. After you became a martial artist, then it was the time to control qi. You could control the qi in your dantian to strengthen your physical body, alter your bodily functions, or even use it in a battle to kill people. Stage 4 inner qi was a dividing line in inner qi cultivation. You'd need to practice control qi over and over again before entering stage 4 inner qi. Once you could control the qi in your body with high precision, then you could break through this bottleneck and step into the realm of stage 4 inner qi and become a truly powerful inner qi expert. This was because starting from stage 4 inner qi, the inner qi expert would learn discharge qi, which was a legendary technique. Discharge inner qi hit the cow behind mountains. Qin Feng was still in the stage of control qi and couldn't discharge his inner qi yet, so he couldn't use the wind blade martial skill. Acropolis City, Amethyst Dragon Palace. Originally, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was the property of the Hao family, formerly one of Acropolis City's 4 major families. However, since the Hao family had fallen, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was now owned by the Sima family. In a luxurious VIP room, 2 fancily dressed young men sat on a couch, each holding a glass of red wine. They were weighing a beauty on stage, performing a striptease. Prince Sima, it's been such a long time since we 2 brothers have met up. It's such a pity that little brat Hao Yun had a bad life, but fortunately we could retain this Amethyst Dragon Palace and protect it from falling into the Qin family's grasp. Prince Shou, I was busy breaking through my limits recently and had no time to have a cup or 2 with you. I hope you don't mind. Sima too replied with a smile, then took a sip of good wine. Beside him sat a handsome young man, one of the 4 princes of Acropolis City, Zhou Kai Prince Zhou. Prince Sima, you're too courteous. Breaking one's own limits is the right thing to do. You're not like me. I'm an idle fellow, versed neither in polite letters nor in martial arts. I feel so ashamed every time I sit beside Prince Sima. Zhou Kai burst into laughter, his sights fixed on the stripper on stage. That luscious dancer was now topless. As Sima too glanced at Zhou Kai, a flash of light suddenly crossed his eyes. Prince Shou, I specially hired this foreign lass abroad. She's fine, right? I heard she's still a virgin. If Prince Shou wants, I'll gift her to Prince Shou then. Zhou Kai laughed with mouth agape and replied, Well, thanks, Prince Sima. You're welcome. She's just a foreign lass, not a superstar either. Sima too added casually, Rumors say China's top-tier celebrity, Rao Sherman, has come to Acropolis City. She's the pure jade girl, who's never had any scandal since her debut. If I can get her in my hands, then I'll have no regret for the rest of my life. Zhou Kai's eyes shone even brighter. Withdrawing his attention from the performance on stage, he turned his head to the side to look at Sima Tuesday. Prince Sima, did you fall for her? I had my eyes on her for a long time now. I heard she's still in Acropolis City. Hee. Indeed, I'm quite fond of her. She's the country's goddess. How can one not fall for her? Sima too smiled and waved his hand. But I just broke through during my seclusion. My inner chi still hasn't stabilized, so I can't do that kind of thing yet. Otherwise, I'd already have treated Miss Rao Sherman to a meal and had a nice time with her. As for you, this fellow, why don't you grasp such a good opportunity? If you don't make your move now, Rao Sherman might not come back to a small place like Acropolis City for the rest of her life after she returns to the provincial capital. Then, you won't be able to hit on her anymore. Zhou Kai's countenance changed slightly. It was an undeniable fact that in his heart, he'd always wanted to make a move on Rao Sherman. After all, who didn't want to sleep with a beautiful and young celebrity like Rao Sherman? But she's never had any scandal. I think someone is backing her. I'm afraid she won't heed my invitation, said Zhou Kai with his eyebrows furrowed. A celebrity is just a performer. All of them have a price. This place is Acropolis City. Whether she wants to come or not isn't for her to say. It's yours, Prince Zhou's. If she comes, then get on her. After that, throw her some money. If she isn't satisfied, then throw some more. It's just an one-night stand. What can a performer like her do to you? Sima too countered indifferently. Zhou Kai's eyes glittered as he replied, I'm just afraid the people from the Qin family would look for trouble. After all, Rao Sherman is their VIP guest. The Qin family? Haha, are they that powerful? I haven't had time to play with them since I was cultivating in seclusion earlier. Now that I've come out from my seclusion, why would you still be afraid of the Qin family? Sima too sneered. Moreover, do you think the Qin family will wage a war against you just for an actor? Even if they dare to, I, as one of the Sima family, will ally with the Zhou family and together we'll eliminate this group of people once for all. We'll show the people from the Qin family just who is in charge of Acropolis City. Haha, everything is not a problem as long as I have Prince Sima's words. The big rock in Zhou Kai's heart disappeared suddenly, and an evil grin then appeared on the corner of his mouth. Cheers! I'll send Prince Sima a recording for your enjoyment after I've finished tasting Rao Sherman. That's what you said. Remember your own promise. I'll wait for your video. Sima too's smile grew bigger. Tonight's dinner was the farewell dinner for Rao Sherman. It was also a meal Rao Sherman prepared especially for young Master Qin after she invited him. The venue of the dinner was Qin Manor, in the villa where Rao Sherman stayed. She'd just been in this villa for 3 nights, yet the whole building was filled with the fragrance of her body. Qin Feng and Xiao Bai sat on the couch in the parlor on the first floor, weighing TV. The so-called young master's close attendant, Qin Feng, sat with his legs crossed like a hedonistic young master, whereas young Master Qin, Xiao Bai, sat submissively on one side of the couch, looking more like a genuine close attendant. Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro were bustling in the Qian, personally preparing the meal. If the billions of fans saw their favorite celebrity, Rao Sherman, wearing an apron, sporting a ponytail, and cooking with a smile on her face like a newlywed, they would want to gouge their eyes out. The goddess's hands were for holding a banana. Oh no, holding microphone. How could she use them to hold a knife and cut vegetables? Also, the goddess's face was for shoot. Oh no, her face was for admiring, for applying face masks and reading magazines. How could her face be tainted by oil and fumes? Qin Feng felt blessed. As he sat on the couch, he'd glance at the Qian from time to time, excitedly looking forward to savoring the taste of 2 goddesses, Su Ruoro and Rao Sherman, the taste of their food. Young Master Qin, please wait for a while. We can start our dinner as soon as little sister Sherman finishes cooking her soup. As Su Ruoro placed a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs on dining table, she looked at the parlor. The Qin Feng that was sitting with his legs crossed and waiting for Xiao Bai to peel the orange for him now sat upright. Peeling a banana for Xiao Bai, he said, "It's okay. Young Master Qin is not in a hurry. No need to rush. You guys make it tastier." "I'm not asking you. I'm asking young Master Qin. Don't think too highly of yourself." Su Ruoro sent a scornful glare at Qin Feng, peeked at Xiao Bai, and then ran shyly into the Qian again. Since Xiao Bai's arrival, the girls had been hovering around Xiao Bai, casting Qin Feng aside like he was air. Out of frustration, he bit into the banana he'd just peeled and glared at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, had an innocent and helpless look, like a mouse that saw a cat, unable to do anything. The scrumptious dinner was ready, 8 dishes and 1 soup. Qin Feng was standing by the dining table, drooling as he saw these delicious dishes. "Qin Feng, stand up." Qin Feng had sat down and aimed at the beef with dipping sauce. However, Before his chopsticks could reach the beef, it washed been pulled away up by Su Ruoro. How can you sit ahead of young Master Qin? Please have some manners. I think young Master Qin has been teaching outside and not coming back so often that you, little brat, consider yourself young Master Qin. Seeing Su Ruoro pouting her small mouth in a highly displeased look, Qin Feng had the urge to push her against the wall, rip off all her clothes and lash her booty with his belt, while yelling at her, "Your elder is the real young Master Qin. Please have a seat, young Master Qin, and enjoy the meal big sister Ruoro and I prepared." Rao Sherman stepped forward, trying to ease the situation. However, the object of her attention was Xiao Bai as well. Qin Feng was destined to be ignored tonight. After Xiao Bai sat down, Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro proactively sat at his left and right. Qin Feng had no choice but to sit opposite Xiao Bai, his expression slightly sunken, frightening Xiao Bai. "Young Master Qin, I made these fried shrimps. Please try them. Are they too salty or spicy?" "Young Master Qin, I made this dompa pork knuckle. Please taste the meat. Is it too greasy?" "Young Master Qin." Qin Feng looked at Xiao Bai's bowl that was piled high like a mountain by the two girls, then looked at his own empty bowl. He felt a little bit upset. He hastily took the fried fungus with pork, chewed it twice, and praised. This black fungus is very tasty. Was it Sherman's or Shua Rose?" Chapter 300. Chapter 300. To beat someone at their own game. Everyone ate with great joy and harmony. Of course, everyone in this case only meant Su Ruoro, Rao Sherman, and Xiao Bai. Qin Feng had been long forgotten by the two women. There was only a fungus and pork dish in front of him. The two women had taken the other dishes away. Qin Feng had just said a double entendre, so the two women were really merciful just by not sending Qin Feng away. "Sherman, since your flight tomorrow is early, this is my parting present for you. I hope every day will be happy after you get back." Qin Feng suddenly pulled out a soul-cleansing necklace from his pocket. This necklace was exactly the same as the one Qin Feng gave Zhao Lingxian. It had the ability to refresh the wearer. After spending 3,000 hedonist points on the wind blade technique, Qin Feng spent the remaining 500 hedonist points on this soul-cleansing necklace. He felt that a famous celebrity like Rao Sherman must be always tired and have a wounded spirit, so this soul-cleansing necklace would be very suitable for her. Rao Sherman really liked the light green necklace made up of translucent beads strung together. Girls usually liked these little trinkets, and since this was a gift Qin Feng gave to her especially, Rao Sherman accepted it with gratitude. "Qin Feng, thank you. Can you help me put it on?" Rao Sherman looked tenderly at Qin Feng. Ever since the stage collapsed and Qin Feng braved death to save her, Rao Sherman felt endless gratitude toward Qin Feng. She also had a bit of a strange feeling toward him. It had a light sweetness and warmth to it that would occasionally bubble up in her heart. She couldn't suppress it even if she wanted to. Of course, Qin Feng was happy to put the soul-cleansing necklace on Rao Sherman. He arrived behind her and bent over slightly, his face almost pressing against Rao Sherman's neck. Rao Sherman's entire body exuded a light fragrance. Her neck was tender, fair, and exquisite like jade. When Qin Feng put on the necklace, his fingers inadvertently brushed the skin of her neck. It was soft and silken, possessing a gentle warmth, making Qin Feng want to kiss it. "Are you done?" Rao Sherman's beautiful face was flushed, and her voice was as weak as a mosquito. When Qin Feng's hand brushed her neck, she felt numb. Her heartbeat increased, and she blushed. All her strength seemed to have been whisked away. If this continued, Rao Sherman was afraid that she'd slip off her chair and fall to the floor. Done! Qin Feng had finished putting on the necklace a long time ago. He'd put it on thrice, then removed it thrice intentionally to touch Rao Sherman's neck a couple more times and to smell the scent of her body. Since Rao Sherman was a famous celebrity, her current farewell was very likely an eternal farewell. Chin Feng felt reluctant to part with her. "Sherman, the necklace looks really good on you. If you really like it, wear it all the time. Don't even take it off when you shower. I purposely requested this necklace from a Buddhist pilgrimage site. It has protective capabilities and can cleanse the soul and focus your attention." After Chin Feng put the necklace on, he went to look at Rao Sherman from the front. He even straightened out the mussed hair on her forehead. This small action was very attentive, making them seem like a sweet, newlywed couple. Rao Sherman was so shy that her neck flushed a bit as well. However, she didn't stop Chin Feng's behavior. "Okay, I'll wear it always." Not only did Rao Sherman say this out loud, she also meant it. Right after donning the soul-cleansing necklace, Rao Sherman felt that the light green necklace really exuded coolness. The cool feeling spread throughout her body, causing the fatigue and feelings of difficulty to slowly disperse and making her feel refreshed. After gifting his present, Chin Feng sat down. Su Ruoro smiled and chimed in. "Little sister Sherman, as a famous celebrity, you probably aren't lacking anything. I didn't know what to give you, so I made an embroidery. Please accept this humble present." Su Ruoro took out her present and gave it to Rao Sherman. This was an embroidery of around 1/2 meter. A lotus pond filled with faint green lotus leaves and blooming pink lotuses was embroidered on it, and it looked very pretty. "Little sister Sherman, in my heart, you'll always be as elegant and pure as a lotus, untainted though grown in mud and cleansed of evil." Rao Sherman was so moved that her eyes turned a bit red. She really liked this embroidery that Su Ruoro gifted her. "Thank you, big sister Ruoro. I'll cherish and keep this for eternity in the same way I'll cherish our friendship. When there's time, you and Chin Feng must come to the capital to see me. I'll take you both around for a fun time." Rao Sherman and Su Ruoro hugged tightly. Though it wasn't yet time to part, the two of them were already rather unwilling to leave each other. Xiao Bai had just returned to Qin Manor, so he didn't know Rao Sherman, much less have a present for her. If Chin Feng didn't force him back to the manor, he would still be a security guard at one of Royal Group's subsidiary companies. However, Rao Sherman didn't care about these things. She came to Acropolis this time to help Big Sis Qing Shui get out of her arranged marriage. Having been able to meet young Master Qin, she was now satisfied. However, Rao Sherman originally came to Acropolis with confidence and an indomitable will. Now that she saw young Master Qin and learned about him from Su Ruoro, Rao Sherman's previously staunch convictions began to waver. She felt conflicted when she saw young Master Qin suntanned and starved from teaching in a remote mountain village. She and Big Sis Qing Shui thought young Master Qin was dissolute, hedonistic, and unruly human scum by nature, but this was not the case. Young Master Qin was low-key, humble, and polite. He secretly gave back to society, yet bore the weight of its criticism. This person was worth respecting. Did she really have to harm him? "Little sister Sherman, young Master Qin, I'm full. You all continue eating. I'll go wash the dishes." Su Ruoro didn't have a large appetite. She brought her dishes and the other empty dishes to the Qian. Xiao Bai wanted to eat more, but upon seeing the look Chin Feng shot him, he immediately stood after putting his chopsticks and bowl down. I'm done eating as well. Miss Sherman, please take your time eating. I'm going back to my room to rest." Xiao Bai wanted to leave, but Rao Sherman called out to him, "Young Master Qin, don't leave yet. I'm done eating as well, and I have something I need to speak to you about in private. Could you come sit in my room?" "That is kind of inconvenient, isn't it?" asked Xiao Bai with a bit of awkwardness. "Not really. I greatly admire young Master Qin for teaching in a remote mountain village. So I wanted you to tell me about your experiences. I want to use your experiences to write a song, to give myself some inspiration, said Rao Sherman with a smile. Won't you give me that little bit of face? All right, then I won't be overly polite with Miss Sherman as well. Xiao Bai gave Qin Feng a look, then followed Rao Sherman up the stairs. Qin Feng waved the two of them go up. Then he sat on the sofa in the parlor, pulled out his phone, plugged in a wire, and donned earphones. The sound of an opening door passed through the earphones. Young Master Qin, this is my room. I didn't know you were coming so suddenly today, so I didn't get to clean it well. Please excuse the mess. Rao Sherman opened the door and allowed Xiao Bai to enter. A pinhole camera was hidden on the second button of Xiao Bai's white dress shirt. Qin Feng, who sat on the sofa in the first-floor parlor, looked at his phone with a smile as he saw the Rao Sherman and her room through the pinhole camera. The sound came from a recording device in Xiao Bai's pants pocket. Xiao Bai was originally hired as a bodyguard for Qin Manor. He was much more familiar with advanced technology for eavesdropping and video recording than acting. Haha, there's no need to be polite, Miss Sherman. You've come all the way from the capital, and as a host, I haven't properly received you. Please accept my apologies. Xiao Bai originally had the personality of a bodyguard and a killer, but he now had to pretend to be cultured and scholarly. He felt a bit awkward doing so. All right, then let's not be so polite with each other. Young Master Qin, come sit on my bed. Fuck! Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, yelled. This woman, how could you be so careless? It's one thing to bring a man into your room, but letting him sit on your bed as soon as he enters it? Why wouldn't you let me get on your bed last night? Xiao Bai looked bashful, but he didn't refuse. He sat on Rao Sherman's bed. Young Master Qin, wait for me. I'm used to wearing my pajamas in my room, so I'll go change first before speaking with you, said Rao Sherman as she grabbed a black-straped dress and walked into the bathroom. Xiao Bai stood up. He quickly looked around every corner of the room and discovered a hidden camera on the corner of the wall by the windowsill. 5 minutes later, Rao Sherman came out of the bathroom. She'd changed out of her magnificent chiffon dress into a black-strapped nightgown. The nightgown was simple and seductive. It exposed her lovely shoulders. On each of her shoulders were 3 black straps in disarray, 2 of them hanging on her shoulders and one having fallen off. The black silk nightgown was very pleasing and elegant. It shone in the dim light. Compared to a golden, custom-made long dress, Rao Sherman's snow-white, clear skin was even more dazzling and precious. Her long, slender, and beautiful legs alone were enough to blind millions of fans with their radiance. Qin Feng, who sat on the sofa on the first floor, couldn't take it anymore. He almost rushed up to Rao Sherman to take her right there. Xiao Bai, who sat on Rao Sherman's bed on the 3rd floor, felt nothing. He lowered his head and didn't look at Rao Sherman for fear that if he looked, young Master Qin would dig his eyes out. Chapter 301. Chapter 301. Rao Sherman's Confession. Rao Sherman wore a sexy, long, black silk nightgown. She leaned her graceful body on the doorframe and gazed all dewy-eyed with affection at young Master Qin, sitting at the side of the bed. While changing in the bathroom, Rao Sherman had struggled very hard in her heart. She knew young Master Qin was a good person. She admired and respected his utterly fearless action from the bottom of her heart. Nevertheless, Rao Sherman decided to frame young Master Qin. The reason was simple. The relationship between Rao Sherman and Dongfang Qin Shui was deeper than that with young Master Qin. She was willing to sacrifice herself once for the sake of big sister Qin, Shui's felicity. Young Master Qin, why aren't you looking at me? Is Sherman not pretty enough? Rao Sherman leaned on the door frame because the camera couldn't capture her from this position. Rao Sherman planned to entice young Master Qin's desire first and wait until he threw himself at her to do something bad. Then she would lure him into camera range and record his shameless actions. Rao Sherman planned it well, but her plan had long ago aroused Qin Feng's suspicions. He'd noticed the camera when he went to Rao Sherman's room last night. It was just that he didn't understand. He was unfamiliar with Rao Sherman, so why would she frame him all of a sudden? Or was this woman an undercover spy sent by his enemy? Qin Feng couldn't get it through his head, so he didn't want to guess anymore. He then summoned Xiao Bai back and used Xiao Bai as bait to expose Rao Sherman's true colors. Since Rao Sherman kicked off the scene, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai just needed to play along with her. Miss Sherman is China's most famous celebrity with the nickname of Pure Jade Girl. You're the perfect goddess in the heart of every Chinese man from toddlers to 99-year-oldsters. How could you be not pretty? Xiao Bai listened through an earbud and repeated what Qin Feng had said. Hee. Young Master Qin is good at making a girl happy. In that case, why won't you look at this person? This person has changed into this nightgown just for you, said Rao Sherman in a sweet voice. Qin Feng felt weak just from hearing her coquettish voice. Ahem. Didn't Miss Sherman invite me to discuss my teaching experience? Then, let's get to the point. Xiao Bai had kept his head lowered. He didn't dare raise his head, even if he was beaten to death. Okay then, let me help young Master Qin undress, and we'll discuss it slowly on my bed. As she spoke, Rao Sherman walked to Xiao Bai. He was so frightened that he jumped up from the bed and went to hide by the couch. Miss Sherman, please behave yourself. Rao Sherman's delicate body trembled. She'd never thought she would be rejected by a man one day. She was China's most famous female celebrity. Countless men dreamed of duping her into sleeping with them. And now, she'd taken the initiative to seduce young Master Qin. But in the end, this person declined her offer. Rao Sherman's heart was pounding fast. It wasn't from shyness. It was her heart starting to struggle again. The young Master Qin she saw wasn't a vulgar and dissolute man. He had strong willpower, was highly knowledgeable, and was willing to teach and assist the poor. Did she really have to soil the name of a good man like him? But if she didn't do this, what would happen to big Sister Qin Shui? I'm not a tiger, and I won't eat you. What are you afraid of, young Master Qin? Rao Sherman clenched her teeth and sat on the couch. Since she'd already come this far, she wanted to persist with her plan for a little bit longer. A fragrance wafted over. Xiao Bai hastily held his breath and closed his eyes. Miss Sherman, if you want to talk about my teaching experiences or discuss your music inspirations, then that is this humble Qin's greatest honor. However, if you have other intentions, I'm sorry, but please don't insult my reputation. This is because I consider you a good friend. Rao Sherman was prepared to throw her body into Xiao Bai's arms. However, when she heard what Xiao Bai had said, she suddenly halted her delicate body halfway. Her heart seemed to be pricked by something, a throbbing sting. She was a kind and well-mannered girl. She'd never despised the poor or showed off her wealth. She immersed herself entirely in making music and tirelessly looked for the little boy she'd met at Lotus Lake. If it wasn't to help big Sister Qin Shui, Rao Sherman would rather die than do this kind of embarrassing stuff. Not only did she insult young Master Qin, she had insulted her own chastity as well. Since her debut over a year ago, she'd never been involved in any scandal. However, she was now destroying her own purity. Rao Sherman really wanted to cry out loud now. After a good while, Rao Sherman let out a light sigh and said, Young Master Qin, I'm sorry. Please leave now. As if a great burden was taken off his shoulders, Xiao Bai ran away faster than a rabbit. Xiao Bai reached the parlor on the first floor, carefully looked at Qin Feng, and asked, Was that okay, young Master Qin? Xiao Bai, just now you didn't sneak a peek, right? With a thoughtful smile, Qin Feng eyed Xiao Bai. Definitely not. Not only did I not open my eyes, I even held my breath. Young Master Qin, You must believe me." Xiao Bai defended himself with an aggrieved look. "Well done. You can go to sleep now. Look for Butler Wang tomorrow to claim your 100,000. This is your pay for your acting." With a beaming face, Qin Feng patted Xiao Bai's shoulder. "Thank you, young Master Qin." This was the first time Xiao Bai showed a sincere smile ever since he came back. After Xiao Bai took his leave, Qin Feng went to Rao Sherman's room on the 3rd floor. He lightly pushed the door and heard faint sobs drifting from inside the room. Rao Sherman was sitting on the large bed, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, her back to Qin Feng. Her shoulders were shaking slightly as she cried alone. Outside the window was a night view of half of Acropolis City. Rao Sherman looked so helpless against this vast and boundless beautiful scenery. She still wore that sexy and flimsy nightgown. However, the shoulder straps on her shoulders had fallen, revealing her mellow, elegant shoulders and her smooth, pearl-white back. It wasn't just her front appearance that was divine. Even her back was a killer view. "Sherman, what's wrong?" Qin Feng noiselessly crawled onto Rao Sherman's bed and hugged her slender, supple waist lightly from behind. Rao Sherman's black hair was like a cascade of water, emitting a fragrance. Her body was soft and felt boneless, and it was warm when Qin Feng held her to his chest. Her lower belly was flat and tender with not even the slightest extra fat to be seen. Her shoulders and her back were as smooth as mellow jade. When Qin Feng lightly placed his chin on her shoulders, he felt like his chin might slip off at any moment. Rao Sherman didn't scream or take fright. This was because she'd already seen Qin Feng's reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. She allowed Qin Feng to hold her lightly to his chest, which no man had ever done to her before. Rao Sherman needed comfort and care right now. She felt she'd just sold her own soul, and even her heart was tainted. She felt unworthy of the lotus embroidery Su Ruoro gave her. To grow out of the mud unsullied, to float above rippling water without dancing with it. Was she really such a person? Then why would she try every possible method just to plot against young Master Qin? She even went as far as using her own sex appeal. How dirty am I? She dissed herself in her heart. I feel so bad. Something is blocking my heart. Rao Sherman murmured. Her voice was choked with sobs. Suddenly, she turned her body and gazed at Qin Feng with a pair of teary eyes. Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. I invited young Master Qin to my room just now, and I almost pimped myself and set him up. Actually, I've installed a camera in this room. I wanted to snap a scene of young Master Qin getting fresh with me. I wanted to soil his image. Qin Feng, don't you think I'm a bad woman? I'm unworthy for the title, Pure Jade Lady. Qin Feng was stunned. He'd never expected Rao Sherman to proactively confess her plot to him. At the same time, a gush of warmth welled up in his heart. This was because he'd also wished Rao Sherman would take the initiative and tell him everything. If not, how would he face and punish Rao Sherman? Sherman, why did you want to soil young Master Qin's image? Weren't both of you just introduced to each other? I think he never offended you, right? Qin Feng held Rao Sherman lightly in his arms. Because Rao Sherman was caught in a dilemma. This matter was a secret between the Dongfang family and the Qin family. Could she really say it aloud? If you don't want to tell me, then just forget about it. Don't think too much, Sherman. Everybody knows you're a good girl, said Qin Feng in a gentle tone as he stroked Rao Sherman's head. Rao Sherman's heart skipped a beat. She was feeling the warmth provided by the man in front of her, sniffing the familiar scent of his body. This man rescued her without any regard for his own life. He didn't scold her even though he knew she was framing young Master Qin. He opened his heart. Then why can't I open mine as well? Qin Feng, it's a matter of my sister's marriage. She's the only daughter of the Dongfang family in the provincial capital, the elder of the Dongfang family. Elder Mingwang, arranged a marriage for her, and her partner is none other than young Master Qin of the Qin family. But big sister Qing Shui has heard the bad rumors about young Master Qin from outsiders, and she's very opposed to this marriage proposal. However, Elder Mingwang insisted on pushing through with the marriage. So I deliberately came to Acropolis City, wanting to shoot a read video of young Master Qin, show it to Elder Mingwang, and urge him to cancel the proposed marriage in order to please big sister Qing Shui. Rao Sherman revealed her plan at last. As soon as she finished talking, Qin Feng felt awful. Dongfang Mingwang, Dongfang Qing Shui, the Dongfang family. If it wasn't for Rao Sherman suddenly bringing up these keywords, Qin Feng would have already forgotten about the engagement he had from the provincial capital. He was vexed about this marriage and wanted to cancel it, but his dad refused to. He never imagined that that woman from the Dongfang family was worried about this matter as well. How can these adults make the decision on their own? It's a democratic society now, and everyone is talking about freedom of marriage. Can I report them to the police for arranging a forced marriage? Sure, man, so that's what happened. Qin Feng could finally relax his apprehensive heart. He helped Rao Sherman wipe off her tears and fix her hair, and said with a smile, "You've done all of this with good intentions. I think young Master Qin won't blame you. I'll talk with him afterward." Actually, he's not happy with the marriage as well. His ambition is to walk the earth with books and spread the knowledge he learned. He has no intention of marrying either. You might as well tell your big sister Qing Shui when you get back to the provincial capital. Tell her she shouldn't worry, as long as she and young Master Qin don't agree to this marriage. The elders of both sides won't force them in the end. Chapter 302. Chapter 302, Perverted Doctor. Qin Feng thought he was too quick-witted. Not only was he hugging a woman all the men in China deemed their goddess, he'd also taken care of his troublesome engagement. This was truly a stroke of genius. No one knew his real identity. They all thought he was young Master Qin's personal attendant. Rao Sherman was in the dark. Su Ruo didn't know what was going on, and he laid out a whole story and tricked these two girls, casually hugging and kissing them. That's right. There was also Li Yuqin, that driven career woman who was trapped in his plot. She already liked him. He got 3 top-quality women with one cast of his net. Qin Feng was too proud of his intelligence. Qin Feng, will young Master Qin really forgive me? Is there really no hope between him and big sister Qing Shui? Rao Sherman's lovely dimmed eyes brightened again. Of course. Young Master Qin is kind and magnanimous. How would he concern himself over something as small as this? Don't blame yourself and don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Sherman's concerns are my concerns, affirmed Qin Feng with a pat of his chest. Okay. Rao Sherman nodded lightly. Qin Feng pulled Rao Sherman tightly into his embrace. Ah, Qin Feng, what are you doing? Rao Sherman regained her senses. She felt herself wrapped in Qin Feng's embrace and jumped in shock. Though Qin Feng had saved her and she'd given him her first kiss, the situation was different. Rao Sherman had only done something so gutsy because she thought she and Qin Feng would die. Currently, though Rao Sherman had some positive feelings for Qin Feng, she hadn't reached the stage where she'd let Qin Feng casually hug her. Plus, the clothes she was currently wearing were a bit thin. Sherman, I was afraid that you'd see a cold because you weren't wearing enough layers. Don't misunderstand. Qin Feng said earnestly and didn't loosen his grip. Qin Feng, I'm not cold. Rao Sherman glared at Qin Feng with a bit of shyness. Since this man saved her before, Rao Sherman didn't want to be too harsh. Plus, Rao Sherman wasn't certain if Qin Feng was pretending to be stupid, or if he was actually stupid. Rao Sherman opened her mouth again, but Qin Feng seemed not to hear her. Hugging Rao Sherman felt too good. How nice it would be if they were to admire the night sky this way, hug each other, then sleep. Qin Feng, let go. I don't want to lose you as my friend. Do you understand? Rao Sherman's charming face flushed, and she was extremely shy. Qin Feng suddenly stopped and looked at Rao Sherman with the gentleness of water. Sherman, you're not cold anymore? Then I'll let go. Qin Feng sat on the sofa in Rao Sherman's room. Rao Sherman changed into a lovely white t-shirt and shorts. She lost the celebrity aura and seemed like a youthful and bright college student. She had to leave the next morning, and she was a bit reluctant to do so. Thus, she took the initiative to request a nighttime stroll. Qin Feng naturally happily agreed. Anything Sherman wears is pretty. Qin Feng looked at Rao Sherman with a smile. Rao Sherman's hands were behind her back. She smiled as she walked up to Qin Feng, extended her slender, lily-white hands, and said, "Let's go. Take me for a nighttime snack and to see the nighttime scenery." Acropolis City's first hospital. It was currently 8 o'clock at night, long past the time for the doctors to get off work. On this night, Zhang Tianhua didn't have a shift, but he still hadn't gone home. Instead, he walked into Lin Bei's special care room with a gentlemanly smile. "Auntie, have you eaten dinner yet?" Upon entering the room, Zhang Tianhua saw Mother Lin sitting beside her daughter's sick bed, holding her daughter's hand and speaking to her continuously. Doctor, Zhang is here. I've already eaten. You aren't off yet, dear. Zhang. Mother Lin greeted Zhang Tianhua with a smile. Since Zhang Tianhua was Lin Bei's primary doctor, Mother Lin couldn't help but try to get on his good side. "Haha, I'm working overtime tonight." "You're working overtime tonight, doctor. Zhang, if I remember correctly, your overtime is scheduled for Thursdays, tomorrow night." Mother Lin had been in the hospital with Lin Bei for almost 2 months now, so she knew Dr. Zhang's work schedule well. "Haha, who would have thought that Auntie would remember my overtime schedule?" Zhang Tianhua screwed his head awkwardly. I swayed with Director Wang. He had something to do tonight. "Then I thank you for your trouble, doctor." "Zhang," said Mother Lin with a smile. She didn't suspect anything. "Oh no, it's no trouble, it's no trouble. As doctors, no matter how difficult it is for us, it's not as hard as it is for the patients' families." When Zhang Tianhua saw that Mother Lin didn't continue pursuing the matter, he secretly exhaled in relief. He went up to Lin Bei's bed and looked at her pure and moving face. A green glow flashed in his eyes. Bei's condition hasn't been bad recently. Though it shows no sign of getting better, it hasn't gotten worse. I've been talking to her every day, and when it's sunny, I take her out to soak in some sun. Every day, I wipe down her body and massage her, hoping that she'll wake up sooner. My daughter has been obedient, understanding, good and kind since she was young. Why isn't the Heavenly Father opening his eyes? How did he let her get to this state? As Mother Lin spoke, tears streamed from her eyes. As a mother, she was in even more pain seeing her daughter in this state. She instantly aged more than 10 years. "Auntie, don't worry. As long as Bei perseveres and undergoes therapy, she'll definitely get better." Zhang Tianhua comforted her insincerely. "I feel that way as well. I won't give up on Bei. I've made a fool of myself, doctor. Zhang, I'll go to the restroom. You help check up on Bei," said Mother Lin as she went to the restroom. Zhang Tianhua looked around the empty room and saw that only he and Lin Bei remained. His heartbeat sped up, and he wanted to pounce on Lin Bei, take off her clothes, rip off her pants, and enjoy this little beauty right then and there. However, he knew that Mother Lin was in the room's restroom and would come out soon. First, he had to take care of the nuisance that was Mother Lin. Zhang Tianhua's expression immediately became sinister. He pulled out a bottle of sleeping powder and poured some into Mother Lin's cup. He swirled it evenly, and then he sat at the edge of the bed. "Dr. Zhang, is Bei all right?" Mother Lin came out after washing her face. Okay, I finished checking up on her, and there aren't any problems. Zhang Tianhua smiled, then said, Auntie, sit down and drink some water. You cried so much earlier that you've cried all the liquid out of your body. I really am a bit thirsty. Mother Lin lifted her cup and drank it up in one gulp. Then she put the cup down and smiled at Zhang Tianhua. Dr. Zhang, if you're busy, do go ahead. I can take care of Bei. I don't want your work to be affected. Haha, the night shift isn't busy, unless there are patients that come into the emergency room. Zhang Tianhua sat by the bed with no intention of leaving, and Mother Lin thought it would be impolite to send him away. Mother Lin then turned on the TV in the room and waited while chatting with Zhang Tianhua. As they spoke, Mother Lin felt an overwhelming fatigue. She leaned on the bedside and fell asleep. Once Zhang Tianhua saw Mother Lin fall asleep, he waited another 5 minutes before going up to Mother Lin and speaking lightly into her ear. Auntie, are you asleep? Even after he called her several times, Mother Lin didn't respond. Zhang Tianhua had a sinister smile. He went quickly to lock the door to the room and drew all the curtains before sitting on the edge of Lin Bei's bed. Haha, what a beauty! Look at this soft, fair, and translucent skin. I wonder if it's still untouched. Tonight your elder will have good fun with you, and no one will know because you're in a vegetative state. Haha! Zhang Tianhua's gentlemanly facade was long gone. This guy had a lewd expression and looked more evil than the devil in hell himself. He'd waited for this night for over a month, ever since the first time he saw Lin Bei when she was admitted to the hospital. Zhang Tianhua wanted to bang her. Now Zhang Tianhua had drugged Mother Lin and locked the room door, and Lin Bei was still a human vegetable that could not be awakened. Thus, he could play however he wanted tonight. What made him happiest was that he could play with Lin Bei however he wanted and no one would know. The victim was paralyzed and couldn't even speak. She couldn't tell on him even if she wanted to. Swish! Zhang Tianhua tugged and pulled the blanket off Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei's long and slender body was exposed to the air. She wore a hospital gown and lay there soundlessly and motionlessly, extremely alluring. Little beauty, let Big Brother see your chest, okay? Big Brother's had his eye on you for a long time. For a young maiden like you, it's probably soft and pink. Then I'll see your thighs and smell the scent on your entire body. Big Brother is very lively. I can assure that you'll be very satisfied. If little sister is satisfied, Big Brother will play with you once a week. How does that sound? Zhang Tianhua's smile widened. He extended his hand and reached for Lin Bei. Little sister, since you aren't saying anything, then this Big Brother will take it as you being shy and admitting it silently. Haha, Big Brother is going to play with you now. Chapter 303. Chapter 303. I'll try my best to fall in love with him. Qin Feng drove his dad's Mercedes-Benz and brought Rao Sherman to the most happening food street in Acropolis City. It was 9 o'clock at night, the time when this street awakened and filled with vigor and energy. Both sides of the street were packed with various delicacies. Lanterns red, wine green, people were bustling here and there. If one was tired of walking, then he'd sit down, order some beers and a few skewers of barbecue. He'd eat and drink while gazing at those beautiful legs sheathed in black silk stockings. This was the intention of 99% of the men when they came to this food street. Qin Feng and Rao Sherman walked in the crowd shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng keep on introduce the delicacies and culture of the food street, while Rao Sherman just kept silent and listened. Suddenly, she stopped walking and mischievously pointed at Qin Feng. So, you brought me here to peek on pretty girls, right? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth quirked slightly as he replied, Indeed, last time I came here for those pretty girls, but tonight, I'm the 1% that doesn't look at other beauties. Rao Sherman smiled even brighter. Although she already knew the answer in her heart, she still wanted Qin Feng to say it himself. Why you don't want to admire the beauties tonight, then? Qin Feng replied with a smile. This is because the woman standing beside me is more beautiful than all of them. Even though Rao Sherman was prepared and she expected Qin Feng's answer, her delicate body still trembled slightly when she heard Qin Feng say those words earnestly. A gush of sweet warmth then welled up in her heart. Rao Sherman lowered her head as she refused to let Qin Feng see her blushing face. She said softly, Qin Feng, I want to eat something. Qin Feng brought Rao Sherman to a barbecue stall that he patronized. This stall's ingredients were fresh, and the stall owner's barbecuing skill was unparalleled. The barbecue stall owner was a middle-aged fat uncle. When he saw Qin Feng, he smiled and hailed him. Yo, Brother Qin, it's been a long time. Uncle Wang, how's your business lately? Qin Feng patted the fat uncle's shoulder. Uncle Wang didn't know Qin Feng's identity. He was familiar with Qin Feng, because Qin Feng would always bring different beauties to eat at his stall. And now, when he saw the divinely beautiful Rao Sherman standing behind Qin Feng, countless emotions flashed across Uncle Wang's heart. We're both men. How come this little brat has so much luck with the ladies? Still okay. Uncle Wang then served Qin Feng and Rao Sherman. Both of you, please come inside and have a seat. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Since you've brought your girlfriend with you, then let me, this Uncle Wang, personally barbecue for you two. Is it the same as usual? Yes, as usual, and a dozen beers, please, ordered Qin Feng with a smile. Standing behind Qin Feng, Rao Sherman wanted to step forward and explain that she wasn't Qin Feng's girlfriend when she heard Uncle Wang address her as such. However, when she saw an unbothered Qin Feng, she halted and followed Qin Feng, sitting down red-faced. There was an apprentice in Uncle Wang's barbecue stall. Normally, it was the apprentice who barbecued the food while Uncle Wang waited at the side. Since Qin Feng was a regular customer, Uncle Wang had to show off his skill. Very soon, a pile of barbecue and a dozen beers were served on Qin Feng and Rao Sherman's table. Thump! Qin Feng was a stage for external expert. Opening a bottle of beer barehanded was child's play for him. He flicked his thumb lightly, and the bottle cap flew into the sky like a bullet. Cheers, Sherman. Qin Feng handed a bottle of beer to Rao Sherman, and then he went and finished a bottle of his own. Rao Sherman looked at Qin Feng hesitantly. After she mustered enough courage, she then set her sexy red lips on the beer bottle and raised her head slightly. Cough, cough. After taking just one sip, Rao Sherman furrowed her eyebrows deeply. She choked and coughed nonstop. Qin Feng was tickled pink and at the same time worried about her. He went to Rao Sherman's side and then patted her back lightly. He also helped her wipe off the beer beside her mouth using a piece of tissue paper. Do you feel any better now? Asked Qin Feng after he returned to his own seat. Yeah, I feel better now. Rao Sherman nodded her head. The two of them sat face to face, exchanging glances. The moon was like a silver plate, and a light breeze rustled in the air. Looking at the graceful Rao Sherman bathed in moonlight, Qin Feng's mind was distracted. Right until this moment, he still couldn't believe that China's top-tier celebrity, the so-called pure jade girl, and the country's goddess Rao Sherman, would eat street food and drink beer in the open air with him. Uft! Rao Sherman couldn't restrain herself anymore and burst into laughter. Her laugh was a flash in the pan, mesmerizing and charming. Qin Feng, don't you think it's funny? Not even I can fathom why I'm here. Before I struck up an acquaintance with you, I never imagined I'd date and drink with a man out here at a food stall. Haha, it's too crazy for me. Seeing Rao Sherman laugh heartily, Qin Feng then replied with a smile. Sherman, the reason I brought you here is for you to know that you aren't different from us. You're a normal person. You can also eat at a food stall, drink fresh beer, and laugh to your heart's content. Rao Sherman was stunned. She'd never imagined Qin Feng would say something like this. She'd seen too many men who would only praise and fawn over her. They'd call her a goddess that descended from heaven, a unique existence. They'd say she was an irreplaceable and extraordinary superstar. "But why?" asked Rao Sherman with a puzzled expression as she was astonished. "Because you're worn down and have almost become a totally different person. I just wish you can put down the heavy burden on your shoulders and follow your own desires. This is because you're who you are. You're Rao Sherman. When everybody is concerned about how high you've flown, only the people who really love you will care how tired you are." Rao Sherman was only 20 years old. She was already a famous person. She'd already flown high enough. However, everybody just demanded she fly higher, ever higher. None of them had told her, "Don't exhaust yourself. You need to live life your own way." Rao Sherman cried. However, she turned her head aside and wiped the tear off before it could fall down. And she showed Qin Feng an incomparably cheerful smile by the time she looked at him. "Qin Feng, do you know the reason why I'm known as the pure Jade Girl?" "Because you're untouched by scandal since your debut, and you preserved your chastity." Making no special effort to maintain his gentlemanly image in front of Rao Sherman, Qin Feng gulped a mouthful of beer. "What do you get for preserving your own chastity? If the power backing you isn't strong enough, those evil men could still devour you whole." Rao Sherman explained nonchalantly, "This was because the one backing me is the Dongfang family. Big sister Dongfang Qing Shui cares for me a lot. Once, a prince from one of the 5 small family clans in the provincial capital had a crush on me. He drugged me when he treated me to a meal, and when I noticed something strange was happening to my body, I hastily called Big Sister Qing Shui before I blacked out, which I really did. After that, when I regained consciousness, I was already in Big Sister Qing Shui's room, and my body was fine. I tried to look for that prince after this incident, but he'd already vanished from the provincial capital. And there was another time I was at a press conference. A tyrant suddenly rushed on stage and publicly announced he wanted to be my sugar daddy and asked me to state my price. When I ignored him, he got enraged and pounced on me, tried to rip my shirt off in front of everybody. Big Sister Qing Shui was very angry when she learned about this incident, and afterward that tyrant vanished as well." As Rao Sherman continued to talk, beads of cold sweat started to ooze from Qin Feng's forehead. He was unsure why this lass suddenly brought these things up. However, he knew he himself had hugged and kissed Rao Sherman, while that prince and that tyrant had already been goners before they could touch her body. So was he going to die a very tragic death? "Haha, are you scared, Qin Feng?" Rao Sherman was intelligent. She'd already divined Qin Feng's thoughts. "How is that impossible?" "Haha, there's nothing going on between us. Our relationship is just pure friendship. Isn't that right?" Qin Feng replied with a beaming smile. "No, it's not." Rao Sherman suddenly became grave and added without the slightest hesitation, "First of all, a lot of things have happened between us. You're the first man to hug me, kiss me, see me in a nightgown, have a dinner with me, and shop with me. Secondly, the moment you hugged and kissed me, your intentions were bad. You really wanted to dominate me at that time." Qin Feng was speechless. This woman was too smart and serious. "If the kiss during that tragedy was offered by me, then how about when you hugged and got fresh with me just now in my room at Qin Manor? I didn't allow you to do such things, and I asked you to release me, but you paid no heed to my request. You defiled my chastity, but I didn't hate you or ask Big Sister Qing Shui to send someone and get rid of you. Qin Feng, didn't you feel weird?" "Yes, I did. That's the reason why I brought you out for a stroll and have some snacks. I knew you'd blurt it out all by yourself." Qin Feng drank another bottle of beer and gazed fondly at Rao Sherman sitting opposite him. He was liking this woman more and more. "Do you still remember the story I told you at Lotus Lake? That really happened on me. I couldn't find that young boy after so many years. I thought he was gone forever, and I thought I couldn't find that feeling again. However, when you rushed forward, held me in your arms, and protected me from the falling metal frame. That ambiguous warmth and trust once again welled up in my heart. Your aura and spirit are similar to his. That's the reason why I can't bear to harm you. Rao Sherman's expression became bemused, seemingly immersed in those memories once again. On the other hand, Chin Feng had a solemn face. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat and a bright light flashed in his brain. Sherman, was the little boy important to you? Chin Feng asked abruptly. Yes, very important. He's the main reason I could come so far. Rao Sherman's voice seemed to come from afar. He said he will be my first and last fan. If you could find him, will you fall in love with him? The corner of Chin Feng's mouth curled into an evil grin. I'm not sure either. After all, 8 years have passed, and he might not be the same person anymore. But should our paths cross once again, I think I'll try my best to fall in love with him. Chin Feng felt he was fucking awesome. He'd self-directed yet another movie and made Rao Sherman fall into his crafty plot. Chin Feng had already known Rao Sherman was the little girl from Lotus Lake. He deliberately forced Rao Sherman to speak those spoony words so he could tell her that he was the little boy, and then he could legitimately hold Rao Sherman's hand, hug her slim waist, and kiss her cherry lips. Chin Feng suddenly grabbed Rao Sherman's slender jade hand and gazed affectionately into her dazzling, starry eyes. Sherman, actually Yo, what great luck to meet a godly beauty here. Come, drink some beer with us brothers, huh? Chin Feng hadn't finished his words and was interrupted by others. Chapter 304. Chapter 304, Instrument Defense Mechanism. Lin Bei Bei lay quietly on the sickbed. Though she couldn't move, say anything, or even open her eyes, she could hear everything that occurred around her. Every time Chin Feng came to talk about their times together and promise he would help her wake up, tears would fall from Lin Bei Bei's eyes. Currently, tears fell from her eyes as well. However, these were not tears from being moved, but tears of anguish. She heard Zhang Tianhua's vulgar laughter and knew that he wanted to violate her. However, Lin Bei Bei hated it. She hated that she couldn't move or cry for help. She wasn't willing to let any man other than Chin Feng touch her body. She really wanted to wake up and slap Zhang Tianhua harshly twice, then kick him thrice. Lin Bei Bei could allow herself to be mistreated, but she couldn't allow Chin Feng to be mistreated. She knew that if her body was violated by another man, Chin Feng would be devastated. This would be utterly humiliating to him. He would be cuckolded. As the #1 hedonist young master in Acropolis, he was the one who did the cuckolding. How could he allow someone else to cuckold him? Women who are in love are all this silly. All they care about are their men. However, Lin Bei Bei couldn't control any of this. She felt Zhang Tianhua approach her. Even though she couldn't open her eyes, Lin Bei Bei could imagine Zhang Tianhua's filthy, vomit-inducing, and malicious face and smile. Lin Bei Bei decided that after being violated, she would commit suicide after waking up. Or maybe she'd leave Acropolis, never to see Chin Feng again. Bei Bei, my precious, Big Brother is going to satisfy you. Zhang Tianhua extended his hands and pounced at Lin Bei Bei. Glistening tears streamed down her face. Zhang Tianhua reached for Lin Bei Bei's raised chest, about to squeeze the playthings that he'd been fantasizing about for so long. Bang! When his hands were around 10 centimeters from Lin Bei Bei's soft chest, Zhang Tianhua's entire body instantly stopped. He didn't want to stop, but he felt a gust of qi rise like an invisible and untouchable force that was blocking him and preventing him from getting any closer no matter what. Bzzz. The sea blue beads on Lin Bei Bei's wrists vibrated slightly, stirring the air around them, giving off a blue light that grew brighter and brighter. How could Zhang Tianhua be deterred? It wasn't easy for him to acquire this opportunity tonight, and he had even drugged Mother Lin. Lin Bei lay before him, wearing a thin hospital gown. If he didn't do this girl, he definitely wouldn't stop. Thus, Zhang Tianhua exerted more strength. He used all his strength to get closer to Lin Bei's body. He clenched his teeth, and his expression turned malevolent. Veins popped out on his forehead, making him look like a devil. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an enormous bang, and Lin Bei's blood flow bracelet exploded. The originally beautiful sea blue beads were blasted into smithereens. An enormous rush of qi shot from Lin Bei and sent Zhang Tianhua flying. Crash! Zhang Tianhua flew off, then fell down. The fall was so violent that his bones almost fell apart. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the floor, howling continuously. His hair was messy and filled with dust, his glasses were cracked, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked nothing like the doctor with fair and clear skin who saved and healed people. He looked like a mangy dog that lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Boom! The qi flow released a massive force, jolting Mother Lin to the floor as well. She rolled thrice, then came to a stop. This large commotion woke her up, and the first thing she did upon waking up was to crawl to her daughter. Bei, what happened? Are you all right? Mother Lin clued her daughter's hands and noticed that someone had removed her blanket. She immediately picked up the blanket and was about to cover her up. She couldn't let this girl see a cold. However, right after Mother Lin picked up the blanket, she suddenly sat down. She looked at her daughter's left wrist in shock. The beads are gone? The bracelet Qin Feng had especially requested from a senior monk to protect her daughter was gone. Before leaving, Qin Feng especially reminded her that this was a treasure her daughter had to wear at all times. How could it suddenly disappear? Also, what just happened? Wasn't I talking to Dr. Zhang? How did I suddenly fall asleep? Mother Lin had just awoken, so she was still in a daze and didn't understand a lot of things. She looked around and saw Dr. Zhang lying by the doorway covered in dirt, like he had just gotten into a fight. Dr. Zhang, what's wrong with you? What happened? Mother Lin was shocked by Zhang Tianhua's appearance and ran to him to help him up. Fierceness flitted through Zhang Tianhua's eyes but quickly disappeared. He knew that he had completely failed in his plans tonight. However, Mother Lin seemed not to realize his plans, and since no one else had seen his actions, Zhang Tianhua slowly calmed down. He couldn't understand where that gust of qi had come from, but he didn't care too much about it. Since he failed this time, he would just find another opportunity. Zhang Tianhua was set on taking this little beauty, Lin Bei. Ah, Annie, I'm fine. I was talking to you at first, and you fell asleep. You must have had a hard time taking care of Bei. I didn't want to disturb you, but wanted to see how my other patients were doing when I slipped and fell. Oh, no, be careful, Doctor. Zhang, I clean the floor every day in this room, so it might be a bit slippery. A flash of suspicion flickered in Mother Lin's eyes, but she didn't say too much. I have to be more careful next time. I'm getting old as well, so I can't fall like that anymore. Then I'll leave first. I seem to have grazed my knee, so I'm going to put some disinfectant on it. Zhang Tianhua stood to leave. Okay. Go ahead, Doctor. Zhang, I won't walk you out. I'm going to clean up the room. There's no need to walk me out. Go ahead and do what you would like to. Mother Lin stood at the doorway. Her gaze followed Zhang Tianhua down the hallway until he turned and disappeared from sight. Then, she rushed back to her daughter's side. She lightly lifted her daughter's clothing and examined her in detail to make sure that no one had done anything to her, before exhaling in relief. Seeing that the bracelet was really gone, and she couldn't find it in the room at all, Mother Lin furrowed her brows and couldn't relax them. Her heart thumped incessantly, and she had a bad premonition. She felt ill at ease. Mother Lin sat at the edge of the bed for a while, then pulled out her phone and quickly made a call. Chin Fong was extremely angry. It hadn't been easy for him to realize Rao Sherman was the little girl from 8 years ago. Put on an elaborate show, trick Rao Sherman and hear her confession. Chin Fong was about to reveal his identity and tell Rao Sherman he was that little boy by the lotus pond. Then the two of them would hug. Rao Sherman might be moved to tears. He would comfort her, convince her to drink in celebration, get her drunk, and things would go smoothly. However, why did a bunch of hooligans have to appear now? These hooligans interrupted Chin Fong, so Chin Fong decided to break their dog legs. Since it was October, it was still kind of hot at night. 5 youths with bare arms walked up with smiles on their faces. The one leading the pack was a man with dyed brown hair, a clear, fair, and handsome face, and a tall and slender figure. He looked a bit like a Korean idol. Beautiful. It's so boring drinking alone. Let Big Brother drink with you. The man walked up to the table without sparing Chin Fong a glance. He sat casually beside Rao Sherman, stuck his face up to her, and sniffed fiercely twice. How fragrant! Look at us, a handsome man and beautiful woman. We're truly a ma made in heaven. Ha! Big Brother Sue, it's not often that we find such a high-quality beauty in Acropolis. Will we younger brothers have a share tonight? The 4 lackeys behind Big Brother Sue came and surrounded them. Their lascivious gazes fell on Rao Sherman, and they looked like they wanted to pull out their eyeballs and place them on Rao Sherman's chest. Are you guys looking to get hit? You want to play with a woman Big Brother Sue has taken a liking to? Big Brother Sue, I'll help you beat them up. Big Brother Sue, I suddenly realized that this lass looks a lot like a celebrity. That's right, Rao Sherman. The country's goddess, Rao Sherman. Baldy, now that you mention it, it really does look a bit like her. Big Brother Sue's 4 lackeys chattered among themselves, as though Rao Sherman was going to be taken by Big Brother Sue tonight. Leave. Rao Sherman's expression turned cold. She didn't look at them as she spoke through gritted teeth. She trembled, and the cup of beer in her slender, lily-white hand shook as well. She was very angry. Fuck, stinking woman, you don't know how to appreciate favors. It's your fortune for Big Brother Sue to have taken a liking to you. Stinking whore, aren't you eating so late at night to get laid after? Why are you acting pure? I think our Big Brother Sue is much more handsome than this stinking brat. In Acropolis, Big Brother Sue's friends are everywhere. You should be happy that you get to attend to Big Brother Sue tonight. The stinking brat Big Brother Sue's lackey referred to was Chin Fong. The 5 hooligans hadn't looked at Chin Fong the whole time. Now that they did, they still looked down on him. Leave. Rao Sherman's expression became even colder. A wintry air shot out of her, and she only said that one simple word once again. Humph, you really are unappreciative. Your elder wants to see how unyielding you are. This time, Big Brother Sue was angry. He suddenly stood and was about to embrace Rao Sherman. This food street was Fong Group territory. Big Brother Sue was extremely familiar with the area and wasn't afraid to cause a scene. Even if he took Rao Sherman right there, he could settle the situation. Splash! Rao Sherman lifted her hand and threw her cup of iced beer into Big Brother Sue's face. Big Brother Sue froze, instinctively closing his eyes. His hair was styled with pomade, but now it was ruined by the beer. Most of his hair stuck to his head, but 2 or 3 locks stayed up stubbornly. The beer also had foam, and it streamed down Big Brother Sue's forehead. Big Brother Sue was a pretty boy, but now he looked as pitiful as a drowned dog.